3 years ago, I was sitting on my bed playing a video game. Combo, flash, then a chase straight into their fountain. The screen finally announced my pinnacle. I raised a glass of water to celebrate, only to choke on the first sip. Before I could even call for help, I collapsed. Before I blacked out, I understood two things. Water really could kill, and fountain diving probably did shorten your life. When I opened my eyes again, I had arrived in a world where everyone could awaken a class, and dungeons and combat decided their fate. 3 full years had passed since then. At last, my own awakening day had arrived. The city bells rang 3 times. At the center of the plaza, the enormous awakening crystal flared again and again. Some people awakened as blacksmiths or gourmets. Others received combat classes such as warrior or mage. Every announced name drew a completely different reaction from the crowd. I stared at the platform as sweat slowly gathered in my palms. I had already died one ordinary death in my former life. In this one, I did not want to leave my fate in anyone else's hands. But no one could control the result of an awakening. All I could do was walk up there. Number 666, Lingzhua. At my number, I moved through the line and pressed my hand against the crystal. Warm power poured up my arm, as though it had pushed open a door sealed inside me for years. The next instant, 7-colored light erupted from my body and shot into the sky. The entire plaza fell silent. That phenomenon appeared only when someone awakened a hidden class. The Dragon Kingdom produced barely 100 new hidden class professionals each year, and Lei City had not seen even one in 5 years. The staff maintaining order quickly surrounded the platform as the murmurs below rose sharply. The 7-colored light soon darkened to crimson, draping the surroundings in a bloody haze. For a moment, hunger for blood and slaughter welled up inside me, then vanished as the phenomenon receded. It was merely the class traits influencing me during awakening. It did not mean I had lost my mind. The result finally appeared above the crystal. Soul-devouring assassin. It was an assassin-type hidden class that had never been registered before. I immediately opened my status screen. Name, Lingzhua. Class, Soul-devouring assassin. Level 1. HP, 60. Mana, 50. Attack, 10. Defense, 6. Speed, 10. Spirit, 5. Talent, Soul Devour. Skill, Soul Stealth. My attack, defense, speed, and spirit totaled 31 points, while an ordinary assassin usually started with only 20 to 24. By base stats alone, I was already several levels ahead. But the true value of a hidden class was never just a few extra stat points. I opened the talent first. Soul Devour. Every unit you kill will grant you a reward. Slaughter follows like a shadow. Every kill yields a gain. The description did not specify what kind of reward I would receive, but every kill yields a gain was astonishing enough. If it kept triggering through large numbers of battles, the talent's upper limit would be almost impossible to measure. Then I checked my soul starting skill. Soul Stealth. Spend 10 mana to enter stealth. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. Stealth ends when you make an active attack or take damage. I read it twice before I could contain my excitement. A normal assassin's beginner stealth cost 20 mana, lasted only 10 seconds, and carried a 300-second cooldown. Soul Stealth had neither a duration limit nor a cooldown. If I could solve the mana cost, I could vanish again immediately after every attack. I rapidly ran through the possibilities. With my current 50 mana, 5 consecutive uses would empty me. The cycle could last only if Soul Devour's rewards included mana recovery. If it rewarded nothing but materials, so-called infinite stealth would work only in short fights. The talent and skill seemed perfectly complementary, but I would not mistake a theory for an ability before I had killed a real target. The gasps around the plaza had not stopped. Some people tried to approach and confirm the new class data. Others were already talking about direct university admission. The security staff kept them away from the platform. I remembered only one thing. A hidden class had given me a powerful starting point, but it would also make more people watch every choice I made. If a trump card did not need to be public, excitement was no reason to reveal it. This was not a simple enhancement. It was a core ability set capable of changing my entire way of fighting. This way, please. An attendant came to my side and led me toward a private room behind the plaza. Shang Peng, the chief official overseeing this awakening day, was already waiting inside. Hidden classes required basic registration, and I wanted to learn how the country would treat a class that had never appeared before. Shang Peng did not ask about my skills first. He opened my file and verified my identity. Lingzhua, 16 years old, orphan. Lei City waited 5 years for a hidden class, and yours has never even been registered. He pushed the file aside. Regulations require us to report your name, class, HP, mana for primary stats, and the names of your talent and skills. Their exact effects are personal secrets. You don't have to disclose them. I already knew the rule, so I showed him only my basic screen and kept the descriptions of Soul Devour and Soul Stealth hidden. Less than a minute after registration, my communicator received 10,000 universal credits. Shangpeng told me it was the standard bonus for a newly awakened hidden class. Then he added that if I was willing to provide a national research institute with some genuine information about my abilities, I could receive additional resources without handing over every trump card. An ability matters only when it becomes real strength, he said. Go home and think about it. You don't have to decide now. I thanked him and left the room. People in the plaza had already recognized me, and several student teams wanted me to join them in a dungeon. I did not stop. 2 lifetimes had taught me that a stranger's initial enthusiasm was no substitute for genuine strength. Instead of returning home, I went directly to the public dungeon known as the zoo. Dungeons in this world were broadly divided into 2 categories. Those whose rules, dangers, and clear conditions had not yet been determined were frontier dungeons. Those already explored and operating reliably were progression dungeons. The zoo was the lowest risk public progression dungeon. Entry cost only 1 universal credit. It was locked to easy difficulty, allowed parties of 1 to 5, and could be exited at any time. Inside were just 5 low-threat monsters, ornamental rabbits, fish, dogs, cats, and chickens. Many parents even brought their children here for an introduction to combat. I had entered before, but without a class, I could only use training weapons to grow accustomed to real killing. Today, I had come to test Soul Devour. After paying admission, I entered alone. An ornamental chicken strutted along the village road with its head held high. I walked over and emptied its HP bar with 1 punch. A warm current immediately flowed into my body. Ornamental chicken killed. Soul Devour activated. Spirit +1. My spirit rose from 5 to 6, and my maximum mana increased from 50 to 60. 1 kill had directly granted me a permanent stat point. An ordinary professional gained only 2 points per level. This reward was even stronger than I had imagined. I immediately activated Soul Stealth. My body vanished from the village road and my mana fell by 10, but no cooldown timer appeared on the skill. An ornamental rabbit hopped to the roadside. I approached from behind and to one side, then ended the fight with a kick. Ornamental rabbit killed. Soul Devour activated. Speed +1. A second species had granted me another permanent stat. I continued through the village and soon encountered another ornamental chicken. When it fell, the system notification changed. Ornamental chicken killed. Soul Devour activated. Restored 10 mana. The second kill of the same species did not grant another stat. Instead, it restored the exact 10 mana Soul Stealth had consumed. I did not rush to a conclusion. I found the other 3 monster species in turn. Ornamental cat killed. Attack +1. Ornamental dog killed. Defense +1. Ornamental fish killed. Speed +1. 5 species, 5 permanent stat points. Further kills rewarded HP, mana, or ordinary materials instead. To rule out coincidence, I did not leave immediately. I found 1 more of each species in the same order. The second ornamental rabbit did not increase my speed, only restored a little HP. The cat gave an ordinary material, the dog restored HP, and the fish replenished mana. The rewards were random, but the boundary was clear. My first kill of a new species granted a permanent stat, while repeat kills supplied recovery or loot. I also deliberately waited several minutes after using Soul Stealth. The skill displayed no timer, and remaining invisible did not continue draining mana. The true cost occurred only upon activation. As long as the average mana returned by each round of kills was at least 10, I could turn an invisibility skill other assassins used once every 5 minutes into a routine action before every attack. The test confirmed something even more important. Soul Devour could repay Soul Stealth's cost. As long as enemies remained on the battlefield and none had a reliable method of revealing me, I could truly loop stealth, attack, and stealth again. Infinite stealth was no longer just a theory. After leaving the zoo, I organized all my test results again. The first time I killed any monster species, Soul Devour granted 1 permanent stat point. Later kills of that species randomly returned HP, mana, or materials. The zoo's 5 species had given me 1 attack, 1 defense, 2 speed, and 1 spirit. That limitation did not disappoint me. It showed me my true path of growth. There were countless monster species in the world. Other people entered dungeons mainly for experience, equipment, and clear rewards. I could also collect permanent stats from every new species. To maximize Soul Devour, I needed to enter as many different dungeons as possible, preferably alone, so the finishing blow always belonged to me. There was no need to show off by raising the difficulty yet. I could build up my stats in easy dungeons first, then challenge more dangerous areas once my foundation was high enough. That would be both safer and more efficient. The problem was that few public dungeons were open to ordinary people. Many special dungeons belonged to the government, schools, or major organizations, making entry qualifications more important than ticket prices. I could not solve that immediately, so I went first to the Lay City Exchange Hall and completed the preparations within my reach. All the materials from the zoo sold for only 0.1 universal credit. The 10,000 credit government bonus was still my only real budget. I filtered the listings for level 1 equipment. A full blue grade set cost roughly 1,000 credits, leaving enough for one purple dagger. Ordinary purple gear came with an extra effect. The key was finding one that truly complemented Soul Stealth. Dire Bear Dagger, purple. Attack +6. Bonus attack +2. Level requirement, 1. Price, 6,000 universal credits. A pure stat increase would tempt other beginners, but it was not cost-effective for me. Soul Devour would eventually erase a difference of a few points. Lone Wolf Dagger, purple. Attack +5. Critical chance +10%. Level requirement, 1. Price, 7,000 universal credits. This one was good too, but still not the best match. I kept filtering until a third item appeared. Phantom Dagger, purple. Attack +5. Damage of first strike from stealth +50%. Level requirement, 1. Price, 9,000 universal credits. A normal assassin stealth had a long cooldown and high cost, making it hard to trigger the first strike bonus repeatedly in one fight. The market therefore rated this effect only average. For me, it was entirely different. Soul Stealth had no cooldown, and Soul Devour could restore mana. If I vanished again after attacking, every new exchange could receive the 50% damage bonus. The dagger did more than add a few points of attack. It amplified my entire combat cycle. I paid all 9,000 credits without haggling. After the transaction, I checked the dagger's durability and binding status on the spot, then practiced drawing it several times in the hall's training area. The Phantom Dagger was shorter than a standard training weapon and balanced closer to the wrist, ideal for quickly sheathing and repositioning after I appeared. The stealth bonus applied only to the first strike after invisibility ended. If that strike missed, the effect was wasted, so reliable accuracy mattered more than blindly pursuing attack speed. With the remaining 1,000 credits, I bought 6 pieces of blue-grade gear. Snow Fox Cap, Spirit +4, 130 credits. Fire Rabbit Boots, Speed +4, 130 credits. Crimson Snake Leather Armor, Defense +4, 140 credits. Shadow Rat Bracelet, Attack +2, Speed +2, 170 credits. Black Cat Necklace, Attack +2, Spirit +2, 170 credits. Madhound Belt, Attack +2, Defense +2, 160 credits. The 6 blue items cost exactly 900 credits, leaving only 100 in my account. I did not begrudge the expense. Money sitting in an account could not block an attack, but equipment could help me safely acquire more stats and resources. Once everything was equipped, I ran another movement test. The leather armor did not hinder bending or turning, and the bracelet did not collide with my dagger. I recorded every increase to HP, mana, and the 4 primary stats. Low-level equipment would eventually be replaced, but today it might let me withstand one more strike or activate Soul Stealth one more time. That difference could decide whether I returned alive from my first real dungeon. Fully equipped, I had gone from a newly awakened beginner to an assassin capable of clearing a dungeon solo. All that remained was choosing my first proper dungeon. Once my full set was equipped, I opened my status screen again. Name, Lingzhua. Class, Soul Devouring Assassin. Level 1. HP, 70/130. Mana, 60 out of 120. Attack, 22. Defense, 13. Speed, 18. Spirit, 12. Talent, Soul Devour. Skill, Soul Stealth. Equipment, Phantom Dagger, Snow Fox Cap, Fire Rabbit Boots, Crimson Snake Leather Armor, Shadow Rat Bracelet, Black Cat Necklace, Madhound Belt. My 4 primary stats now totaled 75, including 22 attack. Combined with Soul Stealth, Soul Devour, and the Phantom Dagger's first strike bonus, I was confident I could handle a basic dungeon alone. I bought a few basic health and mana potions, restoring my unfilled HP and mana as I traveled. Then a verified contact request appeared on my communicator. It came from the National Hidden Class Research Institute. When the video connected, a white-haired old man introduced himself first. My surname is Fei, and I'm responsible for part of the country's hidden class research. Lingzhua, I'm contacting you to ask whether you're willing to report some of Soul Devour's and Soul Stealth's effects. Elder Fei did not ask me to display my complete status screen. He explained the terms clearly. My precise abilities were personal secrets, and I could refuse. If I provided genuine information, the country would grant resources based on its value, and the records would be accessible only to people with the appropriate clearance. I did not agree immediately. I reconsidered what I truly needed. 10,000 universal credits had already funded my initial equipment. More money and higher quality gear would certainly help, but Soul Devour's growth depended not on equipment, but on new monster species. Many dungeons were controlled by the government and other organizations. Without entry clearance, even the strongest talent would have nothing to target. If I could exchange some non-essential information for access to more dungeons, that deal suited me better than cash alone. Two facts truly needed protection. The first kill of a new species guaranteed permanent stats, and Soul Stealth had permanent duration with 0 cooldown. The first determined Soul Devour's growth ceiling. The second defined my combat style. Revealing that kills could restore HP or mana, or that Soul Stealth surpassed ordinary invisibility, would prove the class valuable without giving anyone enough information to build a complete countermeasure. I'm willing to provide some genuine effects, I said. For the reward, I don't want universal credits, and I won't specify equipment. I want access to as many dungeons as possible. Elder Fei fell silent for a moment, apparently checking some qualification. Then he proposed something far beyond my expectations. The Dragon Kingdom operated a national talent development program. It had very few full members, each receiving long-term support in resources, intelligence, and dungeon access. Elder Fei happened to hold one recommendation slot and could list me as a provisional member. I would have to earn full membership through later evaluations, but even a provisional member received B-rank dungeon clearance and a 20% discount at most government-controlled dungeons. An ordinary professional began with only D-rank clearance. B-rank would expand my available dungeons by several tiers at once. That recommendation is extremely valuable. I looked seriously at the screen. Thank you. I'm only giving you a chance to compete, Elder Fei said with a smile. If you're available now, I'll come to Lei City and complete the registration in person. Before long, we were seated in a sealed review room. Elder Fei placed a polygraph on the table, his expression turning solemn. You may choose to disclose only part of the truth, but nothing you say can be false. I nodded to show I understood. The instrument activated, its indicator remaining steady. My task was to prove my value while protecting the trump cards that truly determined my potential. First, I asked Elder Fei to specify the record's classification and who could view it. Only after confirming that it would not automatically enter the public class database or become accessible to ordinary schools and commercial organizations did I sit at the polygraph. An exchange had to begin with both sides understanding the boundaries. The government would grant me access. I would offer truthful but limited information. Neither side needed to gamble on vague promises. Once the polygraph started, I gave only 2 carefully selected pieces of information. Soul Devour activates when I kill a monster. It has a chance to restore HP or mana, improving my ability to fight continuously. Soul Stealth is an invisibility skill. Compared with ordinary stealth, it lasts longer and has a shorter cooldown. Every word was true, but I never disclosed that a first kill of a new species granted permanent stats. Nor did I reveal Soul Stealth's permanent duration and 0 cooldown. The polygraph never sounded an alarm. After recording the information, Elder Fei gave the soul-devouring assassin a very high assessment. He confirmed on the spot that his recommendation had been accepted. My communicator gained certification as a provisional member of the Dragon Kingdom's National Talent Development Program, and my dungeon clearance simultaneously rose to B rank. I thanked him again. The country produced more than 100 hidden class professionals each year, along with many ordinary professionals who awakened powerful talents. A new class was rare, but rarity alone did not make someone worthy of development. Elder Fei had given me an early chance to compete for full membership. That favor was no small thing, but whether I could turn the opportunity into strength was ultimately up to me. After leaving the review room, I followed my original plan and went to the public dungeon Arklow Forest. It was a basic dungeon for level 1 professionals and contained 12 monster species, making it ideal for accumulating my first major batch of stats. Admission normally cost 3 universal credits. With the 20% B rank discount, I paid 2.4. The dungeon hall was packed with students who had just awakened. When a four-person party saw me arrive alone, they immediately invited me to fill their fifth slot. I refused and continued toward the entrance. Someone soon called my name. The hidden class phenomenon had just appeared over Lay City, so being recognized was hardly surprising. Several party invitations appeared in succession. I closed them all. Soul Devour required me to land the kill personally. Teaming with strangers would only lower my efficiency and risk exposing the pattern behind my abilities. At the entrance, I selected easy difficulty and went in alone. I did not choose it out of fear. The first kill stats did not depend on difficulty. Soul Devour cared only whether I had killed that species before. Giving the same monster a thicker HP bar would not award more permanent stats. At this stage, the most efficient route was to encounter the greatest number of species at the lowest risk. Raising the difficulty would make more sense when I needed experience, equipment, or an evaluation score. I landed in a safe zone at the forest's outer edge. Unlike the zoo, which could be exited anywhere, Arkglow Forest allowed departure only from safe zones. Once I entered the woods, I would have to find the next safe point or fight my way back along the same route before I could leave. That was the dividing line between an introductory dungeon and a real combat dungeon. Monsters here attacked on sight, and a professional who misjudged the danger could genuinely die inside. Every year, someone confused basic with completely safe and paid for that recklessness. I checked my dagger, potions, and condition. My 130 HP and 120 mana were both full. 12 species meant 12 potential stat points, and 12 different first kills I had to secure in unfamiliar terrain. Once everything was ready, I activated Soul Stealth. Before entering the forest, I marked the entrance safe zone on my map and placed my health and mana potions where I could reach them fastest. If an area attack revealed me, my first response would be retreating to safety, not gambling on a second strike. If my mana fell too low to reserve one use of Soul Stealth, I would stop attacking. Infinite stealth existed only while I had enough resources, forgetting that could turn even the strongest skill into a reason to die. 10 mana vanished, and my body disappeared from the safe zone. I moved into the forest along the shadows, not rushing for speed, first checking the surrounding movement and my initial retreat route. This was my first real dungeon after awakening. Infinite stealth gave me an advantage, but it could not judge danger for me. If I wanted to survive long enough to nurture Soul Devour, I had to make every step secure myself. Not long after entering the woods, I spotted a fist-sized Arkglow mantis on a tree. It could not see me while I was invisible, but it seemed to sense danger. Its forelimbs rose as it kept turning. I circled the area first and confirmed there was no second monster nearby, then attacked from behind. The phantom dagger pierced its shell, and the first strike bonus activated. Damage, 18. Its HP bar instantly fell by nearly 1/5. The Arkglow mantis turned and counterattacked for 9 damage. I stabbed back for 12, then reactivated Soul Stealth and avoided its next attack. I circled behind it with the same rhythm. First strike from stealth, take 1 counterattack, follow with another stab, then vanish again. After 3 rounds, it had only 40% HP left. Once I confirmed I could finish it directly, I stopped spending mana and ended the fight with my dagger. Level 1 Arkglow mantis killed. EXP +1. Soul Devour activated. Attack +1. The entire fight cost 30 mana and 36 HP. The results showed that I could reliably solo an ordinary level 1 monster, but I was far from being able to ignore damage. I recorded the duration, damage, and recovery rate of all 3 exchanges. The Phantom Dagger raised my first strike from 12 damage to 18, a substantial benefit. But every new activation of Soul Stealth cost 10 mana. If I disappeared after every stab in pursuit of a flawless kill, my mana would empty before my HP. Against targets with different defense, I would need to decide anew how many strikes to make in each exchange. I drank a potion and continued forward under stealth. I first found a small safe zone, then a lone Arkglow centipede. Its attacks differed from the mantises, but their strength was similar. I did not repeat the entire testing process and soon killed it. Arkglow centipede killed. EXP +1. Attack +1. My experience bar rose only to 2 firsts, 000. Leveling would clearly take time, but I was in no hurry. Others needed an entire level to gain 2 stat points. I had already gained the same amount from 2 new species. The deeper I went, the denser the monsters became. I temporarily avoided 5 Arkglow bees clustered together and dealt with isolated targets first. An Arkglow scorpion gave me 1 spirit. An Arkglow bee and Arkglow rabbit each gave 1 speed, and an Arkglow fox added another 1 spirit. When I killed another Arc-Glow Mantis, Soul Devour also rewarded a gray Arc-Glow bracelet with speed +1. It was inferior to my blue bracelet, but could be consigned for 1 universal credit. That proved Soul Devour's random rewards included not only recovery and materials, but equipment as well. A continuous ring of safe zones separated the forest's outer and inner regions. Professionals could leave from here or continue deeper. By the time I reached it, I had secured first kills on 6 new monster species. I had no reason to stop. I crossed the safe zone into the inner region. Monsters here often traveled in groups. After a long search, I found a lone Arc-Glow squirrel and gained 1 spirit from killing it. Continuing to search only for isolated targets would cost too much time. I checked my current mana and attack and quickly changed my plan. Soul Stealth had no cooldown, and the Phantom Dagger increased my first strike damage. As long as I calculated my mana and retreat routes, a monster group did not mean I could not force a single target kill. From now on, I would enter their groups and choose my targets proactively. That did not mean fighting the whole group head-on. I would lock onto a monster at the formation's edge and change direction immediately after appearing, using the time the others needed to turn and search to prepare my next strike. As long as fewer than 3 targets could hit me at once, crowding might actually reduce their pursuit efficiency as they obstructed one another. True failure meant remaining at the center of the encirclement after my mana was exhausted. After changing strategies, I recalled the monster locations along my route and selected 3 Arc-Glow Badgers traveling together. My attack had risen to 24. Unless an ordinary monster had exceptional defense, roughly 5 first strikes from stealth would empty its HP bar. Including my final retreat, about 60 mana would be enough for 1 forced kill. I crept close to the outermost badger, emerged with the first stab, and immediately vanished again. All 3 badgers turned at once, but could not find their attacker. I shifted to the opposite side and struck again, giving my target no time to track or counterattack. After 5 rounds, my chosen Arc-Glow Badger fell, while the other 2 continued spinning around in confusion. They lunged several times toward the sound, but I had already approached again from the opposite side. I reduced every appearance to the span of a single stab, preventing the 3 targets from ever coordinating an attack. On the final round, I deliberately kept 20 mana in reserve so I could activate Soul Stealth twice after the kill and avoid being trapped if Soul Devour did not immediately restore mana. Arc-Glow Badger killed. EXP +1. Attack +1. I retreated under stealth, refilled my mana, then targeted a troop of Arc-Glow monkeys. This time, 7 companions surrounded my target. Their greater numbers did not change my method. If they could not maintain a lock on me, they could not turn that numerical advantage into effective attacks. I killed 1 Arc-Glow monkey, gained 1 speed, and immediately left. I had now secured first kills on all 9 ordinary monster species in Arc-Glow Forest. The remaining Arc-Glow Snake, Arc-Glow Bear, and Arc-Glow Tiger were elite monsters that generally traveled alone in the deeper forest. I encountered an Arc-Glow Snake first. No other monsters were nearby. I struck from stealth behind it, but dealt only 12 damage, barely lowering its HP bar. At that rate, the fight would require at least 15 first strikes, and I could not afford to spend all my mana on stealth. The snake counterattacked for 10 damage. I changed to trading 2 attacks for 1 hit. Open from stealth, add 1 frontal stab, then vanish before its second attack landed. By draining HP and mana together, my total recovery time would actually be shorter than completely emptying either resource. When the fight ended, I had only 4130 HP and 50 to 150 mana left. Level 1 Elite Arc-Glow Snake killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Attack +2. An elite first kill granted twice the permanent stats of an ordinary monster. My attack rose to 27, which also meant the coming fights would be faster. I drank potions and continued searching for an Arc-Glow Bear. Heavy impacts echoed through the woods. Following them, I found a brown bear repeatedly ramming a tree. There were no other monsters nearby, so I waited at a safe distance for full recovery, then attacked from behind. My first strike from stealth dealt only 3 damage, and a normal attack just 2. The Arc-Glow Bear turned slowly, but 1 swipe removed 12 HP. High HP, high defense, and powerful attacks. Trading blows directly would never work. I immediately used Soul Stealth to disengage and observe from beyond its attack range. The Arc-Glow Bear returned to the tree, moving along a slow, fixed path. Its true weakness was not a stat, it was its speed and turning rate. That swipe had also reminded me that 12 was merely the normal damage of a successful hit. If it knocked me down and followed up, my loss would far exceed that single number. The Arc Glow Bear charged in straight lines and briefly stalled after striking a tree. The system did not mark it as a weakness, but it was a genuine opening created by the environment. To kill it, I had to use the terrain, not compare HP bars. I tested several rhythms in succession. In a direct exchange, I could attack twice for every blow from the Arc Glow Bear. I dealt 4 damage while losing 12 HP. Circling behind under stealth earned me 1 extra stab, but its counterattack after turning still exceeded my output. Spending all my mana on first strikes would not empty its HP before I had to disengage and recover. After several unprofitable tests, I withdrew from combat. The Arc Glow Bear soon recovered and resumed ramming the tree before it. That movement gave me the answer. It was powerful but did not navigate around obstacles. The forest itself offered ready-made cover. Once fully recovered, I attacked from stealth again and immediately circled behind the tree. The Arc Glow Bear pursued and brought down its claws, but the blow landed on the trunk. I darted out from the other side, stabbed it, and instantly repositioned. When one tree broke, I moved to the next. If an attack was truly unavoidable, I used Soul Stealth to evade. Each stab dealt only 2 or 3 damage, making the process slow, but I no longer had to trade HP with it. I never used the same tree too long. Every collision cracked the trunk. Waiting until my cover collapsed before moving might let the branches block my escape. I always repositioned before its second impact, allowing the next tree to absorb its frontal force. Dozens of tiny hits accumulated little by little, turning the fight from a contest of stats into a test of patience. After destroying several trees, the Arc Glow Bear finally ran out of HP. Level 1 Elite Arc Glow Bear killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Defense +2. A gray Arc Glow cloth armor with defense +1 also appeared beside the corpse. I kept my Crimson Snake leather armor equipped and stored the new item in my inventory. Of the 12 monster species, only the Arc Glow Tiger remained. I crossed the second ring-shaped safe zone into the core region and soon found one patrolling alone. My first strike from stealth dealt 18 damage. Its counterattack dealt only 7, but it was clearly faster than the previous 2 elites. That pursuit speed would trouble other professionals. Against me, it had nothing to chase once I disappeared. The sounds of combat drew 3 more of its kind. I landed the final blow before they arrived, then left under Soul Stealth. Level 1 Elite Arc Glow Tiger killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Speed +2. I had now secured first kills on all 9 ordinary and 3 elite species. My original objective was complete, but I kept walking toward the forest's deepest point. If elite first kills gave 2 stat points, the dungeon boss might grant even more. Soul Stealth also gave me the ability to disengage at any time. It was at least worth identifying the boss species and combat mechanics. A small hill stood at the center of the core region, guarded at its foot by 8 Arc Glow Tigers. I slipped through the line unseen and found the Arc Glow Tiger King at the summit. It had been lying on the ground. As if sensing something nearby, it abruptly stood and searched the area. I neither moved nor attacked. Unable to find me, it raised its head and roared. That was more than intimidation. All 8 Arc Glow Tigers at the foot of the hill immediately changed direction, proving the boss could summon its guards without locking onto an enemy. If I appeared now, I would face 9 speed-type targets within moments. Even if Soul Stealth let me escape, any area collision might reveal me again. The 8 guards below immediately charged toward the summit. The Tiger King did not need to see its enemy to call its guards. That mechanic made forcing a one-on-one battle more complicated. Instead of retreating immediately, I approached before the guards arrived. Since I was already here, I would at least obtain its true defense, attack, and HP data before deciding whether I could secure this first kill. Before the 8 guards reached the summit, I stabbed the Tiger King from behind. Damage, 9. Its HP bar fell by less than 1/20th, meaning its total HP was high, but its defense was not as extreme as the Arc Glow Bear's. The Tiger King turned and struck me for 11 damage. Both its speed and attack exceeded an ordinary Arc Glow Tiger's. Once I had the basic data, I immediately used Soul Stealth and disengaged. The Arc Glow Tiger King was an all-around enhanced, speed-type boss. Alone, I could trade 2 attacks for 1 hit and empty its HP first. The real problem was its 8 summon guards. I had enough mana to force kill 1 target, but not enough to sustain the combined pressure of the boss and 8 elites. There was only one solution: clear the guards first, then return for the duel. I waited for my HP and mana to recover, then targeted the Arc Glow Tigers around the perimeter one at a time. Every time, I repeatedly struck the same target from stealth, killed it, and immediately relocated. The 8 guards could not maintain a lock on my position and could only search the foot of the hill and surrounding woods again and again. The guards stayed close together, so I did not attack in a fixed order. Whenever one stood at the outside with a gap between it and its companions, that one received my next round of damage. If a roar from the Tiger King made them regroup, I paused and waited for their formation to spread again. The key to a forced kill was not stabbing fast, but ensuring that only my current target could touch me the instant I appeared. Clearing them took considerable time, while Soul Devour supplied additional rewards. I received 20 restored mana, an Arc Glow Tiger Hide, and items including gray Arc Glow cloth shoes. By the time the last guard fell, I had returned to full condition. I climbed the hill again. The Arc Glow Tiger King raised its head and roared as before. This time, nothing below answered. I emerged behind it and struck for 9 damage. The Tiger King countered for 11. I added a frontal stab for 6 damage, then vanished before its second swipe landed. The rest of the fight settled into a steady cycle. Opening from stealth and changing positions, I continuously ground down its HP while controlling my HP and mana costs so neither emptied early. The Tiger King lunged at empty space again and again, its roars growing more frantic, but no guards remained to change the outcome. After every 2 cycles, I checked my remaining resources again. If my HP fell too quickly, I reduced the follow-up strikes. If my mana neared the warning line, I accepted 1 predictable claw strike and saved an activation of Soul Stealth. The tactic was not a rigid 2 attacks for 1 hit, but constant adjustment between 2 resources, ensuring I still had enough left to disengage when the Tiger King reached 0. When it had only a sliver of HP left, I did not relax early. I waited for its lunge to miss, appeared behind and to one side, and drove my dagger into a vital point. Level 1 boss Arc Glow Tiger King killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 3. Tiger King Battle Boots acquired. As expected, a first boss kill granted 3 stat points, and Soul Devour also rewarded purple gear directly. Tiger King Battle Boots, purple. Speed plus 6. Effect, movement speed plus 50% while out of combat. Level requirement, 1. The effect did not increase my damage directly, but it suited me perfectly. Under Soul Stealth, I spent most of my time out of combat, so 50% faster movement would greatly shorten exploration, repositioning, and retreat. The Tiger King Battle Boots also provided 2 more speed than my Fire Rabbit Boots, so I equipped them immediately. The Tiger King itself dropped nothing else, creating only a temporary safe zone beside its corpse. Perhaps the purple reward had consumed enough of my luck, but every objective was complete. I entered the safe zone and left the dungeon. Back at the entrance, my HP and mana were both near the warning line, and the people nearby could naturally see my condition. I offered no explanation and walked away. They saw only the resources I had spent. They did not know I had personally secured first kills on all 12 monster species and the final boss. My permanent stat gains from Arc Glow Forest far exceeded expectations. 9 ordinary species granted 9 points. 3 elites gave 6, and the final boss added another 3, for a total of 18. I also obtained purple Tiger King Battle Boots, 3 gray items, and several materials. The run awarded 45 EXP in total. That seemed insignificant beside the stat growth, but it confirmed another rule. Ordinary monsters, elites, and bosses granted different experience, and Soul Devour's first kill stats also rose with threat level. In future dungeons, I could not merely count species. I had to distinguish target tiers. A high-risk boss might bring 3 stat points and high-quality equipment at once, making it worth reserving my full condition for the encounter. I went to the exchange hall first and disposed of the items I did not need. The materials sold for 1.2 universal credits, the 3 gray items for 3.1, and I consigned the replaced Fire Rabbit Boots at 130 credits. Demand for low-level equipment was high immediately after Awakening Day. At a reasonable price, they should sell quickly. After returning to my cramped apartment, I nearly fell straight onto the bed. My body did not feel tired in the traditional sense, but prolonged combat had exhausted my concentration. I forced myself to check the full status screen once, ensuring I had recorded every increase and item correctly. Name, Lingzhua. Class, Soul Devouring Assassin. Level, 1, EXP, 45/1000. HP, 150/150. Mana, 150/150. Attack, 27, 16 base, 11 from equipment. Defense, 15, 9 base, 6 from equipment. Speed, 28, 20 base, 8 from equipment. Spirit, 15, 9 base, 6 from equipment. Talent, Soul Devour. Skill, Soul Stealth. Equipment, Phantom Dagger, Tiger King Battle Boots, Snow Fox Cap, Crimson Snake Leather Armor, Shadow Rat Bracelet, Black Cat Necklace, Mad Hound Belt. My 4 primary stats now totaled 85. Even without equipment, my base total was 54, while an ordinary professional at level 10 usually had only 40 to 45. I was still level 1, and Soul Devour's growth had barely begun. However, progression dungeons could not be farmed without limit. Dragon Kingdom regulations allowed each professional only 1 entry per day. Introductory dungeons such as the Zoo did not count, and unstable frontier dungeons were also exempt, but the latter required at least B-rank clearance and carried far greater risk of death. The entry limit was practical. A professional's body recovered quickly, but mental focus still declined. If I had to fight another battle of equal intensity immediately, I could move, but my judgment would not be as reliable as when I first entered. School would remain closed tomorrow, giving newly awakened professionals time to learn their abilities. Only 2 level 1 national dungeons were available to me. 9-story tower contained 9 floors, each with 1 monster species, and required C-rank clearance. Verdant Grasslands was 1 broad region containing 8 mixed monster species and also required C-rank clearance. Without Elder Phase recommendation, my D-rank access would not even let me enter. Now that I held B-rank clearance, both were open to me at a 20% discount. I barely needed to compare their difficulty. To Soul Devour, the number of new species was the most direct reward. 9-story tower had 1 more than Verdant Grasslands, and its floor structure made it easier to confirm first kills 1 level at a time. 9-story tower had another advantage. Each floor held only 1 primary monster, making the rhythm of killing, recovering, and advancing easier to control. The Grasslands had only 1 fewer species, but mixing all 8 in 1 region made it easier to draw multiple groups while searching. My abilities favored choosing the order of engagement. 9-story tower's structure amplified that strength. Tomorrow's objective was settled, 9-story tower. As for frontier dungeons, I would enter once my stats and real combat ability improved further. Greater danger also meant many species I had never encountered. But until I truly possessed the necessary strength, treating the future too casually would only get me killed. I closed the screen and set an alarm. Before school resumed the day after tomorrow, I had 1 full progression dungeon entry left. I could not waste it. When I woke the next morning, the Fire Rabbit boots had sold for 130 credits. After the 1% transaction fee, I received 128.7. I restocked health and mana potions, then went straight to 9-story tower. Seeing how young I was, the entrance attendant first warned me that the dungeon required C-rank clearance. I scanned my communicator, the B-rank badge lit up, and the gate opened. Once she verified my clearance, she let me through without further objection. 9-story tower's lobby was much quieter than a public dungeon. I selected easy difficulty and solo mode, teleported before an enclosed tower, and activated Soul Stealth before entering the first floor. The first floor held swarms of floating fireflies. Each was fragile but highly resistant to magic, and attacking anyone would draw every other firefly on the floor. An ordinary party generally had to withstand the entire swarm and wipe it out to advance. I located the entrance to the second floor first, then attacked an isolated firefly. My first strike from stealth dealt 24 damage, and a few more stabs finished it. Level 1 firefly killed. EXP +1. Spirit +1. The moment its body fell, every distant point of light converged on the spot. I was already invisible again. While they searched the empty ground, I walked between them and entered the second floor. The monsters here were earth tortoises. Their attack and speed were low, but their defense approached an arc-glow bears. Their blows barely threatened me, so I stayed in their turning blind spot and attacked continuously. The process was slow, but I secured the first kill without incident. Earth tortoise killed. Defense +1. The third floor's fur rats were fast and gave me 1 speed. The fourth floor's exploding quill hedgehogs had high attack and gave 1 attack. The fifth floor's bobbing ducks added 1 spirit. The sixth floor's boxing kangaroos added 1 attack, and the well-balanced mountain deer on the 7th floor added 1 defense. These ordinary monsters had different mechanics, but none could maintain a lock on Soul Stealth. The stats accumulated through previous fights were also creating a clear gap. Apart from the earth tortoise, none required much time to solve. The 8th floor held the elite Gale Leopard. Its speed far surpassed ordinary monsters, but it still could not attack a target that had vanished. I controlled the rhythm of my first strikes, killed it, and gained 2 speed. Across 8 floors, I killed each species only once and went upstairs as soon as my condition recovered. That secured Soul Devour stats without gaining so much experience that I reached level 2 early. Every floor's exit required at least 1 effective kill in the current area, so I could not remain invisible and simply walk through the tower. Fortunately, the rule did not demand a full clear. I kept each battle to the minimum. Observe the mechanic. Select the monster farthest from its group, secure the first kill, and leave immediately. By the end of the 8th floor, I had hardly touched my potions and still held emergency mana in reserve. The 9th floor contained only 1 monster. The Talon Eagle King perched high overhead, wings folded and talons locked around a beam near the tower's roof. It was 9-story tower's final boss, and the first flying enemy I had faced since awakening. My dagger had no ranged capability, and soul stealth could not make me fly. As long as it remained airborne, I could not even touch it with my first strike. The stats from the previous 8 floors could not directly solve that problem. No amount of attack mattered if I could not reach the target, and no amount of speed let me chase a shadow through the air. The Talon Eagle King exposed the first clear gap in my abilities, not inadequate numbers, but an entire missing dimension of combat. I did not carelessly break stealth. First, I observed the 9th floor's height, possible footholds, and the routes the Eagle King might take when diving. To secure this first kill, I had to make it descend on its own and deny it any chance to regain distance. The 9th floor held no other monsters and offered no passage up to the beam. My only choice was to reveal myself and lure the Talon Eagle King down. I walked into the open and beckoned provocatively. The Eagle King shrieked, spread its wings, and immediately dived from above. I moved sideways to evade its talons, but it turned more sharply in the air than expected and still hit me. Damage taken, 13. My defense had already risen several times, yet it still dealt that much. Its attack was clearly high. While it skimmed the floor, I stabbed back for 10 damage, lowering its HP by more than 5%. High attack, high speed, low defense. That was the type I handled best. The only risk was that it might fly back up after losing aggro, so I could not wait for long periods as I had against the Tiger King. The Eagle King lunged again. I activated Soul Stealth just before its talons hit, making the attack miss, then adjusted by 1 step and emerged to strike before it could climb. Damage, 15. That hit pulled it back into melee. Whenever it prepared to attack, I briefly disappeared, evaded the damage, and immediately emerged with another stab. New attacks kept drawing its attention, denying it enough time to return to the beam. My mana steadily declined, while the Eagle King's HP dropped section by section. After its final dive missed, I stabbed a vital point from the side. It beat its wings in a struggle, but never left the ground again. I could not stretch the intervals between stealth activations. 1 complete wing beat might carry it back to the beam, after which my earlier damage would recover when it left combat. I would rather accept an occasional graze when safe than lose aggro and melee range. It finally reached finishing range when I had only enough mana for 2 more uses of Soul Stealth. Level 1 boss Talon Eagle King killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 3. Talon Bracelet acquired. 9-story tower's 9 first kills granted me 12 permanent stat points in total. 7 from 7 ordinary species, 2 from the Gale Leopard, and 3 from the Talon Eagle King. The boss also rewarded another piece of purple gear. Talon Bracelet, purple. Attack plus 3. Speed plus 3. Effect, greatly increases jumping ability. Level requirement, 1. It offered 2 more total stats than my Shadow Rat Bracelet, and its effect might help cover my weakness against airborne enemies. I equipped it immediately and tested a jump from a safe position. The instant my legs pushed off, I nearly shot straight to the tower's roof. Both height and upward speed far exceeded a normal jump, and only after reaching the apex did I begin to fall freely. The effect could not suspend me in the air or change my direction while descending, but with a calculated landing point, I could indeed reach a flying monster's attack altitude. I separately tested standing, running, and lateral jumps. The height increase remained nearly identical, but horizontal distance carried over my pre-jump speed. It could therefore counter flying enemies and cross-ground obstacles. The weakness was my inability to stop in midair. If I chose the wrong direction at takeoff, I could only wait to land. I had to remember that limitation inside real dungeons. The Talon Eagle King dropped nothing else, creating only a temporary exit zone beside its body. I did not remain to grind experience and left immediately. For now, I needed to stay at level 1 as long as possible. Many dungeons across the country admitted only level 1 professionals. Once I reached level 2, their new species would be unavailable forever. Avoiding repeat kills slowed my leveling, but it traded a short-term 2-point level bonus for far more permanent stats over time. Once I had taken full advantage of level 1 progression dungeons, I could enter frontier dungeons without daily limits and level rapidly there. Back in Lay City, I listed my replaced Shadow Rat bracelet at the exchange hall, then returned home to organize my 9-story tower notes. I had used today's dungeon entry, and school would reassign classes tomorrow. It was time to see how the curriculum changed after awakening. On my way back to school, my classmate Ran Rue caught up and said he had awakened as a mage. He wanted to party with me in Arkglow Forest over the weekend. I don't join parties. I refused directly. I could not reveal Soul Devour's mechanics, and I had no reason to give him false expectations with an ambiguous answer. Ran Rue stopped outside the school gate while I continued toward the athletic field. Awakening had changed how my classmates saw me. In the past, everyone had gone their own way. Now some tried to ingratiate themselves, while others whispered from a distance about my low HP after entering a dungeon alone. I offered no explanation and certainly would not tell them it was the cost of killing the final boss. A boy named Jin Shochi approached me, held out his hand, and said we were the same kind of person and should become friends. I did not respond. He did not get angry. He simply withdrew his hand and waited quietly beside me. Principal Xiao Honyun took the stage and began speaking. His promised few words lasted an age. Only when the excitement on the field had nearly been worn away did he announce the official arrangements. Life classes would be divided according to type. Combat classes would undergo 2 evaluations and be placed according to their results. The first was an arena match. The second was a school dungeon. The teacher emphasized that placement would consider more than who won fastest. The school would also record ability type, decisions made under pressure, and injuries sustained. High scorers would enter classes with concentrated resources and receive priority for school-organized dungeon slots. If I intended to stay on the school's track, this performance would directly affect the next 6 months. If I ultimately chose independent study, it would at least prove I was not leaving to escape the curriculum. The arena prevented real death and declared defeat once an HP bar emptied. This test would also suppress all equipment, retaining only base stats, talents, and skills so the school could judge everyone's fundamental combat strength. When the trial began, I was transported to a private arena. A training dummy stood at the center with all 4 public stats set to 5, totaling 20. It was the standard opponent an ordinary beginner could handle. I did not activate Soul Stealth. After 9-story tower, my base stats already far exceeded the test standard. While continuing to conceal my true skill, speed and attack alone would be enough. I sprinted from the starting point to the dummy and threw 2 consecutive punches. Damage, 28. Damage, 22. Its HP bar emptied instantly before it could complete its first counterattack. The arena dissolved, and I returned to the real athletic field. The timekeeper stared for a moment before announcing my result. Ling Zhua victory. 3 seconds. I had used no equipment, no soul stealth, and revealed none of Soul Devour's precise mechanics. I had simply converted 2 days of accumulated stats into the most direct result possible. Of those 3 seconds, only the final instant had been spent attacking. The rest was the approach from the starting line. Speed put me in range first, and attack made 2 punches sufficient. Raising only one of those stats would not have produced such a clean result. Soul Devour did not give me one ultimate move, but a fundamental advantage created by accumulation across all 4 primary stats. When I returned to the field, the other students were still inside their arenas. Only my name appeared on the public board. First place, Ling Zhua, 3 seconds. Several minutes later, the second student returned. Xia Juanxi paused when he saw the time. Then his name appeared below mine. Second place, Xia Juanxi, 8 seconds. 8 seconds already broke most previous records at Lay City High School. He had awakened as an ordinary warrior but possessed Berserk, a talent normally found among the hidden class Berserker. As other students returned, the teachers quickly retrieved his combat record. The public footage clearly displayed the boosts to strength and speed while Berserk was active. My 3 seconds offered far less to analyze. On screen, I simply ran forward and threw 2 punches. Some guessed that Soul Devour directly raised attack. Others thought Soul Stealth might enhance speed. No one could extract an accurate answer from the trial. After Jin Shochi returned, he came to congratulate me again. I still said nothing, yet he seemed completely unembarrassed. He laughed to himself and stood aside. Once everyone finished, the teacher announced an additional public duel. The contestants were Xia Juanxi and me, the top two scorers. The rules remained an equipment-free arena battle using only base stats. This was not part of the scheduled assessment, and the result would not replace our 3-second and 8-second scores. The teacher wanted to see whether the two top performers could use their abilities reliably against thinking opponents. If Xia Juanxi's Berserk forced me to reveal my skill, the school would obtain more class information. If I won through base stats alone, I could keep my trump cards hidden. The invitation surprised me, but I did not refuse. The school wanted to show the other students the gap, and Xia Juanxi admitted to my face that he would probably lose. He merely wanted to know how wide that gap truly was. Some gaps are better left unmeasured, I warned him. That clearly ignited his fighting spirit. The match began. Crimson energy rose around Xia Juanxi, simultaneously increasing his speed and strength. That was Berserk. Awakening such a talent as an ordinary warrior truly made him luckier than most beginners. But what I had gained across 3 dungeons was not one temporary enhancement. It was a growing body of permanent stats. I charged him head-on. When Xia Juanxi realized I remained far faster, he immediately raised his weapon in both hands and began charging his starting skill, Charge Slash. Before the skill was ready, the movement had already exposed its weakness. Berserk enhanced his offense, but did not erase the charge time. If I closed in now, he had to choose between abandoning the skill and taking my attack. He continued charging, evidently hoping one high-damage hit would overcome the speed gap. But an arena battle did not require both sides to stand still and wait for a skill. I was fast enough to cross the remaining distance before the red light fully gathered. If my first punch interrupted him, no amount of strength from Berserk could become damage. I did not slow down, and I did not use Soul Stealth. The distance vanished in an instant. Xia Juanxi's Charge Slash was nearly formed, but my fist had already entered range. By the time Xia Juanxi raised his weapon to charge, I was already in front of him. My first punch interrupted the motion. The second emptied his remaining HP. The arena gave his Charged Slash no time to finish, and his figure dissolved. Your defense can't keep up with your attack, I said to the empty spot, identifying the key to the fight. Back on the field, the public screen replayed the battle. Berserk and Charge Slash looked impressive, but speed, attack, and skill startup time had decided the outcome. Xia Juanxi never hit me, and Soul Stealth remained concealed. The surrounding gasps continued for a while. I did not bask in them. After accumulating dozens of extra stat points, defeating a classmate who had just awakened was not an achievement worth boasting about. Nearby, Ran Rue approached Xia Juanxi and analyzed that assassins generally had high attack and speed, but low defense. He thought Xia might touch me if he attacked immediately instead of charging. He also pointed out that Real combat allowed equipment, and the Xia family's resources could narrow the gap further. Xia Juanxi rejected Ran Rue's attempt to belittle my background, but approved of his willingness to consider tactics. He invited Ran Rue into his party on the spot and promised a full set of blue equipment as a joining gift. Ran Rue immediately accepted. Their public conversation confirmed at least one fact. The two would operate as permanent teammates from now on. After the unscheduled duel, the placement trial moved to its second stage. A school dungeon differed from an ordinary one. To allow teachers and every student to enter together, it had no level limit or party size cap. Such teaching dungeons were rare, and schools across different regions connected to the same group of stable spaces. Ours was called Rainbow Bridge. The teacher put every combat class student into one party, selected easy difficulty, and transported us together. The large party mode prevented students from damaging one another, but kill ownership was still based on contribution. The teachers repeatedly stressed that anyone falling from a bridge would be returned to the safe zone by dungeon protection, but their assessment would end immediately. If a target proved unmanageable, students should call the teacher assigned to that bridge first and never block a classmate's retreat for points. When my vision returned, I stood in an enormous open area. 7 long bridges of different colors stretched ahead in parallel, each leading to a separate region. The teacher began explaining the rules, but I had already seized on something more important. Rainbow Bridge contained 7 final bosses. Ordinary students needed to choose a bridge, coordinate with teammates, and complete the evaluation safely. To me, those 7 bosses also represented 7 Soul Devour first kills. Based on the established pattern, each might grant 3 permanent stat points. If the dungeon mechanics let me reach all 7, the gains from this school trial might exceed 9 story towers. But the normal route required returning to the starting point before changing bridges. All 7 bridges were long. Running alone might leave enough time to complete only one or two. The bosses were there. The true limitation was not combat strength, but travel time. Unless I solved that, 7 first kills would remain nothing more than a temptation on the map. I did not move yet. I waited until the teacher finished explaining the routes, scoring, and safety rules. First kills mattered, but I could not sacrifice the trial result. To obtain both, I first had to determine whether the 7 bridges locked each other out, and whether I could change direction after leaving one. The teacher explained Rainbow Bridge's rules again. Each bridge held one monster species and a corresponding boss at its far end. An ordinary kill awarded 1 point and a boss 100. When several people contributed, points were divided according to contribution. Bridge length, width, and monster population scaled with the total number of entrants. Teachers went to each bridge to conduct rescues. Students could form parties freely and choose the most suitable route. Equipment effects functioned normally during the dungeon trial, giving a clear advantage to students from well-funded families who had already completed their gear sets. While everyone else was still forming parties, I activated Soul Stealth, equipped the Tiger King battle boots, and raced toward the Green Bridge. Its monsters were green-leaf dragonflies, highly resistant to magic, fast-moving, and average in attack and defense. They were unfriendly to mages, but ideal for me. The bridge had expanded tremendously in both width and length to accommodate everyone. Even at full speed, I ran a while before encountering the first isolated target. My first strike from stealth dealt 32 damage. Its counterattack could not even penetrate my defense, and I quickly secured the first kill. Level 1 Greenleaf Dragonfly killed. EXP +1. Spirit +1. The live rankings immediately gave me 1 kill point. I did not clear more ordinary monsters. Remaining invisible and out of combat, I used the Tiger King battle boots movement bonus and ran straight to the bridge's end. After a long run, a much larger Greenleaf Dragonfly appeared. The Dragonfly King had 5 ordinary guards. I did not clear them first, because their attacks could no longer penetrate my defense. I approached the boss and emerged with a strike for 21 damage, lowering its HP by roughly 1/10. The Dragonfly King's counterattack cost me only 3 HP. Even all 5 guards closing in at once could not change the exchange. I stopped wasting mana on constant disappearances and endured the siege while concentrating damage on the boss. Only once its HP entered finishing range did I use Soul Stealth to avoid a combined attack, reposition, and end the fight. Each guard could inflict only the minimum force damage, and even the Dragonfly King dealt just 3. Rather than repeatedly pay 10 mana to evade everything, I absorbed controlled losses with HP and saved Soul Stealth for the moment all 6 targets attacked together. A stat advantage improved efficiency only when converted into a better resource exchange. Level 1 Boss Greenleaf Dragonfly King killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Spirit +3. Dragonfly Crown acquired. My trial score jumped from 1 to 101. Then I inspected the new purple item. Dragonfly Crown, purple. Spirit +6. Effect: allows brief gliding through the air. Level requirement: 1. Gliding alone seemed more like a mobility aid, but I had 2 other effects in the same category. The Tiger King battle boots increased out-of-combat movement speed, while the Talon bracelet greatly enhanced jumping. Acceleration. Jump. Glide. First, I tested the 3 pieces separately. The Tiger King boots accelerated me only out of combat. After takeoff, the Talon bracelet determined my initial height. The Dragonfly Crown slowed my descent rather than creating thrust. The 3 effects had to link in that order. If any step came early or late, I might lack horizontal distance. Combined, they might carry me across the gap between bridges. The normal route required returning to the initial safe zone before changing bridges. If I could glide sideways directly, I would eliminate most travel time. I equipped the Dragonfly Crown and walked to the center of the Green Bridge. Before trying the idea for real, I needed one test within the bridge's boundaries where failure would not eject me from the dungeon. I backed up along the Green Bridge, sprinted at full speed in the Tiger King battle boots, then used the Talon bracelet's power to leap high into the air. At the apex, I activated the Dragonfly Crown. My fall immediately slowed, carrying me far in the direction of my momentum. I continued gradually losing altitude, but the 3 items had indeed combined into a controllable short glide. I deactivated the effect, landed securely on the bridge, and recalculated the distance between the Green Bridge and the neighboring Cyan Bridge. It was enough. This time, I backed much farther from the edge, sprinted, jumped, and glided through the air. Below lay a bottomless dungeon void. If I had misjudged the distance, The school's rescue mechanism might save my life, but my trial would unquestionably end. I made no midair adjustment. The cyan bridge rapidly expanded beneath my feet until it entered my landing range. I folded the glide, bent my knees to absorb the impact, and successfully landed on the next bridge. The landing was not easy. Gliding slowed my descent, but could not erase my forward momentum. I rushed several more steps before regaining balance. If I landed near an edge, that inertia might send me straight off again. For future crossings, I had to target the bridge's center rather than merely calculate whether I could touch it. The cross-bridge route worked. The school could track student positions through communicators, so my repeated lateral movement would inevitably be noticed. But while my talent and item screens remained private, others would learn only that I possessed long-duration stealth and some crossing ability. They could not reconstruct Soul Devour's full mechanics from that. I did not stay on the cyan bridge. I crossed to the other side and jumped again, this time toward the blue bridge. The Azure Sky Serpents and Blue Water Rhinos both specialized in defense and would take longer to handle. I planned to raise my stats against the first 4 low defense bosses before returning for them. My third glide carried me onto the purple bridge. Repeated crossings confirmed that the equipment effects had no additional cooldown, but I had to leave combat before each run-up. If I alerted monsters immediately after landing, the Tiger King Boot's 50% bonus would not activate, sharply shortening my next jump. I therefore stayed under Soul Stealth after every landing, avoided monster groups, and selected a sufficiently long runway. The Violet Panthers here were fast, powerful, and poorly defended, the type I suppressed best. Invisible, I located an isolated one, checked the distances around it, and drew my dagger. The live leaderboard still displayed my kill points. Spending so long traveling might have allowed parties grinding ordinary monsters to pass me, but that did not matter. An ordinary monster was worth 1 point. A boss was worth 100. Once the next settlement appeared, the efficiency of my route would show in the score. The isolated Violet Panther lasted only a few exchanges. Level 1 Violet Panther killed. EXP +1. Speed +1. I did not grind more monsters on the bridge and ran directly to the end. The Violet Panther King waited there with 4 ordinary panthers. My first strike from stealth dealt 21 damage. The Panther King immediately countered for 13, while all 4 guards surrounded me and dealt 1 damage per attack. They could finally penetrate my defense, but the boss remained the primary threat. I had no intention of enduring a 5-target siege. I switched to the Soul Stealth loop. Whenever the Panther King locked onto me, I vanished, repositioned, and used another first strike to lower its HP. The guards could not predict where I would appear next, dismantling their numerical advantage. Level 1 boss Violet Panther King killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Attack +1. Speed +2. Panther King Battle Boots acquired. For the first time, a boss's 3 stat points were divided among different attributes. The new purple item was even more useful in actual combat. Panther King Battle Boots. Purple. Speed +6. Effect. Attack speed +10%. Level requirement, 1. They had the same base speed as the Tiger King Battle Boots, but a different effect. I decided to wear the Panther King Boots in combat for faster attacks, then switch back to the Tiger King Boots for travel and bridge crossings. Equipment could be changed only out of combat, meaning I could not swap boots while a boss's claw was already coming down. Before reaching a bridge's end, I had to choose my pair in advance and restore the mobility setup after battle. I saved the 2 configurations separately so the wrong equipment would not disrupt my entire movement chain in an emergency. After settlement, my score reached 202. Using repeated glides, I crossed the blue, cyan, green, and yellow bridges before stopping on the orange one. Orange glow monkeys had high attack, but an ordinary first kill posed little risk now. I killed one for 1 attack, then ran directly to the bridge's end. The orange glow monkey king crouched there with ordinary guards. I equipped the Panther King Boots and used Soul Stealth to dismantle its attack rhythm. Every heavy punch struck only the place where I had just appeared. Repeated first strikes and faster attacks rapidly lowered its HP to 0. Level 1 boss Orange Glow Monkey King killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Attack +3. Orange Glow Belt acquired. Orange Glow Belt, purple. Attack +3. Defense +3. Effect, bonus attack +3. Level requirement, 1. There were no complicated conditions, just another 3 attack. Both the base stats and effect clearly surpassed my Madhound belt, so I equipped it immediately. After changing belts, I tested the difference on an ordinary orange glow monkey. The same first strike from the same position dealt visibly more damage, proving bonus attack participated in later damage calculations instead of merely appearing on the screen. The next Red Flame Horse King was also an offensive boss, so this immediate improvement would directly shorten my exposure to its counterattacks. One boss kill had granted 3 permanent attack, while the equipment added another significant stretch of combat power. As the Orange Glow Monkey King fell, my score rose to 303. Next came the Red Bridge. Its Red Flame horses also favored speed and offense, making them perfect targets for my newly improved attack. I glided onto the Red Bridge, killed one Red Flame horse for 1 attack, then raced toward the Horse King's territory. The Red Flame Horse King had slightly higher defense than the Monkey King, but it still could not withstand my current damage. I used Soul Stealth to evade its direct charge and repeatedly emerged behind and to the side as it turned. The fight did not last long before the 4th boss fell. Level 1 boss Red Flame Horse King killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 2. Speed plus 1. Red Flame Dagger acquired. Red Flame Dagger, purple. Attack plus 6. Damage dealt plus 10%. Level requirement, 1. Its base attack was 1 point higher than the Phantom Daggers, and the 10% damage bonus applied to every attack. But Soul Stealth let me repeatedly trigger the Phantom Dagger's 50% first strike bonus, producing clearly greater practical value. I stored the Red Flame Dagger to sell after leaving the dungeon. Against a target that prevented stealth or required sustained frontal attacks, the Red Flame Dagger might be more reliable. In Rainbow Bridge, most bosses could not stop Soul Stealth, so the Phantom Dagger remained my primary weapon. I did not hastily replace one purple item with another. I recorded each item's applicable scenario. Equipment strength had to be compared within a tactic. I had cleared the 4 low defense bosses. The remaining Blue Water Rhino King, Azure Sky Divine Serpent, and Yellow Earth Divine Tortoise all specialized in defense. While crossing, I first completed the ordinary first kills I still lacked. A Yellow Earth Tortoise on the Yellow Bridge gave me 1 defense. An Azure Sky Serpent on the Cyan Bridge gave another 1. And after reaching the Blue Bridge, I killed a Blue Water Rhino for 1 more defense. Of the 3, the Blue Water Rhino King did not have the lowest defense, but it had the weakest attack and speed, making it the best first target. I emerged beside it and struck for 15 damage, lowering its HP by roughly 1/20th. Only after 3 consecutive stabs did it complete its turn, and 1 charge cost me just 1 HP. In Arkglow Forest, killing 1 defensive ordinary bear had forced me to grind it down around trees. Now, against a dungeon boss with the same traits, I could absorb its attacks and output damage reliably. The boss had not become weaker. Soul Devour and my accumulated equipment had created an absolute gap. I did not declare victory early. I still controlled my position to avoid being shoved off the bridge. Only when its HP truly emptied did the settlement appear. Level 1 boss Blue Water Rhino King killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 2. Defense plus 1. Rhino King Necklace acquired. Rhino King Necklace, purple. Defense plus 2. Spirit plus 4. Effect. Out of combat, mana regeneration gains an additional 5 points. Level requirement, 1. The effect could shorten recovery after Soul Stealth. But I had barely used any skills in that fight, and still had ample mana. My Blue Black Cat Necklace also gave 2 attack, which would help more against the remaining high defense bosses. I did not replace it yet. I kept the Rhino King Necklace as recovery gear, then jumped and glided toward the Cyan Bridge. The value of recovery equipment became clear during the transition. Long distances separated the bosses. I could equip the Rhino King Necklace while traveling out of combat, then switch back to the Black Cat Necklace before arrival. It did not determine one strike's damage directly, but reduced mana recovery time enough to complete another target within the same trial. My 6th target, the Azure Sky Divine Serpent, had powerful offense and defense. It would not deal just 1 damage like the Rhino King. This fight would truly test my current maximum mana and first strike cycle. The Azure Sky Divine Serpent's body stretched across the bridge. I approached its midsection under stealth, expecting a strike there to prolong its turn. The instant my first blow landed, however, its tail whipped back. Damage dealt, 15. Damage taken, 14. The serpent could react with its entire body and had no clear weakness in offense or defense. A frontal follow-up dealt only 10 damage, so I activated Soul Stealth before the second tail strike arrived. My maximum mana had now reached 250, theoretically enough for 25 consecutive activations. I did not treat that as an infinite resource. I spent each use to evade a high damage attack while guaranteeing that my next first strike landed. After more than 20 rounds of repositioning, the serpent's HP finally emptied. Several times, it used its tail to seal off the bridge. Rather than force my way through the narrow opening, I retreated toward the side where its body turned more slowly and activated soul stealth again. There were no trees for cover. My entire margin for error came from mana. Even at 10% HP, I kept 3 stealth activations in reserve, so consecutive tail strikes could not kill me when victory was closest. Level 1 boss Azure Sky Divine Serpent killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Attack +1. Defense +2. Azure Sky Belt acquired. Azure Sky Belt, purple. Attack +3. Defense +3. Effect. Out of combat, HP regeneration gains an additional 5 points. It formed a perfect recovery set with the Rhino King necklace. I equipped both, and my HP and mana regeneration visibly accelerated. Once my condition stabilized, I restored my combat setup and headed for the final yellow bridge. The Yellow Earth Divine Tortoise had the highest defense of all 7 bosses, but low attack. Each normal attack dealt only 5 damage, while one counterattack cost me 3 HP. The first strike multiplier operated on base damage, giving limited benefit against such extreme defense. I reduced my soul stealth frequency and attacked continuously at close range, disappearing only to reposition or recover. The fight was slow, but every hit steadily reduced its HP. Its attacks were too weak to overturn the exchange. I only had to keep my concentration through the long process. My final stab struck its head, and its HP bar at last reached 0. Level 1 boss Yellow Earth Divine Tortoise killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Defense +3. Yellow Earth Battle Armor acquired. Yellow Earth Battle Armor, purple. Defense +6. Effect. Damage taken -10%. Level requirement, 1. The Yellow Earth Battle Armor surpassed my Crimson Snake Leather Armor in both stats and damage reduction, so I equipped it immediately. My trial score settled at 707, 1 point for each of 7 ordinary species and 100 for each of 7 bosses. Every boss in Rainbow Bridge was gone. Remaining would only add repeat kill experience that I did not need. I checked the system log. All 7 ordinary species, 7 bosses, 7 score settlements, and corresponding Soul Devour rewards were present. None had lost ownership because of a bridge crossing or equipment change. The 707 points not only dwarfed an ordinary grinding route, but proved that the 3 mobility items could cross all 7 bridges reliably, rather than succeeding once by chance. I walked into view of the teacher assigned to the Yellow Bridge and explained that my first kill objectives were complete and I intended to leave early. He still seemed to be deciding whether that followed procedure when I stepped into the temporary safe zone created by the tortoise's death. Once I reappeared on the school athletic field, I did not rest. I went straight to the principal's office. This trial had proved that the standard pace of an ordinary class could not match my growth path. My 1 daily dungeon entry certainly could not be consumed by fixed coursework. I needed to settle the matter with Xiao Hongyun and secure an arrangement for independent study and unrestricted travel to dungeons across the country. When Principal Xiao Hongyun saw me arrive at his office early, his first question was why the dungeon trial had not ended. I handed him the live rankings. First place, Ling Zhua, 707 points. Second place, Xia Juanxi, 32.1 points. I killed all 7 bosses, I added. Remaining inside won't affect the result. Only after checking the score repeatedly did Xiao Hongyun ask why I had really come. I am applying for independent study away from campus. Lei City High School offered a complete curriculum for combat classes. That system suited most students, but not Soul Devour. I had already secured first kills in the school's limited level 1 dungeons. Continuing under one fixed schedule would only consume my time and daily dungeon entries. The principal did not agree at once. He reminded me that the curriculum covered not just combat, but dungeon knowledge, teamwork, risk assessment, and career development. A few solo clears did not prove I had mastered every foundation. He had a point. Instead of using my 707 points to pressure him, I displayed another credential. Provisional member, Dragon Kingdom National Talent Development Program. I told him I had already planned my route, experience different level 1 dungeons in other cities, accumulate enough practical combat experience, then accept frontier missions permitted by B-rank clearance. The school could still monitor my itinerary and mission records, and I would attend required evaluations. If Lei City High School produces a full program member, that benefits the school as well, I said. Xiao Hongyun considered it for a long time. He eventually accepted an individualized arrangement, but imposed one condition. When the National High School Tournament begins, you must return and represent Leh City High School. No problem. I also accepted the school's oversight. Submit my destination before crossing cities, synchronize dungeon and mission records weekly, and contact the school immediately after any major injury. Independent study did not mean escaping supervision or using a hidden class to evade basic education. As long as the school did not forcibly consume my daily dungeon slot, those responsibilities were reasonable. Once we reached an agreement, he approved my independent study. My enrollment remained at Leh City High School. My travel had to be reported as required, and I could not miss the national tournament. The rest of my time was mine to arrange. After leaving school, I went to the exchange hall to clear out equipment. I consigned the Snow Fox cap at 130 credits, the Madhound belt at 160, and the Crimson Snake leather armor at 140. All three blue items used their original purchase prices. I would bear only the transaction fee. The Red Flame dagger was truly valuable. It gave 6 attack and increased all damage by 10%. Although less suitable for me than the Phantom dagger, it could match another class perfectly. After checking recent sales, I set the price at 8,000 credits. Once the purple dagger sold, I would have enough for transportation, admission, potions, and lodging along my national dungeon route. I budgeted conservatively. Intercity travel was the greatest expense. B-rank clearance discounted admission, while my potions always needed enough reserve for 2 intense fights. I could not treat every consignment listing as spendable income. I had to reserve fees and account for delays before a sale. Whether the route remained sustainable depended on cash flow, not how many cities I drew on a map. The school issue was resolved, and my equipment was listed. All that remained was Leh City's final level 1 dungeon. After that, I could formally leave the city. Leh City had 4 level 1 dungeons. I had entered the zoo, Arkglow Forest, and 9-story tower. Only verdant grasslands remained. The country appeared to have many same-level dungeons, but the actual varieties were limited. Arkglow Forest had more than 1,000 entrances in different cities, all containing identical monsters. Repeat entries would grant no permanent stats. My route was therefore not a city-by-city sweep. I would travel south first, then west and north, selecting non-duplicate dungeons before ending in Imperial City. I built a table of every city's dungeon names, admission levels, known species, and travel costs. When I encountered the same name, I would verify its data instead of traveling to another city for a likely duplicate. If a frontier mission matching my level appeared en route, I would change plans temporarily. Soul Devour needed breadth, so the itinerary had to remain flexible enough for new intelligence. Early the next morning, I entered Verdant Grasslands on easy. It admitted level 1 professionals and parties of 1 to 20. I still chose solo mode. The moment transportation ended, something cut through the air behind me. I immediately used Soul Stealth. A boss called a Verdant Panda struck the place where I had been and then searched in confusion. This was why the dungeon required elevated clearance. A professional had a small chance of spawning directly beside a boss. An ordinary beginner who reacted too slowly could take a heavy blow outside the safe zone. I circled behind and dealt 30 damage with my first strike. The panda's counterattack looked powerful but removed only 6 HP. Once I confirmed it had no detection or special control, I attacked through repeated repositioning and quickly ended the fight. Level 1 boss Verdant Panda killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 2. Spirit plus 1. Panda Necklace acquired. Panda Necklace, purple. Attack plus 3. Spirit plus 3. Effect, bonus Spirit plus 3. I replaced my Black Cat necklace with it. All 7 standard equipment slots were now purple. The grassland's remaining 7 ordinary species were rabbits, cattle, sheep, horses, wolves, deer, and panthers. None could penetrate my current defense. I secured each first kill in turn, gaining 2 attack, 2 defense, 2 speed, and 1 spirit in total, then exited from a safe zone. On the way to the exchange hall, the Red Flame dagger sold. After the 1% fee on the 8,000 credit price, I received 7,920. I listed my replaced Black Cat necklace and used the new funds to improve my travel capabilities. The communicator's remote transaction module cost 1,000 credits. After the upgrade, I could buy and consign items from anywhere within a city instead of searching for an exchange hall each time. My original inventory had only 10 slots, far too few for extended travel. I spent another 2,000 credits on 20 spatial stones, expanding it to 30 slots, then restocked potions and travel supplies. With every preparation complete, I boarded a Gale carriage bound for Magic City. A teleportation array cost only 100 credits and was faster. I chose the carriage partly to see the country and partly to reduce the transportation costs that would accumulate over a long trip. I divided the 30 inventory slots into combat, recovery, mobility, and items for sale sections. The Phantom Dagger and combat set remained equipped. The bridge crossing combination sat in the outermost slots. Health and mana potions held fixed positions. If I had to change equipment inside an unfamiliar dungeon, I would not dig through a heap of materials. The preparation seemed trivial, but could prevent a lethal mistake. As the carriage left Lay City, my nationwide dungeon plan officially began. The Gale carriage traveled through the night. Early the next morning, I entered Magic City and first visited its introductory zoo dungeon. It shared the name and 5 ornamental species of Lay City's dungeon, but had 4 additional species. I killed only those 4 new targets, gaining 1 each in attack, defense, speed, and spirit without wasting time on repeats. For my formal dungeon that day, I chose the Fanluan Mountains. Magic City's 2 public level 1 dungeons were Arkglow Forest and the Fanluan Mountains. The former no longer benefited Soul Devour. The latter had only 6 species, but was known for high physical defense and low magic resistance. It was ideal for mage leveling and called the physical class Graveyard by physical professionals. After entering on easy, I began searching at the foothills. Fanluan mountain scorpions, frogs, and goats were ordinary monsters. Mountain tortoises and snakes were elites. The final boss was the Fanluan pangolin. Ordinary monsters needed 6 to 8 strikes, elites 12 to 13, and the pangolin endured more than 30. Their defense was high, but their attack and speed could not restrict soul stealth. All permanent growth from the 6 first kills went to defense. The pangolin fight took longest. Each appearance shaved off only a sliver of HP, while its armored tail dealt steady damage if I traded continuously. I changed the rhythm to 2 strikes from stealth, retreat, and recover, then repeat from the other side. The 30-plus strikes were not mindless repetition. I continually denied it the chance to turn high defense into a battle of attrition that exhausted me. Under the established rule, 1 point for an ordinary monster, 2 for an elite, and 3 for a boss. The 6 first kills added 10 defense in total. The pangolin also rewarded purple gear. Pangolin armor, purple. Defense plus 6. Effect, bonus defense plus 3. Against current low-level enemies, 3 flat defense was more effective than the Yellow Earth Battle Armor's 10% damage reduction. I equipped the new armor and kept the old one as a backup. That afternoon, I restocked and familiarized myself with Magic City's transportation. My original plan was to enter the government-controlled solo dungeon stone maze the next day, then take a Sky Rock Pavilion to Harbor City. Before bed, however, an emergency notification appeared on my communicator. Emergency mission, Solo Frontier Dungeon. Level requirement, 1. Dungeon difficulty, Nightmare. Location, Magic City. Clearance requirement, B rank. Mission, Frontier personnel are in danger. Qualified professionals should provide support immediately, except to view details. Very few people possessed both B rank clearance and level 1 status, and the mission happened to be in my current city. I had planned to accumulate more stats before Frontier exploration, but people were still trapped inside, and Frontier records would directly affect my formal evaluation for the talent program. With my current stats, full purple set, and soul stealth, I was qualified to participate. I also verified the exit rules and classification level. Emergency support did not mean dying unconditionally. If I encountered reliable stealth detection, an inescapable seal, or enemies beyond the level 1 range, I still had to bring that intelligence back first. A living report on an unknown mechanic was often more valuable than a few extra stabs inside. I did not wait for dawn and accepted the mission immediately. Before accepting the mission, I checked my stats again. Level 1, EXP, 95/1000. HP, 440/440. Mana, 320/320. Attack, 50, 33 base, 17 from equipment. Defense, 44, 32 base, 12 from equipment. Speed, 39, 30 base, 9 from equipment. Spirit, 32, 20 base, 12 from equipment. Equipment, Phantom Dagger, Tiger King Battle Boots, Talon Bracelet, Dragonfly Crown, Orange Glow Belt, Pangolin Armor, Panda Necklace. The mission was at 18, Lucci Road in Xuanqing District. The surrounding area was sealed when I arrived. After verifying my B-rank clearance and mission record, a guard saluted and let me through. A round-faced teenager joined me on the way. His name was Yue, and he came from Stone City. On our first meeting, he declared that he would protect me. I traded a few remarks with him and determined that, talkative as he was, the restricted zone did not truly make him nervous. A red dungeon portal stood at the center of the temporary mission room. Unlike stable dungeons, frontier portals were crimson vortexes. A cold-looking young man had already gone in before we arrived. Rong Jiaxi from Imperial City came soon afterward. Once everyone arrived, the military officer in charge unfolded a long map. Before entry, every communicator switched to frontier recording mode. Each new monster, safe zone, or abnormal rule had to be reported in a standard format after exit. The solo instances could not see one another, but shared safe zone progress and the final boss's status. One person's decision might directly change everyone else's retreat conditions. The dungeon was called Phantom Corridor. Its entrance contained a large safe zone, with 4 more already discovered along the explored corridor. 4 monster species were confirmed: fast, offensive phantom rats; fast, defensive phantom rabbits; well-balanced phantom foxes with exceptional speed; and fast, offensive phantom cats with low magic resistance. Your mission is to enter the unknown section and activate the 5th safe zone, the officer said, pointing to the map's end. Exit and report immediately upon success. If the new safe zone is already active when you enter, someone finished first. You should still leave at once. Only blank space followed the 4th safe zone. The missing frontier team's final report ended there as well. The mission did not require us to find bodies or a boss, showing that the officer prioritized establishing a new evacuation point above all further exploration. Once the 5th zone was active, later personnel could recover in stages instead of crossing the entire monster-dense corridor at once. He asked whether we could kill the final boss while we were there. The officer answered only that anyone truly capable could do so, but establishing the evacuation point remained the priority. Next, we reported our classes in turn. Yu-E was the hidden class detonation mage, specializing in explosive damage. Rong Jiaxi was a shadow priest focused on sustained weakening and control. I reported the previously unregistered soul-devouring assassin. None of us had obtained our clearance by accident, but this was a solo dungeon. Inside, we could rely only on ourselves. The officer's final warning was that even ordinary monsters in a nightmare frontier dungeon were 1 tier stronger than same-level targets in progression dungeons, and all 4 known species specialized in speed. I walked to the Crimson Vortex. Phantom Corridor admitted only level 1 professionals in solo mode and still awaited exploration. After verifying the mission and equipment, I entered. I appeared alone at the corridor's starting point. Dim light filled the straight passage ahead, which stretched beyond sight. This was an emergency mission, so I did not waste time testing the explored section. Under soul stealth, I left the safe zone at full speed and soon encountered the first phantom rat. It was a fast offensive monster with low physical and magic resistance. My first strike dealt 36 damage, nearly 1/4 of its HP. I followed up continuously and killed it. Level 1 Frontier Monster Phantom Rat killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Attack +1. Speed +1. An ordinary frontier monster approached an elite progression monster in strength, and its first kill also granted 2 points. 3 phantom rabbits appeared ahead. They had high speed and defense, but their attack posed no threat. I focused down 1 and gained 1 speed and 1 spirit. I did not stop at the first 4 safe zones. Along the way, I secured first kills on a phantom fox and phantom cat, gaining another 2 speed, 1 attack, and 1 spirit in total. All 4 known ordinary species were now recorded, providing 8 permanent stat points. Beyond the 4th safe zone lay unknown territory. I restored my condition fully before continuing. The first new target appeared as a pair of green eyes. Up close, I identified an elite phantom wolf. My first strike dealt 27 damage. Its overall strength already approached a normal dungeon boss's. I evaded its pursuit with soul stealth and secured the kill without losing control. Level 1 Elite Frontier Monster Phantom Wolf killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Speed +2. Attack +1. I discovered 8 phantom wolves farther ahead. 2 guarded the same stretch side by side, while several others stood close together. Any ordinary professional unable to disengage quickly could easily pull successive groups into a siege. That explained why no one had established the 5th safe zone. At last, an unstable ring of light appeared ahead. Activation had reached 72%. Although Phantom Corridor used solo combat instances, its map and safe zone progress synchronized between them. I could not see the previous explorer, only the progress he had submitted. I stepped inside the circle. The system added my contribution, immediately doubling the activation speed. The changing beam attracted a phantom wolf. It searched the circle repeatedly, but could not find me under soul stealth. An incomplete safe zone provided no protection. Anyone inside could still be attacked. The previous explorer had held out long enough to push progress to 72%. Whether enemies still surrounded him in his own instance was impossible to know. Soul stealth made the remaining 28% safe for me, but did not erase the risk someone else had borne. 80%, 90%, 100%. The beam stabilized completely. The fifth safe zone was active. Under the mission instructions, I should leave and report now. But the emergency notice said Frontier personnel were in danger, and the known map still did not reveal their location. The corridor continued ahead. The fifth zone looked more like a new supply point than the dungeon's end. Standing in the newly established safe zone, I restored myself completely, but ultimately did not leave. Soul stealth gave me reconnaissance capabilities the other rescuers lacked. Having reached this point safely, I decided to search deeper for the missing personnel and final boss. If I encountered detection or an unmanageable danger, I would return to this new evacuation point. I recorded the decision in the live mission log and set 2 hard limits. Keep enough mana for 5 consecutive soul stealth activations and retreat immediately if any unknown attack could target me while invisible. Continuing was a judgment based on my existing advantages, not forgetting the original mission after activating the 5th safe zone. Beyond the 5th safe zone, phantom wolves grew increasingly dense. I remained invisible and stopped only when I discovered a new species. Soon, a larger phantom ape with long, thick arms blocked the way. This second unknown elite had high speed and attack, but no detection ability. I struck from behind, then dismantled its sustained offense through repeated disappearances and repositioning. Level 1 elite frontier monster phantom ape killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Attack +2. Speed +1. Deeper inside, I found a 6th inactive safe zone. No unavoidable enemies stood nearby, so I entered its range. The rising beam attracted distant monsters, but they could only search around me. Soul stealth never ended, and progress climbed steadily to 100%. This activation began at 0, proving no other instance had reached it. I uploaded the coordinates immediately after completion. Even if I failed to kill the boss, later rescuers could use the area to recover and withdraw. It shortened the longest uninterrupted advance through unknown territory again, so its value did not depend on whether I reached the end. After the 6th safe zone, the corridor finally ended, not in a wall, but in a palace utterly unlike the narrow passage. I returned to the new safe zone to restore HP and mana before entering again. The palace was open, with neither ordinary monsters nor complex branches. A throne stood at its center. A small snake coiled around its back, its gaze fixed toward the entrance. Phantom Serpent Queen, Level 1 Frontier Boss. It seemed to sense an abnormal presence nearby, but could not precisely target me while invisible. With no palace guards, the entire difficulty would come from the queen itself. The floor around the throne showed no obvious traps, and the palace exit did not close behind me. I circled along the walls and confirmed that the queen followed subtle sounds with its eyes but did not launch area attacks. First contact might still trigger a new mechanic, but at least the retreat route genuinely existed rather than merely appearing open. I did not grow careless because the approach had been safe. Nothing was known about this frontier boss. I observed its range, movement, and surroundings, confirming again that the route back to the 6th safe zone remained unsealed. If the queen possessed area detection or force control, I would retreat immediately after first contact. If it was merely stronger in stats, I had ample space to continue testing. Once prepared, I approached from behind and to the side of the throne, aiming my dagger where the serpent's head joined its body. This was Phantom Corridor's final unknown target. Killing it would forcibly transport out every frontier explorer still trapped in a separate instance. I took a deep breath and delivered my first strike from stealth. My dagger struck the Serpent Queen for 21 damage. Its tail whipped toward me almost simultaneously, but removed only 1 HP. I did not conclude too early. I endured 2 more attacks and confirmed the number never changed. The Phantom Serpent Queen's HP and speed matched a frontier boss, but its attack happened to be countered by my high defense. It also showed neither detection nor special control. In that case, spending more mana served no purpose. I stayed close and steadily cut down its HP. Every tail strike hit me, but the actual damage could not reverse the exchange. Only when its last segment of life was truly gone did I drive the dagger into its head and finish the kill. Level 1 Frontier Boss Phantom Serpent Queen killed. EXP +4. Soul Devour activated. Speed +3. Attack +1. Phantom Bracelet acquired. Phantom Bracelet, orange. Attack +4. Speed +4. Effect, mana costs -20%. Level requirement, 1. It was my first orange item. After replacing the Talon Bracelet, Soul Stealth's cost fell from 10 mana to 8, increasing its consecutive uses by 1/4. The Talon Bracelet remained core terrain crossing gear, so I kept it in my inventory for mobility setups. With my current 320 mana and no recovery, Soul Stealth's theoretical activations rose from 32 to 40. Any mana returned by Soul Devour during combat would extend that further. The 20% reduction might also apply to future skills, making the Phantom Bracelet worth far more than 2 extra stat points. After the Queen died, the portal changed from Frontier Red to Stable Green. The next instant, I was forcibly transported back to the temporary mission room. Lung Rue and the others were waiting. Yue immediately asked whether I had killed the final boss. I nodded and explained that the Queen's attack happened to be unable to penetrate my defense. It was not a method everyone could reproduce, so the complete report still needed its speed and HP strength. Then I met Jun Xian, the explorer who had helped me complete the 5th safe zone. Once progress synchronized between solo instances, he used an orange equipment technique to dispel aggro along the route, then relied on his immovable as a mountain talent to regenerate HP while tanking a phantom wolf inside the safe zone. His single stay would still have been too short to finish activation. Only when my contribution stacked with his did the progress reach 100%. The military had sent 10 frontier personnel into the dungeon. Little Dragon had already exited through the 5th safe zone. After the Serpent Queen died, the remaining 9 were forcibly transported back together. Only Little Tiger and Little Pig remained standing. The other 7 had died. The room went silent. I had seen frontier casualty figures only in the news. Facing people who no longer breathed, I finally understood what had been traded for every dungeon rule and safe zone. I did not use the boss is dead to soften the outcome. 9 people returned, but only 2 survived. Before I reached the palace, they had already suffered irreversible wounds in their own instances. Ending the dungeon early improved their survival odds, but could not rewrite 7 deaths into a happy ending. We observed a moment of silence. The military would handle compensation and arrangements for the fallen. I gave Lung Rue a complete report on the Phantom Wolf, Phantom Ape, 6th Safe Zone, and Phantom Serpent Queen. When the mission ended, Yue and I exchanged contact information. Jun Xian and Rong Jiaxi also remembered my name. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Pig thanked me personally. Killing the boss and closing every instance early had indeed improved the latter two's chance of survival, but I did not treat the outcome as merely a personal achievement. In addition to a merit record, the government granted a practical reward, a permanent 1% revenue share in Phantom Corridor Dungeon number 001. 1% sounded small, but if Phantom Corridor became public after evaluation, I would receive a permanent share of every admission ticket. Even if access remained restricted, accumulated revenue from stable operation would not be low. I did not immediately decide whether to keep it. Personal strength remained paramount. If the government offered dungeon qualifications or resources better suited to my current stage in exchange, I would seriously consider it. Before leaving the mission zone, I exchanged contact information with Lung Rue and the 3 surviving soldiers. Back at the inn, images of the 7 fallen continued replaying in my mind. Phantom Corridor was a wholly new dungeon that admitted only solo explorers. The military's greatest advantage, team coordination, could not function. Individuals had to risk their lives testing monsters, routes, and safe zones. Only after the intelligence became complete could later teams prepare targeted equipment and tactics. The experience changed my original plan. From now on, I would participate early whenever a same-level solo frontier mission appeared. Soul Devour gained greater rewards from frontier monsters, while Soul Stealth excelled at reconnaissance and safe zone activation. Entering sooner could reduce others' trial and error while strengthening me. The next day, I followed my original schedule to Stone Maze. It was a level 1 solo progression dungeon. I appeared inside a circular safe zone, surrounded behind and on both sides by towering boulders, with a single passage directly ahead. I left the start under stealth and ran through countless forks for a long time. I had already found a second safe zone without seeing one monster. The lack of an official complete map clearly involved more than the maze's size. I equipped the Tiger King battle boots, Talon bracelet, and Dragonfly crown and decided to observe from above. Even my first full-power jump could not reach the wall's top. While falling, I kicked off the stone face and made 3 consecutive upward leaps before finally standing above it. Merely looking down could not reveal targets beneath the walls, so I sprinted, jumped again, and glided at height. After several aerial observations, I found the true reason. The maze walls moved slowly. The passage layout changed constantly, making any fixed map meaningless. I remained overhead through one complete movement cycle, recording each wall's direction and timing. Individual junctions seemed random, but the relative positions of 8 large regions never exchanged, and each safe zone remained within its region. The map could not show fixed routes, but it could show the relationship among region, target, and save point. That was enough to avoid guessing from the entrance every time. The changes were not entirely chaotic. The maze always consisted of 8 broad regions, only their internal passages rearranged. I assigned temporary numbers by direction, then jumped into Region 1. Not long after landing, I encountered a rock panther and gained 1 defense from the kill. Continuing through the same region, I found ordinary rock tigers and rock wolves, plus the elite rock elephant. The 4 first kills granted 3 defense, 1 attack, and 1 spirit in total. Including its final boss, Stone Maze had only 6 species. Region 1 contained 4. The remaining targets were the elite rock lion and boss rock rat. I climbed back onto the wall and prepared to search region by region according to my numbering instead of letting the shifting passages lead me around. After every gliding landing, I updated my current region and the wall directions in my communicator. If a moving wall sealed my return path, I would climb from the nearest safe zone rather than chase a route that no longer existed. The maze's central threat was not its monsters, but repeated waste of time and recovery resources. Establishing stable references from above was the real solution. Region 2 held only repeat monsters, so I quickly moved to Region 3, where another long search yielded nothing. In Region 4, I finally found the elite rock lion. It could not restrict soul stealth. After I secured the first kill, however, the system did not grant the usual 2 stat points for an elite. Soul Devour activated. Defense +1. Blue rock lion dagger acquired. I killed several more rock lions to test it. Later rewards were random effects such as mana recovery, proving that only the first kill of a new species grants permanent stats remained true. This time, part of the reward had simply become equipment. While searching for the boss, I noticed a tiny black dot on a stone wall. Up close, it proved to be a rat only half the size of my fist. Rock Rat, Level 1 boss. The maze concealed routes behind enormous walls, yet its final boss was so small it was easily overlooked. If it had not moved across the side wall, I might have changed regions without noticing it. My first strike dealt 54 damage. The rock rat was fast, but its attack could not penetrate my defense. A few more stabs emptied its HP. Its small body clung to the wall as it moved, and a shifting partition nearly cut off my first pursuit. I did not chase through the narrow passage. I retreated to an open intersection, waited for it to approach, then used soul stealth to move to the exit side and block its route. The boss's true difficulty was discovery and pursuit, not direct combat. Level 1 boss rock rat killed. EXP +3. Soul Devour activated. Defense +1. Spirit +1. Purple rock rat necklace and 2 blue items acquired. A boss should have corresponded to 3 stat points. Once again, part of the reward had become equipment. The rock rat necklace gave 3 defense and 3 spirit, with an effect granting 3 bonus speed, but it suited me less than the panda necklace. I planned to consign it with the blue items. I left Stone Maze without finding the cause of the reduced stat rewards. That did not change my route. I went directly to Magic City Aviation and took a Sky Rock Pavilion to Harbor City. The next day, I entered my target dungeon, Rippling Water Village. It admitted level 1 parties of 1 to 5, but required C rank clearance because the whole village was flooded and professionals had to fight in water. When I arrived, the water reached above my waist. Resistance reduced my movement speed by roughly half. Professionals with low speed would find attacks much harder to evade. The water also resisted my dagger. Normal jumping and the gliding combination did not work properly. Fortunately, the current itself did not break soul stealth, allowing me to change direction beneath the murky surface after each attack. My land mobility equipment temporarily lost its value, reminding me that one high-quality set could not fit every environment. After taking several steps to adapt, I activated soul stealth and left the safe zone. The first monster was a rippling carp. Others included grass carp, catfish, black carp, the elite rippling shrimp and crab, and the final boss, the rippling tortoise. None of the 7 targets was strong enough to stop my first kills, but system rewards again transformed heavily into equipment. When the final rippling tortoise fell, I finally saw the common boundary in my changing stats. Soul Devour had not failed, nor were certain species defective. The true cause was that my base stats were nearing the limit my current level could contain. The rewards from Rippling Water Village's 7 first kills were unambiguous. The Rippling Carp gave only 1 blue item. The Grass Carp added 1 spirit, the Catfish 1 defense, and the Black Carp another blue item. Of the 2 elites, the Rippling Shrimp granted a blue item and 1 spirit, while the Rippling Crab gave a blue item and 1 defense. The final boss, the Rippling Tortoise, granted 1 defense, 1 purple item, and 2 blue items. None of the settlements included attack or speed. My screen revealed that both base stats had already reached 40. Defense stood at 39 before the Rippling Tortoise. After settlement, it stopped exactly at 40, while the 2 remaining portions became blue equipment. Spirit was only 26 and could still increase normally. After leaving, I canceled the day's sightseeing and returned to the inn to research. At last, a forum post pointed me to a biography titled Records of the God of Cooking. The book recorded that Chef Meng Chi developed many stat-boosting foods and continuously consumed them until his 4 primary stats reached heights beyond combat classes. He eventually became known as the God of Cooking. Through long experimentation, he discovered that every level imposed a limit on base stats. At level 1, a professional's attack, defense, speed, and spirit each had a maximum of 40. The caps rose only when the professional leveled. That explained every anomaly. Soul Devour still worked normally, but it could not push a stat beyond the level cap. Overflowing rewards transformed into equipment and other benefits. I reordered the settlements from the Rock Lion, Rock Rat, and the 7 Rippling Water Village species. Attack and speed were already capped at 40 before Stone Maze and never increased afterward. Defense stopped immediately upon reaching 40. Only spirit continued rising. All 3 timelines matched perfectly, ruling out the theory that certain species did not grant stats. My level suppression plan therefore needed adjustment. Remaining at level 1 could no longer improve 3 stats, but spirit still had room for 14 points. Next, I would prioritize monsters with high magic resistance and an obvious spirit tendency, cap the last stat at 40, then concentrate on experience and level up. Meng Chi could fight only through stats and equipment. I could accumulate those same stats and still possess the soul-devouring assassin's class skill. If someone with a life class could reach the summit, my goal would not stop at being merely a powerful assassin. I would become a true divine assassin. That was not a goal talent alone could achieve. Level caps forced me to choose between suppressing and raising my level, while frontier missions demanded that I confront unknown rules. Soul Devour provided a path of growth, and Soul Stealth provided tolerance for error. My ultimate potential still depended on how I planned routes, equipment, and every battle. That afternoon, I toured Harbor City as rescheduled, then took a Sky Rock Pavilion to Stone City that evening. En route, a notice arrived that the Rock Rat necklace had sold. Stone Maze's 1 purple and 2 blue items, plus Rippling Water Village's 1 purple and 6 blue items, were all listed to fund future admission and transportation. I reached Stone City after midnight, rested until after 8 the next morning, then followed the map towards Scorching Desert. Its monsters specialized in magic resistance, matching my new spirit objective. Halfway there, Yui suddenly called from behind. When he learned I was going to an ordinary dungeon, he grabbed my arm and declared that ordinary dungeons were boring. He wanted to take me frontier exploring. Stone City happens to have a frontier mission for level 1 professionals. I asked, "Follow me and you'll find out." Scorching Desert could wait. Frontier opportunities matching my level, location, and clearance were rare. I did not shake him off. I followed as he changed direction. The frontier dungeon Yui mentioned was Mountain Grotto. It had just stabilized and would remain open for 1 day of preliminary exploration by Stone City's young professionals. Only if they failed would it become a formal frontier mission. For people were already inside the temporary stone hut. With Yui, they formed a 5-person party. Their tall, slender leader, Meng Yi, offered me a handshake first. His younger brother Meng Tai worried that my addition would exceed the party limit and spoke without friendliness. Yui announced my soul-devouring assassin class for me, and the 4 immediately grew serious. Meng Yi prepared to leave Meng Tai outside and give me his spot. Meng Tai naturally objected. While they discussed who should withdraw, I stated my decision. No one needs to switch. I'll enter alone. Meng Yi reminded me that this frontier dungeon allowed up to 5 people. Monster density would be designed for a group, making solo entry far riskier than Phantom Corridor. His concern was reasonable, But Soul Devour required personal first kills, and Soul Stealth did not suit traveling with unfamiliar teammates. I could evade ordinary monsters at will and retreat if I met detection. That was safer than dismantling their mature 5-person formation. Their party included a tank, healer, and range damage. Losing anyone would break its configuration. If I joined and remained invisible, I could not fulfill the frontal role reserved for a 6th person anyway. Keeping their complete team while I reconnoitered another route in a solo instance would test 2 methods of advance simultaneously. He still wanted to accompany me. I told him a detonation mage's damage suited a party's frontal advance. Following an assassin under long-term stealth would expose my route and slow us both. At that moment, the red portal finished forming. Mountain Grotto. Level limit, 1. Party size, 1 to 5. Status, awaiting exploration. After confirming my eligibility, I declined the drawing and selected solo mode directly. Before transportation began, I heard Ming Yi tell the others to report conditions immediately. Yu Yi hurried to explain that I had just completed Phantom Corridor in Magic City and at least possessed a reliable disengagement method. Whether they felt reassured no longer mattered. When my vision returned, I stood alone in a safe zone inside a mountain cave. I could not observe this underground environment from the air as I had stone maze. The passage ahead turned repeatedly, and the walls held no clear markers. If it was also a maze, I could only eliminate wrong routes through careful records. I first confirmed the entrance safe zone's coordinates, then set a rule: always take the left branch unless I encountered a corpse or recorded wall pattern. The cave offered no overhead view. A fixed rule was more reliable than intuition. Even looping back would eliminate one wrong passage. I restored my combat set, activated Soul Stealth, and left the safe zone. The frontier period lasted only 1 day, and the 5-person party would advance the synchronized map through a separate instance. I needed to find new species, safe zones, and the boss quickly enough to make my solo route valuable. After 2 turns, I encountered my first mountain rat. It fell quickly. With the relevant stat already capped, Soul Devour rewarded 2 blue items instead. Continuing onward, I saw the same mountain rat corpse again, proving the passage had looped me back. I marked the junction anew and took another route, only to return to the corpse a 3rd time. The good news was that the cave did not move. Recording every junction would eventually eliminate every loop. I slowed down and entered each wall feature and turned sequence in my communicator. The corpse became the clearest landmark. Repeat monsters granted no stats, so I preserved one only when needed to confirm a loop and avoided the rest. Every battle trace could then serve as a location marker while I avoided useless experience. Monsters grew more numerous along a new passage. First kills on a mountain tortoise and mountain cat granted 1 spirit and 3 blue items in total. Deeper inside, the first inactive safe zone appeared beside the path at 0% progress. The nearby monsters were weak, and the 5-person party needed its own evacuation point. I left activation to them and prioritized unknown targets. The second maze section looped me twice more. First kills on a mountain monkey and mountain rabbit granted another 1 spirit and 3 blue items. After identifying the route where monster density kept rising, I found a second safe zone at 0% and again left it inactive. 2 elite species appeared deeper inside. The mountain deer gave 2 spirit and 1 blue item. The mountain boar granted no stat, but rewarded purple mountain armor. Mountain armor, purple. Defense +5. Reflects 10% of damage taken. It suited me less than pangolin armor, so I stored it for sale. The passage ended in a vast cavern. Mountain rats, tortoises, cats, monkeys, rabbits, deer, and boars gathered inside, confirming that I had completed all 7 lesser species. At the far exit, an absurdly large goose stood guard with its neck extended. Mountain goose, level 1 frontier boss. I attacked it head-on from stealth, stabbing its long neck for 33 damage. The goose honked repeatedly, calling every nearby monster toward it. The smaller monsters could not penetrate my defense, so I focused everything on the boss. The mountain goose merely repeated short, honk, 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 cries and showed no second skill. I used Soul Stealth to evade several group collisions and emptied its HP before its next summons. With every honk, the cavern monsters tightened another ring toward the throne area. 1 lesser monster dealt only minimum damage, but dozens could block my retreat and prevent repositioning. I did not pursue a flawless kill. Whenever the encirclement nearly closed, I vanished through it, then attacked the long neck from the other side, keeping the crowd stretched into an incomplete semicircle. Level 1 Frontier Boss Mountain Goose killed. EXP +4. Soul Devour activated. Spirit +3. Orange Mountain Helmet and Blue Mountain Belt acquired. 3 spirit at once was precisely the reward I needed. More importantly, this was my second orange item after the Phantom Bracelet. I opened its information immediately to see whether it carried an active technique unavailable on purple gear. Mountain Helmet, orange. Spirit +8. Technique, Mana Recovery. Instantly restores 50 mana. Cooldown 1 hour. Level requirement, 1. 50 mana was not an enormous amount by itself, but it could provide 6 more soul stealth activations when I was almost empty. Unlike a potion's gradual recovery, it worked instantly and could decide whether I escaped or finished a crucial fight. After the Phantom Bracelet's cost reduction, 50 mana supported 6 full activations with 2 points remaining. If surrounded at the end of a fight, 6 repositionings could cross a monster group or finish a low HP boss. Its 1 hour cooldown prevented it from replacing routine potions, but made it an excellent emergency trump card. I replaced the Dragonfly Crown with the Mountain Helmet. The crown remained part of my mobility combination and stayed in my inventory beside the Talon Bracelet. After the boss died, Mountain Grotto's portal stabilized. I exited through the temporary safe zone. Back in the stone hut, Yuyi's party had completed its first exploration and drawn a rough map. Their separate instance contained the same fixed maze. They cleared ordinary monsters, activated the first safe zone, then exited to organize their route. Meng Tai had believed one person could never cross a multi-party monster density in the cavern. Only when he saw the crimson vortex turn green did he accept that I had truly killed the boss alone. He honored his earlier promise and directly called me Brother Zhua. Yu Yi pounced over to celebrate. I sidestepped Meng Tai but failed to avoid Yu Yi and could only hold the round fellow back with 1 foot. Once the jokes ended, I added my complete route and monster data to their map. Combining the safe zone activated by the 5-person party with the later paths I discovered made Mountain Grotto's first exploration record far more complete. We aligned every detail, which corpse markers persisted between instances, which rise in monster density pointed toward the boss area, and which of the 2 safe zones best served recovery or withdrawal. Only by combining my solo route with their team clearing record could later evaluators receive a reusable method instead of the sentence, Ling's what killed the boss alone. I did not attribute success to overpowering stats alone. Corpse markers in the fixed maze, monster density, and the 2 safe zone locations revealed the correct route. Soul Stealth let me bypass repeat targets and spend time on new species and the boss. Stone City's exploration window had been intended to last 1 day for young professionals. The boss's early death meant formal evaluation could begin immediately. Yu Yi's party had also gained real value from its first Team Frontier run, verifying the efficiency of 5-person clearing, route records, and group safe zone activation. As the final boss killer, I also received a permanent 1% revenue share in Mountain Grotto Dungeon number 001. Like Phantom Corridor's share, I would decide whether to keep it or exchange it for resources after evaluation. Once everything was settled, Yu Yi insisted on showing me Stone City. He also invited all 5 participants to dinner so everyone could formally introduce their classes. Only then did I learn that this was not an ordinary student party thrown together on the spot, but a fully configured team of hidden classes. At the dinner table, I recorded the full 5-person configuration. Yu Yi was a detonation mage, Meng Yi, a barrage archer, Meng Tai, a bloodthirsty warrior, Kuyen, a petrification tank, and Fei Mu, a holy light priest. 2 ranged attackers, 1 melee warrior, 1 tank, and 1 healer. All hidden classes in a complete party structure. We added one another as contacts. Meng Tai's hostility was gone, and Meng Yi invited me to call them if I encountered future missions suited to group coordination. After separating that afternoon, I went to Stone City's original destination on my itinerary, Scorching Desert. The level 1 public dungeon allowed parties of up to 10. I still selected easy to avoid the extra nightmare experience, accelerating my level. Blazing sun and yellow sand stretched without end. The 10-person scale made ordinary monsters extremely dense, attacking one often disturbed a nearby group. But Soul Stealth let me disengage immediately after a first kill. The heat did not continuously drain HP, but distorted distant vision, while the wind quickly erased footprints. Fixed traces could not guide me back. I had to maintain direction using the sun and palace outline. A large map was not necessarily safe. Getting lost could waste an entire dungeon entry on meaningless travel. Of 6 ordinary species, sandworms and sand foxes each granted 1 spirit. Sand tortoises, rats, scorpions, and snakes converted their capped stat rewards into 1 blue item each. The core elites were sandwolves, panthers, and lions. Their 3 first kills rewarded 6 blue items and no spirit. Soul Devour did not guarantee the stat I wanted, so I had to continue seeking targets strongly inclined toward magic resistance. After completing all 9 lesser species, I headed toward the desert palace. The map was enormous, and after long enough, the view became nothing but repeated dunes. I ran a long time before finding the final boss, King Shaw. It had no detection, and its offense and defense could not withstand my current equipment. I converted all the frustration from the long journey into repeated first strikes. When it finally fell, the system granted exactly what I needed. Even so, I first completed 2 testing cycles and confirmed its sand shockwave covered only the front and the palace doors did not seal in combat. Only then did I shorten my stealth intervals and fit each attack before its next turn. Searching the map had consumed most of my time. Impatience could not be allowed to waste my remaining margin for error in the boss fight. Level 1 Boss King Shadawa killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 2. Purple Shadawa King's helmet and blue desert armor acquired. The Shadawa King's helmet had inferior stats and effects to my mountain helmet, so I listed it remotely. My base spirit had now reached 37, only 3 short of the level 1 cap shared by my other stats. With my Stone City objective complete, I kept my travel route. The next stop remained Snow City in the far north. It held the country's only non-frontier level 1 dungeon requiring B rank clearance, with no ordinary monsters, only elites and bosses. Its highly magic-resistant ice monsters might provide my final 3 spirit points. When I reached Snow City, the sky was clear and only old snow remained along the streets. I visited Ice World first since there was no real blizzard to see, then went to Snowfield Glacier that afternoon. The dungeon admitted level 1 parties of 1 to 5, but required B rank clearance for one simple reason. It contained no ordinary monsters. Elite was the lowest tier. I chose easy and arrived in a snow hut with a charcoal fire. Opening the door revealed violent wind and snow outside. The first snow panther lunged at me. I met it directly and killed it. Soul Devour converted both capped stat points into 2 blue items. When the second appeared, the first kill was already complete, so I vanished past it. Farther ahead, I tripped over a white branch in the snow. Looking down, I found a snow snake disguised as deadwood. Its first kill granted 1 spirit and 1 blue item, raising my base spirit to 38. A snow ape later rewarded only 2 blue items. Leaving the snowfield for the glacier, I found a colony of snow geese in an open area. They were all elites, but numbers mattered little without detection. I selected one and entered the group, focusing every attack on it. The surrounding geese could hit the instant I appeared, but could not stop my repeated disappearances. When my target fell, the system finally filled the last gap. Level 1 Elite Snow Goose killed. EXP plus 2. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 2. Attack, defense, speed, and spirit. Every base stat had reached 40, the maximum a level 1 professional could contain. The system did not force overflowing rewards into other stats. It converted them into equipment or materials. I could not break the cap by farming more new level 1 species. Remaining at this level now served mainly to gain equipment, exercise frontier clearance, and complete unrecorded species. The timing of level 2 had finally become a deliberate choice. Although my stats could no longer rise, the final boss was still worth killing. The polar snow bear had powerful attack and defense, but my 4 stats, equipment, and soul stealth created an all-around advantage. I briefly vanished to evade heavy blows and repeatedly struck from the side. Its attempts to close the distance never overturned the HP gap. Level 1 boss polar snow bear killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Purple polar snow battle boots and purple polar snow armor acquired. The boots granted 10% critical chance, while the armor increased healing received by 20%. The former was less reliable than the Panther King battle boots. The latter better suited a tank with a priest. I listed both for sale. My planned next stop was Imperial City, where 2 unvisited level 1 dungeons remained. Even with capped stats, boss equipment still held value. On the way to the aviation terminal, however, a priority alert appeared. Frontier mission, 100-person dungeon. Location, Dark City. Level requirement, 1. Clearance requirement, B rank. Note, 100-person dungeon. Accept with caution, then report immediately to the Dark City Professional Guild. A level 1 frontier dungeon of 100-person scale was extremely rare. It would magnify teamwork, map intelligence, and boss strength to an entirely different level. After completing solo and 5-person frontier runs, I had no reason to miss it. Capping all 4 stats did not make me believe I could operate alone in a 100-person dungeon. A larger scale generally meant a simultaneous rise in monster numbers, area, or rule complexity. Soul Stealth might let me handle reconnaissance and special targets, but could not hold a battle line for 100 people. My first priority after accepting would be hearing the command rules. I accepted immediately, changed destinations, and went straight to Snow City's teleportation array. Teleporting to Dark City cost 100 universal credits, but was faster than any ground transport. I left the array and followed the mission marker directly to the professional guild. After verifying my acceptance record, the staff led me into a large conference room. The officer in charge, Liao Qiu, was still handling the frontline situation, so I had to wait. At first, only 2 young professionals were present. The number steadily grew past 20. Rong Jiaxi arrived as well. She recognized me, nodded from a distance, and did not interrupt anyone's rest. Soon, Yu Yi, Meng Tai, Kuyan, and Fei Mu entered together. Yu Yi worried I had missed the mission. Meng Tai said someone who never missed Phantom Corridor or Mountain Grotto would hardly ignore a 100-person frontier mission. Jun Xian entered later. After our cooperation at the 5th safe zone, we acknowledged each other with a nod. 25 young professionals ultimately assembled, including nearly everyone in this year's Dragon Kingdom cohort, who remained level 1 while holding B-rank clearance. Half joking, Yui asked whether I intended to solo the boss again and demanded that I bring him along. The 25 had different classes and equipment, yet no one fought to become temporary leader. The mission defined us as reinforcements. The real frontier force was already inside. No individual's fame could replace an established chain of command, especially before the map, enemies, and casualties were known. Arguing over who would take the boss was meaningless. This is a 100-person dungeon, I said. Hear the rules first. Then decide what we can do. The conference room door opened, and a square-faced officer walked to the front. My name is Liao Qiu. I am in charge of this mission. His first order consisted of one phrase: obey commands. Anyone who cannot do that may leave now. No one stood. Everyone qualified for this mission understood frontier risk. At 100-person scale, independent action was impossible. After confirming everyone would remain, Liao Qiu introduced the dungeon. He named it first, the Undead Battlefield, then stressed that its special rules had never before been recorded in the Dragon Kingdom. Phantom Corridor tested solo reconnaissance. Mountain Grotto tested party advancement, and the Undead Battlefield resembled a true group war. Soul Stealth remained valuable, but I could no longer treat the whole dungeon as a personal first kill route. I opened my communicator to record. Every coming rule might decide whether 100 people left alive. I reordered my regular combat, mobility, and recovery equipment. In a 100-person operation, changing position without orders could break formation. If assigned to the front, I would maintain stable combat gear. If assigned reconnaissance, I would switch to the jumping and gliding combination. Equipment had to serve my specific role, not my solo habits. The Undead Battlefield occupied one shared space and admitted at most 100 professionals. Everyone entered the same battlefield regardless of portal. Separate instances could not be created. That directly eliminated any chance of entering alone. Enormous numbers of tightly packed monsters had to be cleared step by a team. Known enemies followed 2 systems: skeletons and ghosts. Skeletons possessed extremely high magic resistance and should be handled by physical classes. Ordinary species included fast skeleton rabbits, slow and defensive skeleton tortoises, fast and offensive skeleton hounds, and skeleton horses with high attack and defense. Elites were fast, offensive skeleton tigers and high attack, high defense skeleton elephants. Ghosts possessed extremely high physical evasion and favored magic classes. Ordinary species included magic-resistant ghost foxes and geese, plus fast, offensive ghost cats and wolves. Elites were fast, offensive ghost panthers and high attack, high defense ghost lions. Each group seemed to possess a targeted talent. Skeletons countered magic and ghosts evaded physical attacks. Combined with the already superior base stats of frontier monsters, wrong party assignments could make both damage types fail in the same tide. Target markers therefore had to remain clear. If physical professionals wasted time on highly evasive ghosts while mages bombarded magic-resistant skeletons, everyone might appear to be attacking while the line never advanced. Tanks and controllers had to separate the enemy types. Then the backline focus each colored marker, converting the 100-person force into a true advantage. Only after we finished reading did Liao Qiu reveal the heavier news. 24 soldiers had already died in the undead battlefield. Apart from the entrance, the frontier force had not found a second safe zone. No one in the room treated this as a rare training opportunity anymore. The 7 bodies from Phantom Corridor remained in my memory, and this number was already higher. During questions, some reconfirmed the safe zones, while others asked about explored distance and enemy density. Every answer pointed to one fact: the undead were not wandering randomly. They were continually compressing the frontier force's area of movement. Liao Qiu gave the final mission standard. Do not treat it as an ordinary dungeon. Treat it as war. There is one victory condition: eliminate the undead from the battlefield. Everyone follows unified command. Unauthorized action will not only kill you, but destroy the entire line. There was no shortcut such as finding an exit, killing one known boss, or activating a fixed safe zone. If victory required a full clear, we had to consider supplies, rotation, and casualty evacuation simultaneously. Any local advance we could not hold might be swallowed again by regrouping undead. The 25 of us were designated Squad A. We stood together, accepted our orders, and followed Liao Qiu from the guild toward the sealed zone. Personnel moved continuously through the temporary frontline camp. Deputy Commander Shizhan maintained the established communications and supplies. Once our communicators joined the frontier channel, team assignments, map markers, and emergency orders appeared in one unified display. Squad A, assemble at the entrance. Prepare to enter. The Crimson Vortex stood at the center of the command tent. Behind it lay not a corridor awaiting one explorer, but a battlefield that had already taken 24 lives. The entrance showed that the undead battlefield admitted level 1 professionals, held 100 people, and currently contained 99. To bring in the 25 members of Squad A, the plan was to withdraw several squads and free capacity. Officer Chen Xing was appointed our captain. Liao Qiu ordered everyone to assemble in the initial safe zone after entry and forbade leaving without Chen Xing's command. Before the withdrawal order went through, the portal flashed repeatedly. Soldier after soldier was transported out. Nearly 20 collapsed in the camp within moments, already showing no signs of life. Zheng Jun, the last to appear, remained standing and immediately reported the change inside. Medical personnel triaged them at once and confirmed they were not unconscious. Their HP had reached 0 before transportation. The cost of those newly opened slots was painfully clear. Squad A was not replacing rested troops as planned, but filling gaps after the main line's sudden collapse. Both the map and enemy positions could already have changed. The undead had suddenly massed and encircled scattered frontier squads. Every cleared area was lost. The main force was retreating toward the entrance, but the tide moved faster than expected. Casualties were severe, and support was needed immediately. The freed capacity was enough. Liao Qiu did not wait for the scheduled teams to withdraw and ordered Squad A inside. Jun Xian and I stepped into the vortex as soon as we heard the command. Everyone else followed rapidly. No one treated entry as a stage for displaying talent. The view outside the safe zone still surpassed our expectations. Skeletons and ghosts blended into a tide stretching into the distance. They did not enter the safe zone, but formed a dense blockade farther away, as though they knew attacks were impossible inside. Once everyone arrived, their equipment glows appeared fully. Yue wore orange equipment from head to toe, one item radiating an artifact's distinctive rainbow light. Most of the others also had at least one full orange set, a few possessed artifacts. By comparison, I had only 2 orange items, the Phantom Bracelet and Mountain Helmet, while everything else was purple. My colors truly were the least impressive. Yue even asked why my equipment was so bad. Equipment is only one part of ability, I answered. He immediately objected that equipment was strength. I did not argue. My real advantages lay in cap-based stats, Soul Devour, and Soul Stealth. Light alone could not measure them. Chen Xing entered the safe zone last and immediately issued battle orders. Tank classes would form the first line, other melee professionals would catch any leaks behind them, and ranged attackers and healers would remain in the third. Our objective was to establish a stable position before advancing toward the main force's likely location. I walked near the front beside the tanks. A dagger looked out of place among their shields, but 40 base defense plus pangolin armor let me endure ordinary frontier monsters. Chun Xing still assigned me as a flexible substitute instead of treating me as a formal tank merely because of my screen defense. A dagger offered no group taunt or shield. Enduring damage did not mean I could protect the mages and healers behind me. Once we contacted the tide, my job was to seal gaps, not occupy the shield wall's core. A cold pressure descended the moment we left the safe zone. The undead did not charge chaotically. They maintained their distance from the safe zone. To begin the rescue, we had to walk willingly into their encirclement. When Squad A met the tide, the tank line absorbed the first impact. I stood near Kuyen and attacked the skeletons ahead with my dagger. Ordinary monsters could not penetrate my defense, and even an elite ghost lion's heavy blow failed to produce meaningful damage. Kuyen deliberately stayed close at first, clearly ready to switch positions if I failed. Once he saw I was safe, he returned his attention to his own gap. Some undead crossed the first line and were immediately stopped by melee teammates. The back line divided targets by system. Physical classes prioritized magic-resistant skeletons, while magic skills concentrated on physically evasive ghosts. For the first time, I saw so many hidden classes fight at close range. Yu Yi's detonation pillars covered groups of ghosts and continuously lowered their HP. Meng Yi's barrage arrows focused one target to secure kills. Every strike from Meng Tai restored some of his HP, clearly giving the bloodthirsty warrior lifesteal. Stone spread over Kuyan's skin, greatly increasing his defense. Fei Mu was the greatest surprise. The Holy Light Priest was assigned healing, but discovered that casting Holy Light directly on undead dealt heavy damage. Between heals, he attacked and once instantly finished a low HP ghost. Jun Xian advanced and withdrew evenly behind his shield, while Rong Jiaxi applied damage over time and slow effects to reduce pressure on the front. Coordination quickly stabilized the position. New undead kept arriving but could not break the three-layer defense. I observed while attacking casually, only to discover at the end of the first wave that I had secured no first kill. 25 top beginners focused damage so quickly that targets fell faster than expected. Chen Xing did not order an immediate advance. He had healers report mana and tanks report shields and equipment durability. Only after confirming the first exchange was sustainable did the front line move forward several steps, with the back line filling the space. Progress was slow, but no attacker could chase a wounded target and tear open the formation. Soul Devour's stats had reached the level 1 cap, so missing first kills cost no permanent growth, though frontier monsters might still reward equipment. I stopped dividing my attention and began tracking the species I had not personally killed, at least completing the required records. Once the position was stable, Chen Xing called forward 3 members with invisibility, including me. Spread out and reconnoiter the left front sector. Your first priority is the encircled main force. Report critical information immediately. Do not go deeper for a kill. Understood. I accepted, activated Soul Stealth, and left the squad. Boss rewards in a 100-person dungeon were tempting, but many soldiers remained trapped by the tide. Finding them came before anything else. Before departing, the other 2 scouts and I divided the sectors and agreed on a maximum search time. Communications could fail deep within the tide. If someone exceeded the time limit without reporting, Chen Xing would treat them as missing instead of advancing the entire squad in the wrong direction. I took the left front. They searched directly ahead and right front, preventing duplicated routes. If a boss happened to lie near the rescue path, I would bring the intelligence back first, then determine whether we had an opportunity to end the dungeon. After leaving Squad A, I ran along Chen Xing's designated left front route, then changed to mobility gear. I replaced the Phantom Bracelet with the Talon Bracelet, the Mountain Helmet with the Dragonfly Crown, and used the Tiger King Battle Boots for out-of-combat speed. Once the 3 effects were assembled, I sprinted, leaped into the air, and began gliding. Soul Stealth hid me from the undead, while the aerial view cleared the dense tide. Even another professional who assembled similar equipment would struggle to glide repeatedly above the monsters without continuous invisibility. As my first glide descended, unnatural firelight appeared in the distance. After landing, I raced toward it and jumped again to confirm. The undead did not cast continuous, broad illumination spells. The light rose from one place at fixed intervals, more like professionals concentrating skills inside a defensive ring. I did not report coordinates from one flash alone. I rose again from another angle and confirmed the surrounding circular tide and repeated spell paths. The encircled main force was ahead. They had been retreating toward the entrance, but were cut off from the flank and rear by a larger undead force. They still maintained a circular defense, but any forced movement would create gaps under the tide's pressure. I used my glide to land directly at the center of their ring, broke stealth, and found the field commander. I'm Ling Zhua, a scout from Squad A. The rescue team has established a position and is advancing this way. I marked Squad A's location on his communicator and advised that he stop moving and commit to defense. Now that their position was known, having both forces move toward each other might make them pass in the tide. The commander asked only how far away the rescuers were before accepting the suggestion and changing his defensive orders. I did not remain to attack. I activated Soul Stealth again and returned over the tide. The other two scouts had already returned to Squad A without useful findings. Chen Xing was preparing to advance within a safe withdrawal range when I appeared before him. Captain, I found the main force. I synchronized the coordinates, enemy density, and the main force's current defensive condition, explicitly stating that they had stopped moving and would hold position for relief. I also uploaded 2 aerial observation clips. The tide was thickest to the main force's left, while a thinner connecting band lay to the rear right. A direct advance would collide with an elite dense area. Angling in from the right offered a better chance of contacting the ring. Chen Xing could adjust his formation using that information instead of receiving only an endpoint with no viable route. From that moment, Squad A was no longer probing blindly through the undead battlefield. We had an exact target and had to open a path before the main force's defense collapsed. Using the coordinates I brought back, Chen Xing changed Squad A's formation from steady clearing to a targeted breakthrough. Zheng Jun remained at the entrance safe zone to receive evacuees. Everyone else advanced at full speed along my marked direction. I returned to the front beside the tank line. I could not merely observe this time and prioritized first kills among the skeletons. After killing all 4 ordinary species and the elite skeleton tiger and elephant, Soul Devourer rewarded 11 blue items and 1 purple item. Ghosts remained poor targets for physical attacks. After 2 consecutive strikes missed a ghost fox, I returned my damage to skeletons and preserved the team's advance. I could complete the ghost first kills after rescuing the main force. The closer we came to the encircled troops, the greater the elite ratio. Both forces could already see each other's skill effects, but the thickest layer of the tide remained between us. Clearing at the normal pace would force the main line to endure much longer. Remembering the active techniques common on tank gear, I immediately found Kuyen. Do you have orange equipment with taunt? He did, but feared using it in an elite dense area. Taunt would force large numbers of targets to transfer aggro, instantly surrounding anyone without enough speed or defense. Lend it to me once, I said. I'll drag them sideways. The squad can break through the empty area. Kuyen did not hesitate. First, we reported the full procedure to Chen Xing. Leave combat and change gear. Enter from the line's right flank, activate taunt, then move left at high speed. If damage exceeded expectations, I would immediately clear aggro with Soul Stealth and return. After confirming that I could withstand the elite's current damage, Chen Xing approved and adjusted the team to exploit the new corridor. Out of combat, Kuyen handed me the orange armor carrying taunt. He immediately equipped spare orange armor, ensuring the front did not lose a tank. I charged into the horde, moved to the squad's right front, and activated taunt. The technique's range exceeded expectations. Even several elites at its edge abandoned their former targets. Before the first impact landed, I did not run toward the rescue objective. I cut laterally on an almost perpendicular route, separating the undead completely from Squad A. Drawing them toward the main force would turn the supposed corridor into another pincer attack. Skeletons and ghosts all turned and pursued me left. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate my defense, and elites could not match my speed. A broad empty space soon opened directly ahead. Squad A moved through it toward the main force without pausing. Once I had pulled the tide far enough away, I activated Soul Stealth. With the forced aggro target gone, the undead fell briefly into confusion. By the time I circled back from the flank, the gap between the two forces had shrunk dramatically. After returning, I left combat and gave Kuyen's armor back intact. The borrowed equipment mattered to his survival. Success did not justify keeping it. Chen Xing also rechecked the maximum damage I had sustained. Only after confirming I could repeat the maneuver at equal intensity did he allow us to seek a second taunt item. One pass was not enough. Many undead still occupied the middle. I needed another usable taunt item quickly. When I returned to Chen Xing, Jun Xian was already waiting with another orange item. Can you continue? He asked. Of course. His spare armor also carried taunt. I returned Kuyan's item, waited until I was out of combat, equipped Jun Xian's, and entered the tide again from the flank. The second taunt pulled the remaining elites in the opposite direction. Squad A and the encircled main force cleared the middle simultaneously, finally opening the connecting area. The forces rapidly merged. The first displacement had left irregular gaps in the tide. I did not copy my route. Starting from the opposite side, I dragged the remaining cluster away from both forces. Once the corridor appeared, the main force did not rush out together. Tanks first connected with Squad A's front, then ranged personnel and wounded soldiers moved in sequence, preventing our own people from blocking the meeting point. With 25 elite beginners added, the main line stabilized again. Everyone began moving toward the entrance, but we soon discovered that the number of undead along our route had barely decreased. Newly arrived monsters had refilled every cleared area. A continuous source was generating them. After several coordinated advances, the entrance safe zone's beam finally came into view. If everyone held through the final stretch, we would gain a stable retreat. I requested permission from Chunxing to leave the group and search for other safe zones and boss locations. The main force was near safety, and Chunxing had personally verified Soul Stealth, my gliding, and my survival. He approved, but required immediate reporting of critical information. After separating, I first handled the ghost first kills I had not completed. A ghost fox's physical evasion approached 90%. On average, only 1 of every 10 attacks landed. Surrounding undead could not penetrate my defense. As long as I avoided control, attack volume could grind down the probability gap. After the ghost fox fell, I used the same method to complete first kills on the ghost goose, cat, wolf, panther, and lion. The 4 ordinary and 2 elite species rewarded 2 purple items and 8 blue items in total. 90% evasion meant a single first kill might require dozens of swings. I chose isolated targets far from the main route, avoiding the risk of drawing hordes back toward the force merely to overcome hit probability. The Phantom Bracelet's cost reduction and Mountain Helmet's mana recovery let me repeatedly disengage with Soul Stealth. The first kills were inefficient, but placed no additional pressure on the overall retreat. All 12 known undead species were now recorded. I left combat, equipped the Tiger King battle boots, Talon bracelet, and Dragonfly crown, and searched from the air for safe zones and the monster source. 2 consecutive glides revealed no second safe zone beam. The undead battlefield was far larger than an ordinary dungeon and had no obvious ground structures. On my third ascent, I noticed something abnormal. The distant undead did not wander evenly. Large numbers of skeletons continuously entered the horde from one direction, forming a persistent trail of movement. By following it backward, I might find the true source that made the battlefield's monsters seem endless. I glided repeatedly against the skeleton's direction and soon saw a gigantic dragon made entirely of bones. A gray vortex hung inside its ribcage, continuously releasing skeleton rabbits, hounds, and other skeletons. That was why every cleared region had filled again. Skeletal Dragon, Level 1 Frontier Boss. I recorded its location and the discovery in the Frontier channel, then landed and restored my combat gear. Destroying it and the vortex should stop skeleton reinforcements. I did not wait for the main force to cross the entire tide. The coordinates were already transmitted. Even if I failed or retreated, Command could organize another operation. Ordinary skeletons around the dragon could not see Soul Stealth, giving me conditions to test it first. Before acting alone, I still preserved one gliding route back to the main force. I approached one enormous claw and attacked from stealth with the Phantom Dagger. Damage, 27. Its defense was high, but I could penetrate it reliably. The claw crashed down with tremendous force, yet its first attack failed to inflict effective damage. I did not underestimate it. After losing part of its HP, the skeletal dragon roared. Dark light spread across its bones, and the next claw removed 21 HP. An ordinary level 1 boss typically had no skill, but this bone dragon could temporarily raise its attack. The undead battlefield did more than grant ordinary monsters resistance or evasion. Even its bosses broke common rules. After the enhancement, it could hurt me. I switched to the Soul Stealth loop and stopped trading head-on. Whenever it raised a claw, I vanished beyond the impact point, then attacked from the opposite side. Its enormous body turned slowly, allowing repeated first strikes to lower its HP steadily. The gray vortex continued spawning lesser skeletons, so I could not prolong the fight indefinitely. When new monsters approached, I used the bone dragon's body to obstruct them and appeared beyond the opposite foreclaw. The dragon's area attacks knocked aside its own skeletons without revealing me, briefly preserving the duel. When its final roar ended, I denied it another enhancement. My dagger struck the same gap between bones again and again until the dragon's HP emptied. Level 1 Frontier Boss Skeletal Dragon killed. EXP plus 10. Soul Devour activated. Bone Dragon Dagger acquired. The item's grade was neither gray, blue, purple, nor orange, but the rainbow mark of an artifact. Bone Dragon Dagger, artifact, growth type. Attack plus 10. Effect, attack stat plus 10%. Technique, attack amplification. Attack stat plus 100% for 1 minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Equipment requirement, 30 base attack. Growth requirement, undead aura. The percentage bonus used base stats, meaning it would keep growing as my level and attack cap rose. The active technique directly doubled the base portion of my attack for 1 minute. More importantly, undead aura could continue growing the artifact. Once out of combat, I immediately replaced the phantom dagger. Rainbow light flared from the artifact, while the gray vortex inside the dragon disappeared with its corpse. But the dungeon did not end, nor did a temporary safe zone appear. That meant the skeletal dragon was only one boss of the undead battlefield. Ghost reinforcements continued. Another spawning vortex had to exist. Using my experience from the bone dragon, I quickly identified the ghost's movement trail from the air. They too flowed into the battlefield from one direction. Their source was a gigantic ghostfire phoenix. A second gray vortex hung beneath its right claw, continuously releasing ghost foxes, wolves, and lions. I landed, restored my combat gear, and approached under stealth. While I was still some distance away, flames suddenly ignited around the phoenix. True damage taken, 5. The persistent flames forcibly removed me from soul stealth. It was the first time an enemy had actively broken my invisibility since I awakened. I retreated to the edge of the flames. The persistent damage stopped immediately once I left, and I could reactivate soul stealth. But attacking the phoenix required entering that area. It did not truly see through invisibility. Indiscriminate environmental damage forced me to appear. The distinction mattered. Greater distance let me disengage, but a more discreet path could not bypass the mechanic. The Ghostfire Phoenix attacked, but could not penetrate my defense. The true problems were the continuous flames and the roughly 90% physical evasion inherited from ghosts. Repeated dagger strikes passed through its phantom body without lowering its HP. With the Bone Dragon Dagger, one successful hit dealt 37 damage, nearly 1/10 of its HP. The artifact clearly increased each hit, but did not change accuracy. If I relied only on attack volume, my HP in the phoenixes would decline at similar rates. I did not preserve my new technique. Attack amplification activated. Duration, 1 minute. The percentage used 40 base attack, so the technique added 40 directly. With the Bone Dragon Dagger and my other equipment, my temporary attack reached 107. The first few slashes still missed. The next solid hit finally struck the phoenix. Base damage, 77. Stat difference triggered deepened damage, 27. One hit removed more than 1/3 of its HP. The phoenix's flames still dealt 5 damage per tick, but could no longer match my effective output. I attacked at maximum frequency, using volume to force the next hit. When the second burst landed, it erased the phoenix's remaining HP. During the minute of amplification, every hit held enormous value. I did not change direction merely because the first few blades passed through the phantom. I kept covering its most likely movement range with dense attacks. Evasion could nullify one swing, but could not let the phoenix avoid the same blade pattern forever. When the second physical hit arrived, its remaining HP could not withstand the full calculation. Level 1 Frontier Boss Ghostfire Phoenix killed. EXP plus 10. Soul Devour activated. Skill Blazing Aura acquired. The gray vortex disappeared with the phoenix, cutting off ghost reinforcements at their source. For the first time, Soul Devour had rewarded a class skill directly. The Undead Battlefield's 2 bosses granted a growth-type artifact and a new attack method, far above ordinary level 1 Frontier rewards. But the dungeon still did not close. I opened the skill information first. If a third completion condition remained, the new ability might be exactly what I needed against the unknown target ahead. Blazing Aura generates persistent flames around your body, consumes 1% of maximum mana per second, and deals the same amount of true damage to nearby units. My current maximum mana was 540. Blazing Aura consumed 5.4 mana per second and inflicted 5.4 true damage that ignored defense and resistance on nearby targets. The current number was not high, but its purpose was clear. It required no physical hit, making it perfect against targets such as the highly evasive Ghostfire Phoenix. As my level, spirit, and maximum mana rose, the damage would grow with them. Its weakness was equally obvious. Blazing Aura covered only the area around my body. A melee class with low spirit could barely exploit it, while magic classes generally avoided staying close to enemies. With balanced stats and stealth for approaching, I was unusually suited to it. The flames also actively broke soul stealth. The two abilities could not stack without cost. In ordinary combat, invisibility and first strikes remain my priority. Blazing Aura should replace that core loop only against high evasion targets, fragile summons, or enemies requiring stable true damage. The new skill filled a gap. It did not overturn every old tactic. I closed the skill screen and checked the dungeon state. The skeletal dragon and Ghostfire Phoenix were dead, and both vortices had disappeared. Yet the undead battlefield produced no safe zone and transported no one out. Remaining undead no longer increased, but the dungeon still judged the clear incomplete. Only two possibilities remained. A third boss existed, or the clear condition required eliminating every remaining undead and some undiscovered core. In the Frontier Channel, Chun Xing reported that the main force had returned near the entrance safe zone. The rescue objective was temporarily complete. My two boss locations and spawning mechanics were synchronized with the team. With no immediate evacuation pressure, I received permission to continue scouting. I restored my mobility gear and began a broad aerial search. I built the route around the two vortex coordinates, connect the points, then expand outward from their midpoint. I recorded every launch, landing, and visible enemy group to avoid repeatedly covering the same area in a circular battlefield without landmarks. If a third boss controlled both undead systems, the center line was the most rational first search zone. The undead no longer flowed in fixed directions, so reverse tracking was impossible. I had to search sector by sector, recording how enemy density declined. If a third boss existed, it might control both undead systems or hide at the battlefield core between the two vortices. If the condition was total annihilation, the main force needed to know that generation had stopped before shifting from defense to systematic clearing. The enormous rewards from two first kills did not make me expect another talent without evidence. Soul Devour's return could be known only after a real target appeared. The current priority was determining why the battlefield remained incomplete. The Bone Dragon Dagger had demonstrated my burst damage, and Blazing Aura added magic-type true damage. Whether the next target had high defense, evasion, or detection, I possessed another response. I remained invisible and continued toward the battlefield center. Until the dungeon acknowledged victory, this frontier run remained in its most dangerous, unknown stage. I searched the undead battlefield for a long time without finding a third boss or another safe zone. Both spawning vortices were gone. The remaining undead were dense, but could no longer increase. Rather than search aimlessly across the enormous map alone, I needed to give command the information and organize every squad into a fixed clearance operation. When I returned to the entrance, Squad A and the rescued main force had exited to rest, while fresh teams maintained the line outside the safe zone. I briefed the commander inside, then left through the portal. Yui saw me first. Chun Xing, Liao Qiu, Shi Zhan, and Zheng Jun immediately surrounded me for the reconnaissance result. I didn't find another safe zone, but I discovered why the undead kept increasing and found two bosses. I first explained that the skeletal dragon and Ghostfire Phoenix each guarded a gray vortex that continuously spawned its own undead system. At once, Shi Zhan requested an assessment of crossing the tide for a concentrated boss attack, while Liao Qiu prepared to have me guide the main force. There's another result, I added. I already killed both bosses. The vortices are gone. The area fell silent. After confirming the portal remained red, Liao Qiu had me explain the battles and dungeon changes in full. I reported the Bone Dragon's attack amplification and the Phoenix's continuous true flames and high physical evasion. Neither death produced a temporary safe zone, and the dungeon did not complete. I had then searched by broad gliding routes without finding a third boss or another beam. I uploaded the combat logs, boss disappearance times, footage of both vortices ceasing production, and my search paths together. Command did not have to trust an oral account alone and could distinguish I did not see a third boss from no third boss exists. The first was current evidence. The second still required a full clear to prove. That produced two hypotheses. First, a third boss hid inside uncleared monsters or a special area. Second, the undead battlefield required more than killing bosses. Every existing undead had to die. A complete clearance solved both. With spawning stopped, the count had changed from infinite growth to a fixed number. If a third boss existed, clearing everything else would inevitably expose it. Liao Qiu quickly decided. All squads will stop blind expansion. Establish rotating lines around the entrance and eliminate every undead. The order also placed wounded personnel inside the safe zone, regrouped damage dealers by skeleton and ghost systems, and marked every cleared region on a coordinate grid. Since generation had ceased, clearing one grid truly reduced the total. Unified progress also prevented scattered squads from searching the same targets across the enormous map. The battlefield objective formally changed from exploration to a measurable total clearance. My 2 boss kills did not end the dungeon directly, but had finally cut off the tide's source. After issuing the clearance order, Liao Qiu assigned me another independent mission: re-enter the Horde and continue searching for a possible third boss. If found, I could choose between fighting alone or reporting first, but could not let pursuit trap me. I returned to the undead battlefield. The perimeter and open regions had already been searched. If a third boss existed, it was most likely hidden in the densest center. Repeated glides showed nothing abnormal. I changed methods, kill some undead in different regions and watch whether the groups protected, gathered around, or withdrew from anything. My first target was a skeleton rabbit. Level 1 frontier monster skeleton rabbit killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Undead crystal acquired. The crystal's description contained one sentence: a wisp of undead aura rests within. That was the bone dragon dagger's growth requirement. I brought the crystal close. The dagger instantly absorbed a cold wisp, and the empty shell crumbled to dust. The dagger's screen changed. Upgrade marks appeared after its attack, effect, and technique, while the growth requirement displayed Undead Aura 1. When I tried upgrading attack amplification, the system said I needed 99 more wisps. The first growth required 100 Undead Aura. First, I confirmed that the crystal was Soul Devour's personal reward rather than a public dungeon drop. Mission records did not require surrendering it, and only I could absorb it through the dagger. Even so, I reported its purpose and quantity, avoiding concealment of an anomalous resource during a collective clearance operation. I still needed to find the third boss, but the entire battlefield might drop artifact materials. At each observation point, I began clearing a group of skeletons before checking the surrounding reactions from the air. Undead crystals did not appear on every kill. Elites had a higher drop rate. One skeleton elephant even rewarded 2 at once. I prioritized skeleton targets because they lacked the ghost's physical evasion and allowed more kills per unit time. After rotating through 3 regions, I still saw no boss signs, but my inventory held more than 40 undead crystals. I did not hunt only elites for drop rates. In every new grid, I first observed whether the horde protected a location, then cleared skeleton rabbits, hounds, tigers, and elephants in order of efficiency. Any unusual gathering took priority for investigation. Only otherwise did I collect further. Materials remained attached to the search process instead of controlling my route. The battlefield's total population was falling, so the collection window would close with it. After frontier completion, the undead crystal rate might not remain this high. I entered the new drop and artifact growth mechanics in the mission record, then continued deeper. Searching for a third boss, contributing to the full clear, and collecting undead aura could now be accomplished by the same actions. There was no conflict as long as materials did not make me forget the mission priority. I shifted entirely into efficient clearing. Skeletons offered reliable physical hits and received priority. The highly evasive ghosts remained for magic teams for now. After collecting the 100th wisp of undead aura, I upgraded the bone dragon dagger's attack amplification for the first time. Before, attack plus 100% for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 60 minutes. After, attack plus 110% for 65 seconds. Cooldown, 59 minutes. The bonus rose only 10 percentage points, but duration increased while cooldown shortened. With continued growth, it might eventually approach permanent uptime. While I continued clearing, an elite skeleton elephant provided the experience needed to level. Level increased to 2. Free stat points plus 5. An ordinary professional usually gained only 2 points per level. 5 was high even among hidden classes. I put them all into attack, raising my base attack from 40 to 45. Leveling also removed the level 1 base stat cap, but I did not recalculate every equipment combination on the battlefield. Clearing remained the priority, and attack provided the most certain direct improvement to kill speed. I could fill the other 3 stats from new level 2 to 5 species later, without scattering free points into places that did not currently improve output. After reaching level 2, level 1 monsters stopped granting experience, but undead crystals still dropped. Artifact growth mattered more than ordinary rewards from my 2 remaining level 1 dungeons, so I did not stop. By the second batch of 100 undead aura, attack amplification required 200 for its next upgrade. I upgraded the base stat instead, raising the Bone Dragon Dagger's attack from 10 to 11. The third batch upgraded the effect, raising its attack percentage from 10% to 12%. 300 crystals completed the first growth in each direction. Later levels would become progressively more expensive. I continued collecting until skeletons grew increasingly scarce. The three upgrades remained distinct. The active technique became 110%/65 seconds/59 minutes. Fixed attack rose from 10 to 11, and the passive percentage from 10% to 12%. I saved screenshots before and after every expense to avoid double counting base attack amplification and fixed weapon attack in later calculations. I turned to ghosts afterward. Only one attack in 10 landed, making them far less efficient. But Blazing Aura dealt continuous true damage and perfectly compensated for physical evasion. Other squads advanced through rotating lines, and the tide finally broke into scattered groups. When the final monsters died, everyone felt the dungeon rule change simultaneously. No third boss appeared. The undead battlefield's true completion condition was killing both spawning bosses and then eliminating every remaining undead. After we left, the portal was no longer red, but instead of the green of a normal progression dungeon, it became an unrecorded yellow. It allowed entry but generated no new monsters. The frontier run was ostensibly complete, yet the yellow portal and endless fog showed that some unknown state remained. I had no evidence confirming any secret or controller elsewhere. I treated the yellow portal only as a new unsolved problem and left later monitoring and research to investigate it. Soldiers re-entered the yellow portal and found the battlefield still empty. The final map was a massive circle. Its edge was not a spatial wall, but impenetrable fog, and no second safe zone existed besides the entrance. Every member of Squad A had reached level 2 and exceeded the restriction. Soldiers still meeting the requirement performed later surveys. Dungeon porters tried moving the entrance, but could not relocate the abnormal yellow vortex. Command could only convert the temporary camp into a permanent station and maintain continuous monitoring. No one yet knew what the yellow state meant. I reported my recorded bearings, the distance between the two spawning vortices, and the order of boss appearances again. Surveyors cross-checked the data against survivor testimony, confirming that the fog wall always maintained the same curvature and did not shrink after the bosses died. 3 anomalies, no respawns, an immovable entrance, and stable internal boundaries became the monitoring baseline. Any change would trigger immediate lockdown and reporting. Before dismissal, Liao Qiu publicly summarized the mission. Squad A entered at the crisis point, found the encircled main force, opened an evacuation path, and then helped clear the total population. My reconnaissance coordinates, discovery of both spawning vortices, and boss kills were separately entered in the Frontier Merit Record. Every contribution will be reported accurately, he said. The Undead Battlefield Frontier mission is complete. Squad A is dissolved immediately. After leaving camp, I ate with Stone City's 5-person team. After 2 shared frontier operations, we were no longer connected only because UE had pulled us together. Meng Tai was most excited that everyone had reached level 2 and could finally enter level 2 to 5 dungeons. UE directly asked why I, another newly awakened beginner, could comprehensively overpower other hidden classes. Meng Yi warned him not to ask about personal secrets, but I was not offended. Because Soul-Devouring Assassin is a top-tier hidden class. The answer revealed no specific rule, yet all 5 fell silent. UE insisted his Detonation Mage should also be top-tier. I told him it might come close if his Detonation Pillar's area and damage increased tenfold. That stopped him briefly. Then he declared he would surpass me one day. Meng Tai also refused to yield and claimed he was the one most likely to catch me. The two soon argued over fragile ranged classes and melee sustain. There was no mission briefing or casualty count at dinner. The brief jokes finally loosened the tension of continuous combat. I did not interpret fighting together as the formation of one permanent party. Meng Yi coordinated well. Kuyen controlled the field, Meng Tai held the front, and UE and Fei Mu supplied ranged burst. Their 5-person system was already complete, while Soul Stealth better suited independent scouting and cutting down critical targets. In future cooperation, the most efficient method would still have them maintain the line while I found its most dangerous gaps. Before separating, we agreed to contact one another for future frontier missions suited to multiple participants. Everyone was entering the level 2 to 5 stage, where party configuration, skills, and dungeon choices would change. I first needed to return to Lay City and reorganize my national plan, artifact growth, and every reward from this frontier mission. I spent 100 credits to teleport back to Lay City. After instantaneous intercity travel, both Gale carriages and Sky Rock pavilions felt too slow. My cramped apartment was less comfortable than an inn, but truly let me relax. Clearing the undead battlefield had continued so long that even my final dagger swings felt mechanical. Only after resting did I begin settlement. The entire frontier run yielded more than 2,000 undead crystals, all absorbed by the Bone Dragon Dagger. Its attack, percentage effect, and attack amplification each completed 3 growths, leaving 218 undead aura. I reviewed every absorption segment against the system log. Ordinary undead, spawning bosses, and the Bone Dragon yielded different aura quantities, making visual totals impossible during battle. Fortunately, the artifact's growth log retained the time of every threshold. All 3 enhancements activated only after the proper threshold, and 218 was merely the balance for the next stage, not aura counted again after completed growth. Bone Dragon Dagger, artifact, growth type. Attack, plus 13. Effect, attack stat plus 16%. Attack amplification, attack stat plus 130% for 75 seconds. Cooldown, 57 minutes. Growth requirement, undead aura 218. The national route and 3 frontier runs brought other changes. I reached level 2, and my base attack rose to 45 through free points while the other 3 remained at 40. My equipment was purple at minimum, including 2 orange items and 1 artifact. Soul Devour rewarded the true damage skill Blazing Aura. I held 1% revenue shares in Phantom Corridor and Mountain Grotto. Despite selling huge numbers of blue and purple items, my available credits had increased. I also met Yu Meng Yi, Meng Tai, Kuyin, Fei Mu, Jun Xian, Rong Jiaxi, Lung Rue, and others, and witnessed completely different frontier methods in solo, 5-person, and 100-person dungeons. After restoring my normal combat equipment, my current screen read: Name, Lingzhua. Class, Soul Devouring Assassin. Level, 2. EXP, 141/1000. HP, 520/520. Mana, 540/540. Attack, 78.2, 45 base, 33.2 from equipment and percentage bonuses. Defense, 52, 40 base, 12 from equipment. Speed, 49, 40 base, 9 from equipment. Spirit, 54, 40 base, 14 from equipment. Talent, Soul Devour. Skills, Soul Stealth, Blazing Aura. Equipment, Bone Dragon Dagger, Pangolin Armor, Panther King Battle Boots, Mountain Helmet, Panda Necklace, Phantom Bracelet, Orange Glow Belt. The attack calculation used 45 base attack, the artifact's 16% effect, and fixed equipment bonuses. Soul Stealth still had a base cost of 10 mana, but the Phantom Bracelet reduced the actual cost to 8. Blazing Aura consumed 1% of maximum mana per second and dealt the same amount of true damage. I did not buy level 2 equipment. Level 2 purple gear offered limited improvement over my current effects, while orange items were expensive. Soul Devour might directly reward better gear in level 2 to 5 dungeons. Nor could I consider only my credit balance. The revenue shares had not produced stable dividends, while teleportation, admission, equipment repairs, and intelligence purchases would continue. I cataloged every current item and listed a slot for replacement only when its fixed stats clearly lagged and it lacked a critical effect. That preserved frontier funds without locking resources for minor screen increases. Reaching level 2 also introduced the clearest rule change: sky projection. From this level onward, a professional's dungeon battles were no longer entirely private records. Qualifying dungeons would project images to the outside world for real-time viewing. Until now, I had built strength along first kill routes no one could see. In the new level range, I had to recalculate combat methods, skill exposure, and public attention. After a night's rest, I returned to Lay City High School. I needed to report reaching level 2, and the National High School Tournament's entry requirement was level 2. It was time to keep my promise. On the way, my communicator displayed a clearance update. Current clearance, A rank. The record listed 3 major contributions: independently completing Phantom Corridor number 001, independently completing Mountain Grotto number 001, and making the highest individual contribution in Undead Battlefield number 001. B rank clearance could be obtained through recommendation. A rank required verified accomplishments. I had advanced shortly after awakening, and the undead battlefield had clearly been decisive. The page also defined its limits. A rank let me review more dungeon intelligence, receive greater discounts, and apply for certain high-risk missions, but did not let me bypass mission review. Unlike Elder Faye's provisional recommendation, this change rested on 3 sealed records, each traceable to participant lists, combat logs, and settlements. S rank came next. It was also the threshold for full membership in the National Talent Development Program. Given Soul Devour's and Soul Stealth's potential, I did not doubt I would reach it. But the deaths in Phantom Corridor and the undead battlefield reminded me that every merit rested on real risk. Near the school gate, Xia Juanxi approached to ask why I had returned. Ran Rui also pressed for details. I said only that I had business, kept my level and clearance private, and went straight to the principal's office. Xiao Hongyun assumed I had returned from Imperial City on schedule. I explained that 3 frontier missions changed my itinerary, that I had just come back from Dark City, and that I was now level 2. He immediately understood. You're registering for the National High School Tournament. Yes. The tournament had individual and team events. The principal asked which I wanted. Either was fine. With my current stats and abilities, facing 1 opponent or 5 mainly depended on which championship the school wanted. Xiao Hongyun clearly thought I underestimated the national tournament. Every high school cohort in the Dragon Kingdom produced more than 100 hidden class professionals. A class title alone never guaranteed the championship. I did not argue and simply displayed my A-rank clearance. It was not a certificate of potential, but proof through frontier records. After reassessing me, Xiao Hongyun opened the tournament system and applied for my official entry. Enter the individual event first, he said. A team needs coordination, and the gap between you and the other students here is too large. Winning alone is more practical than forcing you to carry an incompatible party. I accepted. We could reconsider the team event later. My individual registration had already entered confirmation. The choice also fit my abilities. Soul Stealth let me choose engagement positions, and an individual match did not require me to disclose every mechanic to teammates. A team event demanded stable positions, commands, and protection. Inserting 4 ordinary students would expose them to risks beyond their strength. If the school later found a mature 5-person party, I could evaluate it instead of using the tournament as a testing ground merely to enter another event. The invitation quickly reached my communicator. I confirmed participation in the individual event and completed registration. Xiao Hongyun again asked whether I would return to class. I still chose independent study, but would send the school my new dungeon plan and itinerary. From level 2 onward, monsters possessed talents and skills. I needed to rebuild my combat experience instead of copying level 1 assumptions. Back home, I set 3 priorities. First, kills of new species remained first. Frontier dungeons offered the highest returns, but I could not wait idly for missions. I also needed to progress quickly from level 2 to level 5 and fully unlock the current stage base stat cap of 60. The greatest change was sky projection. In dungeons level 2 and above, qualifying battles were projected over the dungeon plaza. Any equipment, skill, or tactic I used might be visible. I could no longer rely on total information secrecy, but would not sacrifice growth just to conceal myself. I read the projection rules. Outsiders saw only system-selected battle scenes and public class information. They could not read talent descriptions, inventory contents, or exact stats. Equipment organization inside safe zones was hidden by default. Soul Devour's precise rewards could remain secret, but repeated healing, stat growth, and first strike methods would eventually be summarized. Managing trump cards now meant deciding how much to reveal in each battle and what benefit that revelation purchased. At noon, I arrived at Lei City's Dungeon Plaza. Reporters, club scouts, investors, and ordinary spectators came here to find standout professionals. Until now, I had watched others fight. Today, I walked into the level 2 to 5 section for the first time. My target was the public dungeon Windblown Valley. A-rank clearance gave me a 30% admission discount. I paid and entered the hall. Party listings covered the lobby. Someone recruited a level 2 archer, 1 5-person team lacked a level 3 mage, and another accepted only level 5 members. I ignored them and approached the portal alone. Windblown Valley. Level limit, 2 to 5. Party size, 1 to 5. Difficulty, selectable. I chose easy and entered solo. That choice was not fear. Level 2 monsters possessed stable talents and skills for the first time. I needed a low-risk sample to compare their perception, control, and damage with level 1 monsters. If easy failed to expose any new mechanics, I could raise difficulty. If the first monster broke Soul Stealth, the the safe zone would still be close. Once transportation completed, sky projection number 157 would appear over the plaza. Outsiders could watch my actions, but not directly inspect Soul Devour's and Soul Stealth's detailed screens. I stood in the valley safe zone with blowing sand obscuring the route ahead. Ordinary blue travel clothes reduced attention on the street, but maintaining the disguise in combat offered no benefit. I activated Soul Stealth and left the safe zone, planning to find the first level 2 monster before restoring my full combat equipment. Blowing sand restricted vision. I searched under stealth before finding the first Winds and Scorpion. It was a level 2 ordinary monster whose talent reduced physical damage taken. From level 2 onward, monsters no longer relied solely on 4 stats. Talents directly altered class matchups. Before fighting, I replaced my blue travel gear with my artifact, 2 orange items, and purple set. Since sky projection would show the battle, wearing weak gear would only lower efficiency without protecting the real secret. I changed at a safe distance. The projection could show the equipment glow changing, but not why I wore blue clothes in the street. Soul Devour's protected rules remained invisible. The Bone Dragon Dagger and orange items already appeared in Frontier records, so sacrificing safety to conceal their colors was pointless. The Bone Dragon Dagger struck the Winds and Scorpion. Damage, 49. Its physical reduction activated, but could not withstand my attack. Its counterattack failed to penetrate my defense. Several strikes emptied its HP. Level 2 Winds and Scorpion killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Defense +1. After leveling, permanent stats could grow again. Each base stat capped at 60 in the level 2 to 5 stage, leaving ample room. I activated Soul Stealth again and soon encountered another Scorpion. This time there was no first kill stat, but I was no longer suppressing my level deliberately. I wanted to reach level 5 quickly, making repeat kill experience valuable. After 5 consecutive Scorpion kills, the second species appeared. The level 2 Winds and Boar's talent reduced magic damage and did nothing against my physical attacks. My first strike dealt 70 damage, and 3 attacks ended the fight. Level 2 Winds and Boar killed. EXP +2. Soul Devour activated. Spirit +1. Windblown Valley's ordinary monsters posed no threat, but I did not assume the entire dungeon would be easy. Level 2 to 5 dungeons contained elites and bosses of different levels. Talents and skills became more complete nearer the center. I canceled long-term invisibility and advanced openly, killing every repeat monster I encountered. That gained experience while limiting the sky projection to the fighting style I deliberately used. Open progress did not mean abandoning Soul Stealth. I reserved it for ambushes and boss skills instead of spending mana on every ordinary monster. Repeat targets gave experience, and Soul Devour might restore my condition. Basic attack and defense handled them efficiently, while saving invisibility for positions that required it. Outside opinions about my instant switch from blue gear to an artifact did not matter. As long as Soul Devour kept growing me, the strength they saw today would soon become outdated. As I advanced, I completed the remaining ordinary first kills. A level 2 Winds and Rabbit gave 1 speed, and a level 2 Winds and Cat another 1. A level 3 Winds and Hound gave 1 attack, a level 3 Winds and Wolf 1 speed, and a level 3 Winds and Goose 1 spirit. After recording all 7 ordinary species, I entered the central region. The first elite Winds and Panther attacked immediately. It was level 4, with a talent increasing speed. Its attack still could not penetrate my defense, while my dagger dealt 56 damage. It tried to evade with speed, but could not match my accumulated base stats and Panther King battle boots. Level 4 elite Winds and Panther killed. EXP +5. Soul Devour activated. Speed +2. The later level 4 elite Winds and Bull specialized in defense and granted 2 defense on its first kill. I also killed repeat elites. They accumulated experience much faster than ordinary monsters. At the valley's end, the final boss appeared, the Winds and Tiger King. It was a level 5 boss with an attack-enhancing talent and the skill Rending Claw. Its first normal attack removed 5 HP, my counterattack dealt 40. After several exchanges, its HP had fallen by more than half. The Tiger King activated Rending Claw. 3 consecutive strikes each dealt 15 damage. The skill finally posed a clear threat, but still could not empty my HP. Its body locked forward during the 3-hit sequence. I endured the first activation in full to verify damage. As the second cooldown approached, I moved behind and to the side instead of allowing the same 3 hits. Standing still after learning the skill's numbers was not bravery. It was wasting intelligence I had already obtained. I did not change strategy merely to display Soul Stealth. Once its skill entered downtime, I kept attacking at close range and ended the fight before the next rending claw. Level 5 boss wins and Tiger King killed. EXP plus 7. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 3. Purple Tiger King longsword acquired. A longsword was not an assassin weapon. I stored it for consignment, then exited from the temporary safe zone. Many people had watched the entire fight through sky projection. Back at the entrance, their attention visibly converged on me. I did not stop to discuss it and walked straight out of the plaza. A suited man blocked me at the exit. He introduced himself as Ding Zhang, a scout for Weixing Club, one of the Dragon Kingdom's Big Six. I invite you to a Weixing tryout, he said. With your performance, you have every chance to become a professional competitor. A tryout meant only that the club was willing to observe further, not a contract. I had not decided my future route and would not change my dungeon plan for a famous name, nor would I display equipment or accept an improvised test at the dungeon exit. Sky Projection had already supplied a complete combat record. If Weixing still offered only a tryout, their preliminary valuation differed from mine. A sincere next step would be a formal document, not another demand to prove what I had just demonstrated publicly. Not interested. I walked around him. Ding Zhang followed, opening his verified identity page to prove he was no imposter and asking to explain the real terms. After confirming Ding Zhang's identity, I stopped but did not withdraw my refusal. First, I haven't chosen the professional club route. Second, you're offering only a tryout. Even if Weixing belongs to the Big Six, that isn't worth disrupting my plans. Ding Zhang did not continue pressuring me with fame. He admitted the tryout was a temporary on-site decision and that his direct authority was limited. Back at headquarters, he would submit my projection record and seek a formal contract with better terms. At least add me as a contact, he said. If you consider a club later, we can continue. I agreed. Professional competition was one possible future, and Weixing possessed resources and a tournament platform. Keeping contact did not accept their terms. My contact permissions exposed only basic identity and public results, not private dungeon logs, equipment screens, or itinerary. Ding Zhang could use Sky Projection to support his judgment at headquarters, while I retained a channel to a top club. Each side received enough information to continue negotiations without making a commitment. After my age and awakening year appeared, Ding Zhang visibly paused. You're 16 and awakened this year? He had assumed I was someone who suppressed his level and built a foundation across an entire year in the level 2 to 5 stage. Under that assumption, a Weixing tryout was reasonable. Learning that I had reached level 2 and soloed a level 5 boss within a short time changed my valuation entirely. Ding Zhang admitted that he had underestimated my growth and promised to submit my age, a rank clearance, and complete Sky Projection together. You're very confident, he said. I understand my own ceiling. He asked how far I intended to go. I answered only that the world held many summits, and none was destined to remain beyond my reach. I was not demanding an unconditional price. I was explaining that a tryout held no attraction. Any organization seeking to bind me early had to offer resources, freedom, and benefits proportionate to my long-term potential. Back home, I reassessed the club route. Professional competition could offer exposure, opponents, and stable resources, making the Big Six a priority. But the national program, independent frontier exploration, or even creating my own team remained possible. Before deciding, strength remained the most effective bargaining chip. The stronger my next Sky Projection, the more organizations would offer formal terms. I therefore did not adjust training around Weixing's response. Choosing a visually easy dungeon to secure a contract might improve short-term footage while slowing long-term growth. Contracts should follow my strength, not force my route to serve an organization I had not joined. Later that day, Ding Zhang messaged that he had submitted an emergency evaluation request to Weixing headquarters and asked middle and senior management to discuss my contract tier. I did not ask about their meeting. Internal arguments were not facts I could verify. What mattered was the final offer placed before me. That evening, Ding Zhang sent a formal draft carrying Weixing's electronic seal. Contract Tier S. The tryout was gone, replaced by a direct signing offer. Weixing would provide a training team, competition slots, equipment applications, a fixed resource allowance, and commercial promotion, listing me as a priority prospect. For any newly awakened high school student, those terms could transform a life. I did not stop at the words S rank. I read the contract from beginning to end. The resources were abundant and the restrictions equally clear. During the term, I would follow club arrangements for formal competitions, public events, and commercial partnerships. I could not compete for another organization without permission, transfer, image rights, and early termination were fully constrained. Weisheng needed those clauses to recover its development costs. Nothing about that was strange. I marked the most important items. Resource applications were not unconditional. Competition slots remained subject to internal selection, and certain equipment would return to the club when the term ended, while breach liability took effect immediately. The contract was not deceptive. It protected the club's interests thoroughly. Signing after reading only the promotional page would mean deliberately ignoring the true exchange. The problem was that it suited a beginner who needed a club to carry him, not me. Soul Devour let me obtain equipment through first kills. I had just reached level 2, with vast room under the current 4-stat cap. A-rank clearance already opened many independent dungeon options. Locking away the next several years for immediate resources might cost more than it gave. Ding Zhang added that this S-rank contract was Weisheng headquarters' highest formal authorization after its emergency evaluation. Only by submitting my age, sky projection, and A-rank record had he elevated the original tryout to this tier. He did not pretend internal discussion was unanimous, saying only that he had sought a better package and failed. The final document was the only fact I could confirm. Guessing who supported or opposed it was unnecessary. I reviewed freedom, competition arrangements, and exit terms again. Once certain there were no hidden costs I had missed, I replied, "Not enough." I included the reasons. The terms did not sufficiently protect independent dungeon access, frontier missions, existing projection rights, or my ability to join other systems in the future. Unless those clauses changed, raising the equipment allowance another tier would not solve the core problem. The words were not a deliberate bid for a higher price. I did not reject Weisheng as a club. I rejected selling my freedom of choice early under these terms. My communicator went quiet briefly. Ding Zhang asked for a video discussion, and I agreed. When the video connected, Ding Zhang skipped pleasantries and confirmed I had read every clause. S-rank isn't a verbal promise, he said. Training, resources, competitions, and promotion are all written into the contract. For a newcomer, few organizations can replace everything Weisheng offers. I know. With the contract beside the screen, I explained each reason for refusal. The resource allowance was high but carried long-term exclusivity. The professional platform was strong but surrendered my training rhythm and public schedule to the club. Commercial exposure could build fame quickly, but would force earlier disclosure of my abilities. For an ordinary hidden-class professional, those exchanges were worthwhile. But with Soul Devour, every new species might continue raising base stats or providing equipment, skills, and materials. Weisheng valued today's performance. I could not sign away my future according to today's ceiling. I did not reveal Soul Devour's exact effects. I used public facts. Since awakening, I had risen from full blue gear to an artifact and orange combination, participated in 2 frontier operations, and capped my same level base stats. System records proved that growth without disclosing talent details. An S-rank valuation could become outdated very quickly. Ding Zhang reminded me that this was the only high-tier contract actually in my hands. Potential meant nothing unless converted into future results. That's why I won't ask you to raise the offer without evidence, I said. I'll turn potential into records with the next match, the next dungeon, and the next competition. He asked whether I would sign immediately if Weisheng offered an SSS rank contract now. No, I would consider it seriously, but I wouldn't sign before comparing every route. That was not a rejection of professional competition. I had registered for the national tournament, and future arena and professional events remained in my plans. I rejected only premature commitment. Weisheng may be the only club offering me S-rank today, I continued. But before long, I'll make more SSS rank terms come to me. Then freedom, resources, and development route will all be mandatory. After several seconds of silence, Ding Zhang accepted that negotiations had ended without agreement. Weisheng would keep the channel open until I changed my mind or the club received new authorization. We'll talk again. All right. I looked at him on the screen. I have to admit, you really do have a good eye. After the call, I neither celebrated the S-rank contract nor treated it as an honor already won. It was simply the market's current quote on my strength. The most reliable way to transform the next quote was to continue leveling. I saved Weisheng's draft in a contract comparison folder, marking resources, restrictions, and unresolved clauses instead of deleting it. Future offers would have a real benchmark. If Weisheng improved its terms, I could see whether the changes solved anything instead of being distracted by a new letter grade. After refusing the contract, I reset my short-term objectives. First, continue first killing new species and push my level 2 to 5 base stats toward the cap of 60. Second, reach level 5 quickly, and unlock my second-class skill. Third, seek first kill rewards from level 2 to 5 frontier dungeons whenever a suitable mission appeared. I had registered for the National High School Tournament, but time remained before it began. Rather than study possible student opponents early, I would first obtain every certain source of growth available. The next morning, I bought admission to Flame Mountains at Lay City's Dungeon Plaza. It was a government-controlled dungeon requiring C-rank clearance, admitting level 2 to 5 parties of 1 to 10. Mountain fires covered most of its ground and continuously drained HP. Nightmare difficulty also contained one unique species absent from every other difficulty. I chose Solo Nightmare. After transportation, I stood in the foothill safe zone, with flames painting all 3 peaks red. I stepped onto the edge outside first. HP -4. The damage was fixed at 4 per second. I activated Soul Stealth and touched the flames again. Burning immediately broke invisibility. The environment continually created a damage-taken judgment, directly countering my core skill. I did not leave. Small patches of bare rock remained across the map. With a planned route, I could recover in stages. My inventory also held out-of-combat HP and mana recovery gear and potions, providing enough margin for error. I first observed the fire from the safe zone's edge. It did not move randomly, and the shortest paths between bare rocks remained repeatable. The true danger was being pulled away from the route in combat, making burn time uncontrollable. Before attacking any monster, I identified the nearest foothold. I advanced where flames were thinnest and encountered the first flame tortoise. It was an ordinary level 2 monster protected by a flame shield that absorbed damage. I stabbed it head-on with the Bone Dragon Dagger. Damage, 67. Large cracks spread across the shield, and my second strike shattered it. The tortoise's counterattack could not penetrate my armor. I held my position and rapidly emptied its HP. Level 2 Flame Tortoise killed. EXP plus 2.6. Soul Devour activated. Defense plus 1. The first new species was secured. Farther up the mountain, I encountered the other ordinary monsters in turn. The level 2 Flame Rat gave 1 attack, the level 3 Flame Cat 1 speed, the level 3 Flame Snake 1 defense, and the level 3 Flame Duck 1 spirit. Repeat monsters also became experience. The persistent fire damage increased the practical value of HP and mana returned by Soul Devour, but recovery remained random, and I would not entrust my safety to luck. After every continuous flame zone, I found bare rock, left combat, equipped recovery gear, and confirmed the next route. Safe footholds grew rarer near the summit. Soul Stealth did not work, and both travel and combat drained HP. My progress was slower than in an ordinary dungeon, but never crossed the danger line. I equipped recovery items only out of combat on bare rock and restored my primary set before entering flames. Wearing low defense recovery gear into the fire for a few extra seconds would add monster attacks to the fixed environmental damage, turning save time into greater loss. After crossing 2 peaks, the flames ahead suddenly grew dense. I restored fully on the last bare rock, re-equipped my combat set, and entered Flame Mountain's core. The true prize of nightmare difficulty waited inside. The core's first elite was a level 4 Flame Wolf. Its talent greatly increased its speed inside fire. The moment it found me, it used the flames to circle behind and to the side. Its claws could not penetrate my armor. I stabbed back. Damage, 66. It ran faster than I did in the flames. Chasing directly would only expose me to more environmental damage. I stood on a narrow rock patch and guarded the angle every lunge had to cross. The Flame Wolf changed direction repeatedly, but had to approach to attack. Every charge brought it into my dagger's range. After several exchanges, it fell at the rock's edge. Level 4 Elite Flame Wolf killed. EXP plus 5.6. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 2. Elite numbers rose rapidly. At one point, I faced more than 10 at once. I placed my back against the mountain, preventing attacks from all sides, then cleared them from the edges one at a time. The other elite, Flame Deer, granted 1 defense and 1 spirit on its first kill. Near the final region, I did not go directly to the third summit. I turned toward a cliff on the left, home to the Flame Eagle unique to nightmare difficulty. Only one existed in the entire dungeon. It was a level 5 elite. Its talent added burning to attacks, and its fire feather skill launched ranged shots from the air. Ordinary melee classes could not reach it, while ranged classes struggled to withstand continuous burns alone. Many parties preferred to avoid it. I equipped 2 purple items in advance: the Talon Bracelet for greatly increased jumping and the Dragonfly Crown for brief gliding. My attack and spirit would be slightly lower than with the orange set, but the combination could bring an aerial target into melee range. The moment I entered the cliff area, a burning feather fell from above. The feather itself could not penetrate my defense, but burning began draining HP. HP minus 2. HP minus 2. A second fire feather hit soon, stacking the effect. HP minus 4. Each burn stack had its own duration. Taking another shot before an old stack expired increased each tick. The Flame Eagle's true threat was not one feather, but using aerial distance to refresh the stacks continually. If my first jump failed to deal enough damage, I had to leave its range and clear the status before trying again, not force another exchange under a high burn count. Allowing the stacks to grow would combine fire feather burns with the mountain blaze. I sprinted toward it and launched myself with the Talon bracelet. The Flame Eagle did not retreat. A third feather shot directly at me. Holding the bone dragon dagger across my body, I slashed its underside as we passed. Damage, 56. As I began falling, I immediately activated the dragonfly crown, briefly stabilizing my height long enough for a second strike. The eagle lost roughly 1/3 of its HP. I lost my airborne position and fell toward the burning ground. Before landing, I ended the glide and forced my trajectory toward the nearest rock. I still touched a short flame zone, but avoided taking a full fall from cliff height. The mobility combination had to bring a melee class to the flying target and return me safely to the ground. Missing either item would break the exchange. The fire feather burns and mountain fires settled together, alternating -6 and -4. I rapidly left the flames, but did not withdraw from the cliff. The 2 spare purple items had proven the method. 2 more aerial exchanges would strip away its advantage. After landing, I wasted no time and launched myself a second time. The Flame Eagle kept firing. I accepted the new burn and stabbed twice as I passed its side, lowering its HP to the final third. My stacked burning now removed 10 HP per tick. Delaying longer would rapidly reverse my advantage. Before the third jump, I confirmed my HP could survive another exchange, then leaped with full force. My first strike landed. The dragonfly crown briefly held me up. The second passed through its body immediately afterward. The Flame Eagle lost its strength and fell from above the cliff. Level 5 Elite Flame Eagle killed. EXP plus 6.6. Soul Devour activated. Skill Blazing Aura enhanced. The first kill did not grant stats. It directly strengthened an existing skill. I opened the before and after descriptions. Before, Blazing Aura consumes 1% of maximum mana per second and deals equal true damage to nearby units. After, Blazing Aura consumes 1% of maximum mana per second and deals 1.5 times the consumed amount as true damage to nearby units. The cost was unchanged while damage rose by half. Stats would eventually reach the stage cap. A skill enhancement remained long-term. This was worth more than several temporary stat points. The Phantom Bracelet's 20% reduction lowered my actual mana cost from 5.8 to 4.64 per second, while damage still used that original baseline and became 8.7. Lower cost did not reduce output, allowing 1 mana bar to last longer. I had to record that interaction for future combat calculations. On Bare Rock, I waited for burning to end and restored HP and mana. I re-equipped the mountain helmet, Phantom Bracelet, and other primary gear before climbing the third peak. A burning palace stood at the summit. There was no safe ground inside. Fixed fire damage of 4 per second began at the door. Ordinary monsters and elites crowded the buildings, while the level 5 Flame Lion King lay at the deepest point. The Lion King roared, and every monster charged. The palace restricted movement, while ground fire broke soul stealth immediately. I had to clear them head-on. My dagger harvested nearby targets. Soul Devour occasionally restored 30 or 45 HP, making my bar rise repeatedly against environmental damage. I consciously controlled my kill rhythm to avoid wasting random recovery through overflow. When only 8 low HP monsters remained, I withheld the finishing blows and charged the Lion King. Flame Lion King, level 5 boss. Talent: continuously regenerates HP while standing in fire. Skill: Armor Break. My first strike dealt 41 damage. Its claw followed. Armor Break bypassed part of my defense and removed 24 HP. At the next ground fire tick, -4 appeared above me while the Lion King restored 10. The palace was not merely an environmental obstacle. It was the boss's healing ground. I stayed against its flank and attacked continuously. The 8 wounded monsters gathered outside, but still could not penetrate my defense with normal attacks. The Lion King's armor break dealt stable damage. Combined with ground fire, both HP bars soon fell below half. If we continued trading normally, its regeneration would drag the battle into an unfavorable range. I activated the newly enhanced Blazing Aura. My current maximum mana was 580. It consumed 5.8 per second, while every nearby target took 8.7 true damage. The Lion King's 10-point regeneration was almost completely cancelled, and all 8 reserved monsters began losing HP. The first Flame Snake died, and Soul Devourer restored 30 mana. An Elite Flame Deer followed, restoring 45 HP. Other targets died to Blazing Aura one after another, repeatedly triggering HP or mana recovery. I had not overlooked them. I had converted 8 slivers of HP into recovery reserves for the decisive phase. The method still carried risk. 8 living monsters caused minimum damage and positional interference. Recovery outweighed the encirclement only after each had entered 1-tick killing range for Blazing Aura. I checked them individually before attacking the Lion King and never treated full health monsters as potions I could open at will. The Lion King still roared in the flames, but my Blazing Aura had changed the rate of attrition. The true decisive phase had only now begun. After Blazing Aura killed the 8 wounded monsters one by one, Soul Devourer restored my HP and mana several times. The Flame Lion King lost its environmental advantage. Every 10 HP it regenerated was met by 8.7 true damage, leaving only 1.3 effective healing. I maintained the skill while my dagger repeatedly struck its foreleg and neck. Armor Break still dealt 24 damage, but had gaps between activations, and its ordinary attacks posed nowhere near the same threat. The gap between our HP bars rapidly widened. When its claws descended for the last time, I shifted away from the center and swept the Bone Dragon dagger back across its throat. Blazing Aura settled simultaneously, emptying its final HP. Level 5 boss Flame Lion King killed. EXP plus 7.6. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 1. Defense plus 2. Purple Flame Belt acquired. I shut off Blazing Aura immediately to avoid wasting mana. I had never used the Bone Dragon dagger's attack amplification. Sky Projection had already exposed my jumping, gliding, kill recovery, and area flames. Preserving a trump card that raised attack by 130% would be more valuable against a real future opponent. A temporary safe zone formed beside the corpse. I inspected the new item first. I did not leave immediately. The battle log separately recorded the Lion King's regeneration, armor break, and environmental burning. I captured the critical timestamps. Regeneration was fixed at 10, Blazing Aura dealt 8.7 true damage at my current maximum mana, and armor break activated only after a claw hit. Against a similar regenerative boss, I could compare fixed healing to persistent true damage and decide whether to maintain Blazing Aura without another long trial by attrition. Flame Belt, purple. Level requirement, 2. Attack plus 4. Defense plus 5. Effect, ignores 10% of target's armor. Its fixed stats exceeded the level 1 purple-orange glow belt, while armor penetration directly improved my damage against high defense targets. I equipped it immediately and stored the old belt to sell, while level 1 demand remained high. When I exited, Sky Projection ended. Attention in the plaza concentrated on me. Some recognized yesterday's Windblown Valley fight. Others waited near the entrance for interviews. I did not explain my abilities publicly. After checking the system log once, I left. Streams and clubs could save public projections, but they saw only results. The footage did not automatically reveal whether my recovery came from a talent, skill, or equipment, nor what kind of ability Blazing Aura was. Back home, I listed the orange glow belt and checked my experience. The bar had passed halfway. Before consigning, I placed the orange glow and flame belt screens side by side. The former was better as a pure stat transition. The latter's 10% armor penetration gained value as target defense rose. High defense professions could appear in the arena, so this was not merely a numerical increase. It changed the order in which I selected targets. At Flame Mountain's efficiency, 2 more full solo clears at this stage would probably carry me to level 3. But the greatest gains today were more than experience. Blazing Aura had improved, and level 2 purple gear had begun replacing old equipment. That proved Soul Devourer would keep converting each first kill into a long-term advantage beyond level 1. Not long after returning to my cubicle apartment, I received a contract invitation from Phantom Trace Streaming. The platform wanted exclusive rights to my Dungeon Sky projections, offering only a 10% revenue share under its most ordinary D-rank contract. It had plainly sent a mass invitation after seeing Flame Mountain's traffic without even verifying my A-rank clearance or Weixing's S-rank offer. I rejected it. Streaming could convert public combat into income and popularity, but that was not my priority. A low-tier exclusive license would restrict future choices, and exposure was not what I lacked. Frontier exploration, 4-stat growth, and reaching level 5 all mattered more than a 10% share. I kept priority alerts for level 2 to 5 frontier missions. Receiving none did not mean no new dungeon existed nationwide, only that current teams could handle the events. Opportunities could not be forced, so I used the open afternoon for another newly unlocked function. Arena. Professionals could enter system matchmaking from level 2. Arenas were random and opponents generally close in level, but win streaks and performance raised matchmaking strength. Individuals could fight at most 5 matches per day. Both side status and available cooldowns reset before entry, with no real death. I selected individual competition and soon received the first pairing. Before entry, I confirmed 3 often misunderstood rules. The system restored starting condition but did not pay equipment wear. Arena injuries did not remain after exit, and one of the 5 daily slots was consumed upon confirmed matchmaking, so contestants could not cherry-pick records. A win streak had reference value but was not equal to a real life or death battle. Today's objective was learning mechanics, not exposing every trump card. Ling Zhua, level 2, soul-devouring assassin. 0 wins, 0 losses. Dong Kongping, level 2 tank. 13 wins, 11 losses. We arrived on a platform painted with a Taiji symbol. Dong Kongping wore a full blue set and held a shield in his left hand. Seeing my bone dragon dagger, he tightened his stance but did not withdraw. When the protective barrier disappeared, I approached head-on without soul stealth. Dong Kongping activated his starting skill and raised his shield. The skill screen was private, so I judged from his movement. His speed visibly fell while a damage reduction sheen formed over the shield. I tested his defense with my first stab. Damage, 59. His HP fell by almost 1/3, while mine simultaneously lost 21. Dong Kongping had not counterattacked, so the damage could only come from a talent or equipment reflection. Physical reduction plus damage reflection did counter melee, but as long as the HP exchange favored me, the mechanic could not alter the result. I also noticed reflection occurred only after the dagger dealt real damage. A 0 damage test blocked by the shield produced no backlash. It was not a constant aura but triggered by effective damage. If the ratio worsened, I could test whether blazing aura's true damage bypassed the reflection. For now, there was no need to reveal another ability. I tightened my grip and advanced again. Dong Kongping lowered his shield, clearly preparing to drag out the entire match through reflection. If he actually won, defeating a hidden class with an artifact while wearing level 2 blue gear would indeed be worth bragging about for a year. I stabbed 3 more times. Dong Kongping's HP reached 0 first. Reflection removed another 63 from mine, nowhere near the danger line. Victory. Current record, 1 win, 0 losses. I continued matchmaking. My second opponent was 1 level higher. Shen-Chi, level 3 mage. 32 wins, 23 losses. The random arena was a forest. When the barrier fell, Shen-Chi immediately raised a wall of fire between us and retreated behind a tree to maintain casting range. I did not use soul stealth. The wall dealt too little damage to stop me. Going around gave her more time. I crossed the first flames and rapidly closed the distance. Just before my dagger connected, a repulsive force erupted and hurled me several yards backward. She used the opening to cast another fire wall and retreat deeper into the trees. A force distance ability had to possess a limit. If it could be used continuously without cooldown, an ordinary melee professional could never account for her 23 losses. I charged head-on again, prepared to use soul stealth after a second repulsion. She could not repeat it immediately. I entered range, removed more than half her HP with the first stab, and ended the match with the second. Current record, 2 wins, 0 losses. The fight confirmed that although arena skill descriptions were private, casting motions and cooldown gaps remained observable. After her first repulsion, Shen-Chi retreated twice without using it again. Enduring 1 displacement was enough to force close range. Treating unknown skill as impossible to judge would leave me 1 step behind in real combat forever. The third match took more than 10 seconds to find and raise the level again. Yu Hongda, level 4 assassin. 42 wins, 31 losses. We entered a forest of boulders. The moment the barrier vanished, he became invisible. Instead of answering with soul stealth and waiting, I lowered my center of gravity and watched the sand, airflow, and possible attack angles. Cold touched the back of my neck as his dagger landed. HP minus 13. Only 13 damage at a weak point meant my defense still suppressed his attack. Yu Hongdao visibly froze after appearing. I turned along the point of contact and counterattacked. Damage, 99. One strike nearly emptied his HP. I hit first on our second crossing and ended the match. Current record, 3 wins, 0 losses. The first 3 fights showed me reflection, knockback, and weak point attacks. Monster mechanics were comparatively fixed. Professionals freely combined talents, skills, equipment, and judgment. That was the arena's value. I entered concise notes in my communicator. Tank reflection did not trigger on a block. The mage's knockback had a clear interval, and assassin invisibility could not compensate for inadequate attack. I recorded transferable judgments, not opponents' names. Against similar classes, I would not need to exchange HP from 0 again. I recognized my fourth opponent. UE, level 2 detonation mage. 9 wins, 0 losses. The round-faced kid from Stone City's Frontier Party needed one more victory for a 10-win streak. When he saw my name, he covered his face, then shouted through arena voice chat, "Brotherswa, I'm 1 match away. Is 10 straight really this hard? Today? Apparently so." Transportation light filled my vision. Hidden class against hidden class, artifact against artifact. At least this fight would differ from the first 3. UE and I appeared in a sun-baked desert. Before the match, he asked again whether I could concede once. I refused clearly, and he asked me to go easy. The instant he finished, the barrier disappeared and a detonation pillar erupted beneath my feet. Negotiating aloud while opening with an ambush suited him perfectly. I retreated beyond the central damage and immediately activated Soul Stealth. UE cast small fire zones behind and to both sides, but failed to touch me. When he turned to inspect directly behind, I emerged in front. The bone dragon dagger paused before his eyes for an instant, then struck his shoulder. After losing most of his HP, UE simply crouched with his arms over his head and surrendered through voice chat. The arena had no verbal surrender button, so I avoided his face and emptied the rest with the dagger's hilt and several controlled attacks. Current record, 4 wins, 0 losses. After exit, he immediately messaged that I should notify him before entering the arena so we could avoid each other. Running into each other is more interesting, I replied. He sent a string of ellipses. I closed the chat and used my final match of the day. Feng Buoxiue, level 5 warrior. 54 wins, 65 losses. A level 5 professional had unlocked a second-class skill and should be clearly stronger than level 4. The random arena was merely a square platform without cover, giving neither melee fighter terrain advantage. When the barrier fell, we charged the center together. I was faster and entered dagger range first. Feng Buoxiue raised his sword in both hands and activated Heavy Slash. The bone dragon dagger opened a wound in his armor, visibly lowering his HP. His greatsword then struck my shoulder with the full skill effect. HP minus 1. For levels, and an extra skill could not bridge the gap in stats and equipment. Feng Buoxiue did not yield. He turned with a horizontal slash to block the path. I stayed near the hilt, avoided the powerful outer edge, and repeatedly lowered his HP with short attacks. After several exchanges, the system removed him from the platform. Victory. Today's record, 5 wins, 0 losses. The settlement showed all 5 match durations and damage curves. The level 3 mage with knockback delayed me longer than the level 5 warrior. Level indicated skill slots and stat caps, but mechanics decided the cost of battle. Feng Buoxiue's complete Heavy Slash, dealing only 1 damage, also proved my defense had crossed the penetration threshold for most ordinary professionals in this stage. My 5 opponents ranged from level 2 to level 5, and matching difficulty rose with the streak. Later pairings were what I looked forward to. Once the system selected professionals with greater stats and more complete mechanics, I could test Soul Stealth's and Blazing Aura's limits against humans. Yui complained in the temporary group that I had broken his 10-win streak. Mengtai posted his own new 10-win record to boast. After learning whom Yui had faced, he privately asked what time I usually matched. I gave no fixed time. Randomly meeting an acquaintance was part of the arena. Anyone protecting a streak should be prepared to defeat every opponent selected. Still, I recorded Yuyi's opening ambush and Feng Buoxiue's blocking horizontal slash in my review. Familiarity did not turn someone into a weakness, and the absence of real death did not excuse dismissing movement. If I continued winning tomorrow, the system would find stronger people with mechanics better suited to counter me. That evening, another small streaming platform offered an exclusive arena license under a D-rank contract. I verified that it contained no new terms and rejected it. 2 consecutive low-tier contracts at least proved public projections had market value, but I would not sell long-term rights for initial attention. I organized Flame Mountain's gains and tomorrow's route, then rested on schedule. At dawn, I bought admission to the solo dungeon Cloud Ladder. It required B rank clearance, admitted level 2 to 5 professionals, and fixed the party size at 1. It had only 5 floors, but progressively suppressed the professional stats, so few used it for routine leveling. I selected Nightmare and entered. Before entry, I left spare mobility gear in my inventory and kept my primary set. Suppression applied proportionally. Frequent changes could push one stat below a safe line. I would switch only for cliffs, flying targets, or otherwise unreachable positions. I also separated health, mana, and control removal potions so simultaneous suppression would not force me to search my inventory. A staircase extended from the safe zone toward the clouds. The moment I stepped onto the first floor, my body grew heavy. Gravity stair entered. Speed minus 15%. Proportional suppression removed more absolute points from a larger base. Even after reduction, my speed exceeded that of most same-stage professionals, and my movement remained controlled. A level 4 elite Swift Panther appeared. Cloud Ladder had no ordinary monsters. Each floor's target corresponded to its suppressed stat. Here, my speed fell while the monster's talent enhanced its own. The panther attacked first, but its claws could not penetrate my defense. My dagger struck its shoulder. Damage, 54. It tried to retreat and accelerate again. I pursued directly, denying it a second full sprint. After repeated exchanges, the Swift Panther fell. Level 4 Elite Swift Panther killed. EXP plus 4.6. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 2. That was the only species on the first floor. After killing more than 10, I found the upward stairs. On the second floor, the heaviness vanished, replaced by invisible pressure around my consciousness. Pressure stair entered. Spirit minus 15%. This floor contained level 4 elite Kata geese with the talent Mental Shock. When the first one saw me, it attacked mentally without approaching. HP minus 13. I endured the second shock and closed in, dealing 72 with one stab. Its attack bypassed conventional defense, but its body was poorly defended, and it died quickly. Level 4 elite Kata goose killed. EXP plus 4.6. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 2. Farther ahead, 5 Kata geese appeared at the end of the passage. 5 mental shocks struck almost simultaneously, stacking needle-like pain inside my head. 13 from 1 was not lethal, but 5 taking turns could trap me in continuous hit stun. I immediately activated Soul Stealth, breaking their target locks, and rushed down the corridor. Having lost their target, the geese began to spread out. Once I entered dagger range, the second floor's suppression no longer favored them. I did not break stealth at once. Their mental shocks were not perfectly synchronized. The first to lose its lock had already turned, but the last was still charging toward my old position. Only after their attack directions separated completely did I stab the one nearest the side wall, using the wall to limit the other's encirclement. Soul Stealth freed me from the 5 mental shock locks. I reached the nearest Kata goose, attacked once from stealth, and immediately vanished again. The attack, stealth, reposition loop could not cancel a mental shock already released, but made the other 4 lose their continuous target. The first goose fell after 3 cycles. Level 4 elite Kata goose killed. EXP plus 4.6. Soul Devour activated. Restored 45 HP. The reward canceled the earlier group damage. The remaining 4 had lost their shared rhythm. I stopped vanishing after each stab, endured scattered shocks, and rapidly closed in. The second death restored another 45 HP, stabilizing the situation completely. After clearing all 5, I did not continue openly. Mental Shock ignored normal defense. Twice as many could create a genuinely dangerous hit stun chain. Soul Stealth here was not for show, but necessary to break focus fire. I stopped at the stairwell corner to recover mana. Reactivating after every attack cost 8 mana. Splitting 5 Kata geese was safer than a frontal clash, but could not be repeated infinitely. If remote control and powerful melee appeared together later, I had to calculate how many re-stealth cycles I could sustain rather than looking only at the lack of cooldown. I crossed the rest of the second floor under stealth, killing isolated targets in turn, then entered the third stair. Frost Stair entered. Defense minus 15%. The third floor's level 4 elite Berserk Hounds had the talent Critical Strike. On the first test, I deliberately endured one exchange. Ordinary damage remained low, but a critical hit reached 36. After identifying the threat, I stopped allowing several to touch me together. One target could be faced directly. Against groups, I entered under Soul Stealth, focused one down, then handled the remainder. Level 4 Elite Berserk Hound killed. EXP plus 4.6. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 2. The fourth floor followed. Weakness Stare entered. Attack minus 15%. Its target paired with the suppression. The level 4 Elite Jigia Tortoise possessed a weakening talent that reduced all damage taken. It retreated into its shell when attacked, and my first stab dealt only 36. Its defense mechanism was powerful, but its counterattack still could not penetrate mine. Maintaining patient attacks eventually ground its HP away. Level 4 Elite Jigia Tortoise killed. EXP plus 4.6. Soul Devour activated. Defense plus 2. After clearing the route, I restored myself before the final stairs and entered the 5th floor under Soul Stealth. Final stair entered. Attack, defense, speed, and spirit minus 15%. The final chamber was small, yet 21 monsters stood in a complete formation. 5 Jigia Tortoises held the front. 5 Swift Panthers and 5 Berserk Hounds mixed in the middle. One restricting movement and the other supplying burst damage. 5 Kata Geese held the rear and could sustain mental shocks. At the very back stood the level 5 boss Kaka Rat. Talent. All damage has a chance to inflict brief paralysis. Skill, Electric Shock. All 4 stats were suppressed while front line, melee, ranged, and control covered one another. That was Cloud Ladder's true difficulty. An ordinary professional had to dismantle the whole formation head-on. I did not need to begin with the hardest front line. I circled halfway around the outside and confirmed the group turned together without changing layers. The Kaka Rat remained at the back, while the geese's vision extended over the tortoise shells to the entrance. Attacking the boss directly would draw 5 mental shocks and paralysis together. Removing the ranged units first could reduce control to one source. Remaining invisible, I passed the Jigia Tortoises, Swift Panthers, and Berserk Hounds and reached the 5 Kata Geese. The ranged mental attackers had to disappear first. I stabbed the nearest Kata Goose. The instant I appeared, electricity struck from the rear and every muscle in my body seized. Paralysis lasted only briefly. As soon as I recovered, I activated Soul Stealth and vanished before the 5 geese completed their mental shocks. A Swift Panther had already arrived but lost its target as well. The Kaka Rat reacted far faster than an ordinary monster. Nearly every time I emerged to attack, an electric shock struck simultaneously. Its direct damage was limited, but brief paralysis disrupted continuous movement. Fortunately, my attacks required no charge. I could stab once, wait out paralysis, then vanish and reposition. The method still advanced reliably. The first Kata Goose fell in 3 strikes. The second and third died the same way. The Kaka Rat kept shocking and the Swift Panthers kept chasing, but none could complete an encirclement during my short appearances. After killing all 5 ranged monsters, I crossed around the middle and targeted the 5 Berserk Hounds from the flank. Under 4-stat suppression, their critical hits were the next greatest threat. Repeated stealth had already consumed part of my mana. I did not copy the first rhythm. After the geese died, I deliberately remained visible long enough to draw the Swift Panthers to the opposite side, then vanished and separated them from the Berserk Hounds. Splitting the enemy into 2 sections reduced the number that could reach me each time I appeared and saved mana otherwise spent after every stab. Attack, paralysis, Soul Stealth, reposition. The loop remained effective. By the time a Berserk Hound counterattacked, I had vanished. Every electric shock caught the instant I appeared, but could not convert brief control into sustained damage. The 5 hounds eventually died one by one. 11 monsters remained: the Kaka Rat, 5 Swift Panthers, and 5 Jigia Tortoises. 1 specialized in control, 1 in speed, and 1 in defense. They no longer had enough output to empty my HP during paralysis. I ignored the outer monsters and charged the Kaka Rat. My first stab hit. Damage, 35. Electricity struck immediately. After paralysis ended, the Kaka Rat fled behind the Jigia Tortoise formation while 5 Swift Panthers moved to block me. I vanished, crossed between them, and returned to the boss's flank. Second strike. Second paralysis. The Kaka Rat changed positions constantly, but Soul Stealth made its front line unable to protect it. It could offer flawless, all-angle electrical service every time I appeared, but could not stop the next dagger. I never activated attack amplification. Paralysis was irritating, not dangerous enough to reveal a trump card. As the dagger landed again and again, the Kaka Rat finally reached its last sliver of life. My final strike emptied its HP and ended the electricity with its death. The system log showed electric shock was not random. It prioritized targets that had just dealt damage. Paralysis was brief, but repeated shocks could trap an ordinary professional inside the frontline formation. Repeated disappearances isolated each control event for me. Against the same mechanic in a public arena, I would need to choose my post-strike retreat before attacking. Level 5 boss Kakarat killed. EXP plus 7.6. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 1. Spirit plus 2. Purple Kaken necklace acquired. A temporary safe zone appeared, but 10 elites remained. They offered experience and possible recovery. I set aside my annoyance at the endless shocks and turned toward the 5 swift panthers and 5 Jijia tortoises. The dungeon was not truly clear yet. Without the Kakarat's control, the 5 swift panthers could not stop me from killing them one at a time. The Jijia tortoises took longer but lacked threatening attack. Only after grinding through their shell reduction and confirming all 21 targets dead did I enter the safe zone and leave. Once my communicator reconnected, a wave of unread messages appeared. Clubs offered tryouts. Merchants offered sponsorships with publicity and exclusivity clauses, and platforms including Soaring Sky and Miracle offered Sky Projection or Arena licenses. The highest streaming contract was only C rank, while club terms remained far below Weixing's S rank formal offer. After verifying the key clauses, I rejected everyone. Cheap exclusivity was pointless, and ordinary equipment sponsorships did not meet my real needs. Unless someone offered artifact-grade resources or an irreplaceable freedom advantage, changing my route was not worthwhile. I did not judge only the letter on each cover. Tryouts consumed fixed training days. Sponsorships required continuous display of designated equipment in public battles. Streaming rights might cover unfinished frontier runs. Each traded future choices for current resources. I entered the offer, term, exclusivity scope, and exit cost into one comparison table and archived anything below Weixing's S-rank benchmark. After leaving the plaza, I checked experience first. I was close to level 3 and might advance after one more dungeon of equal scale. Then I inspected the Kaken necklace. Kaken necklace, purple. Level requirement, 2. Attack plus 3. Speed plus 3. Spirit plus 4. Effect, after dealing damage, 20% chance to inflict brief paralysis. Its fixed stats suited current combat better than the panda necklace, and a 1 in 5 trigger chance was enough to activate repeatedly under frequent attacks. After experiencing the Kakarat's electricity, I knew even brief paralysis could interrupt casting, charging, or evasion. I equipped the new necklace, listed the panda necklace, then notified Yue and Meng Tai in the temporary group that I was preparing to enter the arena as they had requested. After changing gear, I made dozens of light strikes in the training area. 20% was a long-term probability, not a guarantee of one trigger every 5 attacks, and the control could not become the fixed opening of a combo. Its real value was occasionally creating an extra window during rapid attacks. If a tactic depended on a specific strike paralyzing, failure would erase the entire retreat route. The first match appeared quickly. Ling Zhua, level 2, soul-devouring assassin. 5 wins, 0 losses. Shi Haotsong, level 5 mage. 59 wins, 53 losses. The random arena was a snowfield. Friends spectating alerts lit up repeatedly. All 5 members of Stone City's party entered the stands. They could see only system-approved battle footage, not my skill screens. Shi Haotsong and I faced each other across the snow. He did not let the artifact distract him. Inside the barrier, he raised his staff in advance, clearly prepared to counter an assassin's approach. When the countdown reached 0, I activated Soul Stealth immediately. As I vanished, Shi Haotsong cast Frost. Fine crystals spread around him, continuously attacking targets within range. When I entered the frosted area, Soul Stealth broke and my movement slowed sharply. He placed a second patch across my route, preparing to maintain distance. Flame Mountains had proved that persistent environments could counter Soul Stealth without preventing my approach. Even slowed, my current speed exceeded an ordinary level 5 mage's. I took the shortest path directly through and reached him before his next movement. My first strike removed most of his HP. The following attacks left no time to place more frost, and the match ended quickly. Current record, 6 wins, 0 losses. The friend spectating icons remained lit. Without pausing to discuss, I matched again. Min Han, level 6 tank. 76 wins, 76 losses. We entered a narrow bridge with one unavoidable frontal route. I approached under Soul Stealth, but Min Han roared toward the bridge ahead. The shockwave forced me out of invisibility. He had barely adjusted his shield when I vanished again. The first detection clearly had a cooldown. Unable to see my new position, Min Han could only hold the bridge's center. I emerged from his forward flank and stabbed between shield and armor. The heavy damage was followed by brief paralysis from the Kaka necklace, freezing his counterattack halfway. I attacked continuously through the control window. Level 6 and the tank class both increased durability, but could not overcome the total gap in stats, equipment, and attack frequency. Current record: 7 wins, 0 losses. Both fights proved that revealing invisibility had different forms. Frost used persistent damage to force me out, the roar actively detected within an area. The first could maintain denial, while the second had a cooldown. Their solutions differed as well. Cross a persistent zone with speed, or bait a single detection and vanish again. My next two opponents were a level 7 warrior and a level 8 assassin. The former used area slashes to deny approach. The latter hid and sought weak points. Without revealing a new trump card, I compressed the warrior's casting space with speed and used defense to endure the assassin's first ambush before counterattacking. Current record: 9 wins, 0 losses. Today's final match took 23 seconds to find. The system was clearly seeking a stronger obstacle to my 10-win streak. When the information appeared, the opponent was another hidden class. Ling Zhua, level 2, soul-devouring assassin. 9 wins, 0 losses. He, level 6 spirit summoner. 32 wins, 3 losses. He was 4 levels higher, had unlocked a second-class skill, and possessed a far better win rate than the previous opponents. A spirit summoner could call contracted creatures with different functions according to the battle, theoretically giving him tools to counter soul stealth. Before transportation, he opened arena voice chat and laughed. Another hidden class rushing a streak at level 2. Let me teach you a lesson. I ignored the taunt and verified the bone dragon dagger and Kaka necklace were functioning normally. After 9 straight wins, the final match had finally found someone who might force me to use more abilities. I checked the damage and skills used across today's 4 matches, confirming I had revealed no active ability besides soul stealth. My HP and mana would reset under the rules. Raising match strength for the 10th win did not alter fair conditions. He's true advantages were 4 levels of growth, a second skill, and 32 matches of experience, not carrying over my previous consumption. The random arena was an ordinary square platform without cover, elevation, or environmental damage. Neither summoner nor assassin received a terrain advantage. The outcome depended on abilities and decisions. He's public information carried a Phantom Trace streaming badge, meaning the fight was broadcast through his authorized channel. I could not see its commentary or chat, and had no need to care. The arena transmitted only permitted footage, not my complete screen. He wore full purple equipment and wielded an orange summoning focus. Level 6 hidden class, 32 wins and 3 losses. Real strength plainly visible, not danger manufactured by reputation. After noticing the bone dragon dagger's rainbow light, he stared for several seconds. An artifact? He gave his signature chuckle again. Good gear. But I hate rich brats who rely on their family's resources more than anything. I looked down at the dagger. The artifact came from the undead battlefield's first boss kill, not a family gift. I had grown up an orphan and lived in a rented cubicle. He had invented my entire background from one weapon. His pre-match research was far less practiced than his taunting. You misunderstand, I said. Losers always have explanations. He raised his focus. I won't just end your 10-win streak. You won't even touch me. That revealed his tactical direction. Knowing I was melee, he planned to use ranged or mobile summons to drag out the match. A spirit summoner's strength was its tool set. Reconnaissance, restriction, weakening, damage, and even personal protection could come from different contracted creatures. My advantage was equally clear. Summoning took time. The more functions he wanted, the longer building the complete field required. If I entered range before his system formed, class advantage might never materialize. I prepared 3 responses. If the first summon blocked attacks, pass it from the side. If it detected an area, accept 1 reveal and immediately restart soul stealth. If he took flight, equip the Talon bracelet and dragonfly crown, and seek 2 contacts through jumping and gliding. The spare equipment had lower fixed stats and was worth that loss only if he actually left the ground. 3 seconds remained on the barrier. I did not activate attack amplification or cast blazing aura in advance. Soul stealth was enough for the first test. If he truly broke it reliably, I would adjust to the summon order. The countdown reached 0 and the barrier disappeared. I immediately vanished and charged he in a straight line. He raised his focus, and the first summoning circle opened overhead. An eagle-shaped spirit flew from the light, its eyes locking onto my position. Before the detection beam descended, I had already memorized the time from circle illumination to completed summon. It formed before I could cross the entire arena, but was not instant. If later spirits required the same interval, every additional function would grant me another stretch of approach. Before the barrier disappeared, I had already changed equipment based on the Spirit Summoner class. The Talon bracelet provided jumping, and the Dragonfly crown brief gliding. Their fixed stats were below my 2 orange items, but they covered melee's weakness against aerial targets. Changing gear slightly lowered my defense and fixed attack, so I did not treat damage as unlimited. The arena log still resolved every hit, even though it restored me afterward. If corrosion stacked too high, attacks that could not penetrate defense might suddenly cross the threshold. My observation window would last through the 4th completed summon at most. Then I had to dismantle the system. The first summon appeared overhead. Spirit, Reconnaissance Eagle. Its eyes fired a detection beam, immediately ending soul stealth. He did not waste the first summon on damage. He dismantled an assassin's clearest advantage first. I kept moving forward. His second summoning circle completed. Spirit, Frost Crow. Cold struck from above. It did not penetrate my defense directly, but thin frost covered my legs and sharply reduced speed. Reconnaissance revealed me and frost delayed me. He was using utility spirits to buy time for later summons. I did not jump immediately. He was only level 6, so the number and functions of spirits he could sustain had to be limited. I had finally met a hidden class with a real system. I wanted to see the complete combination before deciding which link to break. A third flying spirit appeared. Spirit, Corrosion Aureole. Its attack still removed no HP, but corrosion marks appeared on my armor. Every stack reduced defense. Given time, the Frost Crow would limit me, the Corrosion Aureole would soften my protection, and later damage could expand the advantage. He retreated while watching for a ranged skill. I pursued in a straight line without blazing aura or attack amplification, letting him continue spending summon slots according to his plan. The 4th circle finally lit. Spirit, Floating Dove. The white dove rapidly expanded overhead, seized his shoulder armor in its talons, and carried him into the air. The previous 3 rose as well, continuing detection, slowing, and corrosion from beyond my reach. The system was complete. Break soul stealth, reduce speed and defense, then remove the summoner from melee range. Without anti-air equipment, I could only stand below and be worn down. Once airborne, he actually put both free hands into his pockets. See, he called down. Hands in my pockets. And you can't even touch your real opponent. I stopped directly beneath him and confirmed the floating dove's height. The Talon bracelet could reach it, and the Dragonfly crown could create a second attack window. For summons had not created an impossible position. They had merely delivered the most important load-bearing point into the air. He himself was not my first target. My upward speed was fixed. If the first stab targeted him, the floating dove could climb again and carry him beyond the second. Striking the support first would weaken its lift, then the second attack would kill it. The fall would inflict damage and hit stun on the summoner for me. Kill the dove, and the entire system would come down. I completed my run-up beneath the floating dove and drove off the ground. The Talon bracelet launched me high. He initially maintained his altitude, only ordering the dove upward after I passed normal jumping height. Too late. Instead of attacking the suspended summoner, I stabbed the bone dragon dagger into the dove's belly. Damage, 60% of maximum HP. One strike removed most of its health. Before falling, I activated the Dragonfly crown, adjusted in a brief glide, and landed the second strike precisely. The floating dove's HP emptied. It dissolved into light and returned to summoned space. Without support, he fell directly toward the arena while I extended my glide and changed my landing angle. He struck the ground first, losing roughly 30% HP to the fall. I landed steadily afterward without the same impact. Gliding did not truly make me fly. It turned vertical descent into a controllable diagonal. I chose a landing point near the arena's edge while airborne, leaving several yards between us so the other flying spirits could not add control while we were both down. The crown's brief effect ended exactly as my feet touched. The Frost Crow still slowed me, and the Corrosion Aureole continued weakening defense, but the summoner stood exposed within dagger distance. He rose and tried to retreat. I remained faster. After the first stab, little HP remained. The second struck, and the system removed him from the arena. Victory. Arena record. 10 wins, 0 losses. From detection to flight, He's tactic was sound. He lost because the entire outcome rested on one support point, and because he underestimated how two auxiliary purple items could change the battlefield dimension. Without changing gear in advance, the fight would have been difficult. The settlement showed the floating dove took two ordinary melee hits without anti-air bonus. Its inadequate maximum HP decided the result, not system favoritism. I had to remember that distinction. If the next summoner used a heavily defended flying beast as a mount, the same two-strike decapitation might fail. After leaving, messages from Stone City's party appeared rapidly. Yue admitted he had briefly expected me to be worn down. Meng Tai insisted the reversal was inevitable. I ignored their guesses about equipment and recorded the abilities exposed: soul stealth, jumping, gliding, and high melee damage. Several minutes later, a contact request arrived from a verified Phantom Trace account. The applicant was Gu Huanyue, publicly known both as the streamer Happy Bro and an operations manager. He explained that he had commentated the fight through He's licensed channel and wanted to discuss a new streaming contract. Then he sent an abnormal notice. Platform account review found that Ling Zuo was added to Phantom Trace's cooperation blacklist without valid cause. The record is frozen pending internal investigation. After my first D-rank offer, I had merely refused normally without an argument. Now a blacklist record appeared. The platform had to explain who created it and on what basis. Gu Huanyue soon sent the formal review result. An employee called Achong handled the initial D-rank invitation. After I refused, he submitted no-risk evidence and initiated no review, but abused his personal authority to add me to the blacklist. The platform retained complete operation logs, so there was no need for conflicting claims. Phantom Trace deleted the erroneous record, issued a written apology, and notified me that the employee had been dismissed. It did not excuse the conduct as a personal emotion, but acknowledged a flaw in its internal permission controls. I confirmed through my account that the mark was gone, then downloaded the review number and correction receipt. Achong's discipline was an internal personnel decision. I needed assurance that the error would not affect other branches, cooperation ratings, or future settlements. The receipt declared the mark invalid and excluded it from my risk file. Only then was the matter complete. I accepted the correction without lowering my contract standards. Fixing the blacklist solved a basic process failure. It did not make a new offer valuable automatically. Gu Huanyue introduced himself on video. He was the commentator from the recent stream and the first person to request my account review. After watching the full match, he used his personal authority to offer the platform's highest directly approvable B-rank contract. Compared with the first D-rank version, B-rank increased revenue share and recommendation resources while reducing some exclusivity. But its central license still covered Dungeon Sky projections and arena footage, without enough platform investment to justify a long-term commitment. I refuse. 2 refusals did not change his tone. He asked whether I opposed signing with any streaming platform or merely found the tier insufficient. A streaming contract is negotiable in principle, unlike a club contract, I said. But I won't give long-term rights for a transitional offer. I reminded him that Weixing had already offered a formal S-rank contract. Streaming and clubs offered different resources, so letter grades were not directly comparable, but B-rank could not possibly attract me. After confirming my position, Gu Huanyue stopped testing the limit of his own authority. He would submit my 10-win recording, A-rank clearance, age, and prior offer to the platform and seek a special evaluation. If higher terms are approved, I'll send the real best offer directly instead of bargaining up from B-rank. That approach was at least more effective than mass templates. I agreed to stay in contact, but promised nothing. Before ending, he asked why I had heard him out instead of closing the invitation immediately as before. Because you investigated the blacklist first and acknowledged the platform's error. Had he shifted all blame to a departed employee, I would have ended the discussion. The account, permissions, and review system all belonged to Phantom Trace. One person's abuse exposed a procedural gap. Gu Huanyue created a written record, at least showing that future promises could likewise be demanded in writing. Contracts govern the future, but the way a partner corrected errors revealed its baseline early. Whether Phantom Trace could offer enough remained unknown, but negotiations now had a foundation. I had used all 5 arena matches for the day. I reviewed the fight with He and confirmed that my pre-entry equipment change had decided it. The Talon bracelet and Dragonfly crown did not increase frontal damage, but turned a ground-bound melee fighter into one capable of 2 aerial attacks. Against a profession with a complete counterchain, gaining the ability to touch the target mattered more than raising screen numbers. Nor had waiting through 4 summons been risk-free. Frost Slow and Armor Corrosion stacked continuously. If the fourth summon had been a direct burst attacker, I would have interrupted earlier. I allowed the whole system to form only because the first three could not empty my HP quickly and I had prepared anti-air gear. As soon as I saved the review, Gu Huanyue's new message arrived. Phantom Trace Special Evaluation Complete. Proposed Contract Tier, SSS. It was the platform's highest tier. Gu Huanyue explained that headquarters authorized it after a vote, based on my age and awakening year, a rank clearance, 2 independent frontier records, undead battlefield contribution, and 10 arena recordings. Unlike the mass D-rank template, the invitation listed what they valued. Soul Stealth could activate repeatedly. My 4 stats still suppressed higher-level opponents. Spare equipment changed my movement, and I could switch tactics in combat after being countered. I did not accept because of 3 letters. I read the entire draft first. I compared every column with the previous D-rank and B-rank versions and Weisheng's S-rank contract. Revenue share increased most dramatically, and recommendations and operational support changed from subject to available resources to guaranteed minimums. But default licensing also expanded, while vaguely defined editing rights remained. A higher tier offered more resources. That was no reason to relax scrutiny of long-term restrictions. The platform requested streaming rights to authorize dungeon projections and arena matches. In return, it offered top-level recommendation placement, dedicated operations and commentary support, a higher revenue share, and a signing bonus. It did not require daily streams, a particular win rate, or dungeon difficulty. Compared with Weisheng's contract, Phantom Trace did not interfere with training, tournament choices, or my career route. Its restrictions were much smaller. It wanted content rights, not team management. But the draft still required advance notice whenever I entered a public dungeon or arena. That was acceptable for routine leveling, but frontier missions, military operations, and special tasks involving trump cards might not be suitable for broadcast. I accepted Gu Huanyue's contact request and proposed a video negotiation. The highest tier meant Phantom Trace was willing to make a serious bet, not that every clause required no revision. The deciding factor was whether, respecting my choice, would enter the contract instead of remaining in the invitation. Before negotiations, I listed non-negotiables. Military and frontier secrecy took priority. Each license required separate confirmation. Joining another organization later was not breach, and no skill screen could be published without consent. Revenue share and recommendations could be negotiated within a range. If any of those 4 existed only as an oral assurance, even SSS rank was merely a more expensive restraint. When the video connected, Gu Huanyue confirmed that SSS was Phantom Trace's highest tier and formally invited me to license streams through the platform. I proposed the first revision immediately. If I judge an operation to involve secrecy, frontier safety, or core abilities, I may decline to notify the platform and withhold the projection. I alone decide whether to make it public. That would prevent the platform from using my signed status to force access to every high-value scene and offered greater freedom than its standard SSS contract. Gu Huanyue did not placate me with an oral promise. He had legal marked the original clause and confirmed the exemption would have no usage limit and would not require disclosure of confidential content. I needed only select "not authorized for this event" in the system. Agreed, he said. It goes into the main contract, not an appendix we can revise at will. I raised the second item. I may later join a club, chamber of commerce, guild, school development team, or even the military. Phantom Trace cannot prevent those choices or classify ordinary affiliation as a non-compete conflict. A streaming platform and combat organization were not inherently incompatible, but the text had to be explicit. Gu Huanyue agreed to preserve Phantom Trace's legitimate interests within licensed broadcasts while deleting language broad enough to obstruct future affiliations. We then checked revenue settlement, recommendation resources, footage usage duration, editing scope, breach liability, and the legal procedure for a minor signature. As an orphan, I had no parent to co-sign. The platform had to use the independent guardianship and notarization process under professional management law instead of leaving the gap unresolved. I required automatic minutes of the oral negotiation to be numbered and linked to each revised clause. In particular, "not authorized for this event" could not trigger demotion, guaranteed payment reductions, or term extensions, and the platform could not bypass whole event secrecy through highlight rights. Gu Huanyue had legal restate the revised meaning on the call before moving on. After those details, I gave an answer in principle. Send the complete revised contract. If the text matches what we discussed, I'll sign. Gu Huanyue visibly relaxed, formally welcomed me to Phantom Trace, and promised Legal would rebuild the document immediately. While waiting, he suddenly asked, "Do you know the Phantom Trace streamer Happy Bro?" "No." Gu Huanyue went silent for a moment. "Doesn't matter," he said. After the call, I saved the minutes and original draft point by point. The top tier, maximum traffic, and 3 signing rewards were only benefits. I continued because confidentiality and my future path had not been traded away. If the next document accurately contained those 2 principles, the partnership could proceed. I did not delete other offers after the video. Every file and timestamp remained in my comparison archive. When the formal contract arrived, I still had to check for new attachments or reference clauses. Agreement on principles was only the first step. The final signed text bound both sides. Phantom Trace's legal team quickly sent a revision. The secrecy exemption and freedom of future affiliation appeared in the main contract exactly as negotiated. Revenue, license duration, and breach boundaries had not changed secretly. I verified every page, completed the independent notarization process under professional regulations, and signed my name. SSS rank licensing contract is now effective. New status: Phantom Trace streaming source rights holder. The status meant only that I licensed selected dungeon projections and arena footage. I was not a platform employee. A Phantom Trace option appeared on my communicator, allowing me to choose authorize this stream or keep this event confidential before entering a dungeon or arena. The platform provided 3 orange items as the SSS ranked signing reward. I first asked whether they could be exchanged for undead crystals, but neither inventory nor public channels had any. The undead battlefield portal had turned yellow and could not create new instances, so further growth of the Bone Dragon Dagger had to wait for another undead dungeon. I requested equipment based on my current gaps. 3 items arrived that day. Returning Wind Belt, orange. Level requirement, 2. Attack +6. Defense +6. Effect, first strike damage from stealth +50%. Heavenly Mountain Cloud Armor, orange. Level requirement, 2. Defense +12. Technique, Rejuvenation. Instantly restores 20% of maximum HP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Rainfall Short Boots, orange. Level requirement, 2. Speed +12. Technique, Purge. Instantly removes negative effects. Cooldown, 1 hour. The Returning Wind Belt directly linked with Soul Stealth. Cloud Armor restored a percentage, becoming more valuable as maximum HP rose. Rainfall Boots handled burning, slows, poison, and other ailments. The 3 items filled mechanical gaps, not merely screen numbers. I replaced the Flame Belt, Pangolin Armor, and Panther King Battle Boots, and listed those purple items. My primary 7-piece set now held 1 rainbow artifact, 5 orange items, and 1 purple item. The remaining Kaka necklace had a 20% paralysis chance and was temporarily more useful than ordinary orange stats. After the 3 replacements, I recorded my primary and mobility configurations again. The Returning Wind Belt improved my first strike, but could not replace the Talon Bracelet's jump. Rainfall Boots had higher speed, but lacked the Tiger King Boots' old effect. For aerial engagements, I still had to accept the stat decrease from temporary gear. Orange quality solved regular combat. It did not erase the value of backup mechanics. Phantom Trace then announced the signing on its official site, explicitly naming the SSS tier. Congratulations, interview requests, and offers from other forces poured in. Stone City's party congratulated me and our group. Ding Zhang also messaged that streaming and club contracts did not conflict and hoped we would continue talks. I did not treat public attention as an increase in strength. Recommendations merely brought more eyes to the next fight. The battle itself decided whether they remained. Next, I needed level 3. Instead of arranging a promotional exhibition, I would make my scheduled dungeon the first licensed stream. I gave my dedicated operator only the dungeon name, expected start, and approved footage scope, without promising clear time or a particular skill. The platform could schedule the channel, but could not make me manufacture danger. If the debut proceeded smoothly, revenue came from my real route. If I found an unknown mechanic, retreat remained my decision. Phantom Trace Operations suggested a fixed broadcast time for recommendations and commentary. I did not oppose consistency, but would not disrupt leveling for traffic. The next day's target was already set, the Colosseum. It was Lay City's final level 2 to 5 dungeon I had not challenged, required B rank clearance, and allowed up to 10 people. Unlike Cloud Ladder's solo stat suppression, the Colosseum had one sealed battle zone where entrants faced every monster simultaneously. Nightmare difficulty held nearly 200 monsters with randomized species proportions. Their talents differed: persistent burning, slowing, charging, and aerial strikes. Combining those mechanics in one arena made the danger greater than their numbers. It created attack windows for one another. Public guides gave only the species range, not today's exact counts. I prepared for 3 cases. If soul stealth remained intact, go directly for the boss. If persistent area damage appeared, clear the revealing source first. If the boss possessed powerful area control, preserve purge and rejuvenation through the lesser monsters. Among 200 monsters, the decisive issue was which mechanic first let the others hit. The platform approved the choice. I set the stream for 8 a.m. and tentatively planned the arena for 1 p.m. 8 was not peak traffic, but was my normal training time. The contract served my actions, not the reverse. The signing announcement's effect appeared that evening. Multiple clubs, guilds, and chambers of commerce sent new offers, up to S rank. Every file fell below my serious negotiation threshold. I declined them individually without manufacturing a false bidding war. At 7:55 the next morning, I arrived at the Coliseum entrance. After paying admission, I did not enter early. I checked authorization, equipment, and potions until the scheduled time. This event, streaming authorized. Dungeon, Coliseum. Stream begins. 8 o'clock. At 8, I selected Solo Nightmare. Coliseum Sky Projection Number 1. Lingzhua, Level 2, Soul Devouring Assassin. Party Size 1. The platform indicated that recommendation placement and commentary were connected. I could not see viewer discussion and would not respond during combat. I needed only follow my plan and clear the dungeon. I arrived outside an enormous circular building. Beyond the main gate lay the Soul Battle Zone. No other area could divide the monsters after entry. I activated Soul Stealth and left the safe zone. There was no return switch at the safe zone edge. The entire Coliseum shared aggro once I attacked. I circled the wall first, confirming the boss's central position, ranged monster density, and traversable gaps, then entered from the thinnest side. The broadcast could follow me, but the beast still could not see my invisible path. Nearly 200 monsters were scattered inside, with the level 5 boss Berserk Earth Bear at the center. An ordinary 10-person party would pull edge targets and reduce numbers gradually. I could bypass every monster before battle. My debut needed no deliberate performance. The shortest clear route was direct enough. Cross the horde, kill the boss, then handle everything else. The Coliseum's monsters were more complex than they appeared from the entrance. Swift cats and bloodthirsty wolves roamed the perimeter, with charging hounds scattered through the middle. Armored horses, freezing deer, and bouncing rabbits stood nearer the center. More than 20 burning foxes possessed ranged attacks. Once they hit, persistent burning would repeatedly break soul stealth. I remained invisible and attacked nothing. As I passed each species, I recorded its position within system visible range without stopping for first kills. There was no room to kill and exit before infiltrating again. Once one lesser monster took damage, the central boss and every ranged unit would turn together. Delaying the rewards a few minutes did not sacrifice them. It reserved the most dangerous target for full HP, mana, and cooldowns. First kill stats would not disappear. Attacking lesser monsters first merely exposed my position and allowed nearly 200 targets to surround me. The Berserk Earth Bear was the enemy I most needed to face at full condition. I passed between swift cats, avoided a charging hound, and moved along the edge of an armored horse's vision. Soul Stealth had no timer. Without attacking or taking damage, they could not lock on. Several minutes later, I stood at the Coliseum center. Berserk Earth Bear. Level 5 boss. Talent: Berserk. Body expands and all 4 stats increase. Skill: Earthquake. Deals area damage and inflicts stun. It was several times taller than an ordinary bear, protected by the entire horde. A 10-person party would endure many kinds of control and damage before reaching it. Before my first strike, guard numbers meant nothing to Soul Stealth. I checked my equipment. The returning wind belt was active, adding another 50% to my first strike. Rejuvenation from the cloud armor, purge from the rainfall boots, blazing aura, and the bone dragon dagger's attack amplification were all available. They were margins for error, not abilities I had to activate in advance. I also decided my retreat line before attacking. If Earthquake chained control, use Purge, regain movement, and shift behind the boss. If one burst removed more than half my HP, activate Rejuvenation and switch to attack amplification for a rapid kill. If ordinary attacks penetrated defense reliably, test with Soul Stealth whether burning prevented aggro loss. Only after confirming boss strength would I spend a cooldown. I angled the dagger toward the inner side of the berserk earth bear's foreleg. Its enormous body made a weak point easy to hit. The real preparation was for the nearly 200 aggro signals after the first strike. The next instant, I broke soul stealth and stabbed with the first strike bonus. Damage, 60. The berserk earth bear's roar shook the arena. Every monster turned at once, and my streaming debut went straight from infiltration into a siege. More than 20 burning foxes completed their ranged attacks first. Fire fell from every direction, each application dealing only one persistent damage. Same type burning did not stack, but every tick broke soul stealth. I tried vanishing again and was immediately revealed by the next tick. The horde closed toward the center. I would have to solve this head-on. The berserk earth bear's first claw landed. HP -3. In its normal state, it could barely penetrate my cloud armor and current defense. I countered for 40. The first 2 strikes removed a segment of HP and forced the boss to activate its talent. The berserk earth bear expanded rapidly, increasing all 4 stats by 50%. My next stab dealt only 18, showing that the defense increase was fully active. It raised its right leg and slammed the ground. Earthquake. HP -20. Status, stunned. While my body was fixed, its giant palm hit again for 12. A freezing deer's follow-up could not penetrate defense, but applied slow. More ordinary monsters crowded in. Most attacks still dealt 0. The only effective focus fire came from 21 bouncing rabbits. They leaped in sequence and stamped my head and shoulders at high speed. Each dealt only 2, but one cycle totaled 42, more than Earthquake and the giant palm combined. When stun ended, I did not retreat toward the edge. The horde had sealed every route. Backing away would prolong burning and charged attacks. Killing the boss quickly remained the most effective damage reduction. I stayed beside the berserk earth bear and attacked continuously. While berserk remained active, each stab dealt about 18. The boss, ground control, and periodic rabbit impacts steadily lowered my HP. The charging hounds finally completed their long preparation. More than 30 attacks together dealt only a little over 30 damage. The Kaka necklace occasionally paralyzed one and interrupted its charge. Freezing deer kept slowing me, but could not prevent dagger swings at close range. Both HP bars fell, but the bear's declined faster. When mine approached half, its had entered the final segment. At that moment, berserk expired. The huge body returned to normal, and defense fell with it. I did not spend rejuvenation merely because my HP had dropped. One rabbit cycle dealt 42, earthquake 20, the palm 12, plus burning and scattered hits. Known damage still could not empty my remaining HP before the next round, while the bear was only several strikes from death. Healing now would remove my most reliable emergency answer if a new control combination appeared among the remaining 200 monsters. I seized the opening and delivered the last strike. Level 5 boss berserk earth bear killed. EXP plus 7.6. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 2. Defense plus 1. Purple earth bear armor acquired. The earth bear armor could not replace my cloud armor. I skimmed its description, stored it, and planned to consign it after exit. Rejuvenation, Purge, Blazing Aura, and Attack Amplification were all still available. The strongest target was dead. The remaining horde was huge, but no longer had a core combining high stats with area stun. The boss's reward restored no HP, so I treated my current health as the starting point for clearance instead of expecting luck. Kill bouncing rabbits first to lower periodic burst, then charging hounds and burning foxes, followed by targets unable to penetrate defense. Every step in the order reduced the maximum damage of the next cycle. I turned to the attacking horde and adjusted my dagger in my palm. Now it's your turn. The Colosseum produced no immediate safe zone after the boss fell. Its rules required every monster dead, and nearly 200 remained. My HP was near half, but I did not activate rejuvenation. Soul Devour could restore HP during continuous kills. Clearing low defense targets first might recover me through combat. Preserving the 1-hour cooldown left room for the unexpected. The threat order was clear. Each bouncing rabbit dealt only 2 damage, but 21 together reliably removed 42 and had to be reduced first. Charging hounds prepared slowly, yet a synchronized volley accumulated more than 30. Freezing deer applied slow, burning foxes continually denied soul stealth. Ordinary attacks from armored horses, bloodthirsty wolves, and swift cats were not equally dangerous yet. I did not mistake the boss's death for the clear. I moved into the space its body had occupied, avoiding the center of every monster's encirclement. The first bouncing rabbit had just landed, and was on cooldown. I closed in and attacked repeatedly. The cock and necklace triggered paralysis on the second strike, preventing its escape. I used the central corpse and stone platforms to break lines of sight, preventing burning foxes from hitting simultaneously from all sides. After every rabbit stampede, I targeted one that had just landed and whose skill was unavailable. When the charging hounds displayed a complete effect, I shifted laterally beyond their shared direction. Clearing did not mean standing still through 200 attacks, but desynchronizing mechanisms repeatedly. Monsters still collided around me, and burning ticked for 1 each second, but they could not stop my dagger from focusing one target. Once the first rabbit died, every future stampede permanently lost 2 damage. Every death reduced later pressure. I also knew what the public footage recorded. From entry through the Berserk Earthbear's death, Soul Stealth was the only active ability I had used. Rejuvenation and Purge from my 5 orange items remained unused. Blazing Aura had not appeared, nor had the Bone Dragon Dagger's attack amplification. The stream proved my current floor while leaving my full ceiling unseen. This restraint was not mystification. Base stats and passive equipment had solved the strongest boss. Spending 1-hour cooldowns without need would only reduce my margin during clearance. My dagger fell again. The first bouncing rabbit's HP neared 0. When it died, Soul Devour might grant HP, mana, a stat, or equipment. Even without recovery, the horde's certain damage would fall permanently by 2. I did not build plans around probability, but prioritized targets that both reduced threat and created a chance for recovery. That was more reliable than spending a 1-hour cooldown early. No target grew stronger because more people watched, and no target had to be spared because the crowd was large. I could kill the boss first and clear nearly 200 lesser monsters one at a time. Once I decided to act, they would all fall eventually. The first bouncing rabbit fell under repeated attacks. Level 4 Elite Bouncing Rabbit killed. EXP plus 5.6. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 1. Attack plus 1. After settlement, I moved along the Colosseum's inner ring and hunted rabbits that had just completed their aerial impacts. On cooldown, they possessed only ordinary attacks and little defense. Their number quickly fell from more than 20 to fewer than 10. Several kill rewards restored HP. By the time the final rabbit died, my bar was full again, and rejuvenation remained unused. Recovery did not appear on every kill. The first settlements gave stats and mana. HP returned only on the third rabbit. I always calculated the next exchange as though no recovery would trigger. I continued pursuit only when my current HP could withstand 1 rabbit stampede and a synchronized charging hound volley. Rewards were extra benefit, not a replacement for the safety line. Next came more than 30 charging hounds. Their normal attacks could not penetrate defense, and even a long charge dealt only about 1. Paralysis from the cock and necklace could interrupt the preparation. I repositioned continuously through the pack and killed charging targets first. Level 2 Charging Hound killed. EXP plus 2.6. Soul Devour activated. Attack plus 1. After clearing the hounds, I handled freezing deer and burning foxes in turn. Every dead deer reduced the source of slow. Once the foxes reached 0, the persistent state blocking Soul Stealth finally disappeared. During clearance, my experience bar reached its limit. Level increased to 3. Free stat points plus 5. I did not assign them immediately. Each base stat capped at 60 in the level 2 to 5 stage, and future first kills could continue filling all 4. Free points invested now could not break the cap. Saving them until level 6 would create an immediate increase upon entering the level 6 to 10 stage. The system allowed free points to remain unassigned through leveling and dungeon exit. I marked the 5 separately and disabled automatic allocation. If first kills failed to fill 1 stat, I could still decide before level 5. If all 4 capped naturally, the points would carry intact into the next range. The remaining monsters were no longer dangerous, merely numerous. I did not activate Blazing Aura. True area damage suited wounded high defense targets, but would continuously consume mana against these ordinary monsters. Killing them individually was more stable. When the final Swift Cat fell, the Colosseum went silent. All new first kill rewards were settled. Freezing Deer plus 2 Spirit, Burning Fox plus 2 Spirit, Armored Horse plus 1 Defense, Bloodthirsty Wolf plus 1 Speed, and Swift Cat plus 1 Speed. All dungeon targets eliminated. Temporary safe zone generated. After confirming no corpse or loot was missed, I entered the safe zone and exited. Sky Projection and the Phantom Trace broadcast ended together, while the platform began generating the public record of my debut. The stream showed one solo clear. What I actually received was level 3, 5 unassigned points, first kills on 9 new species, and 1 purple item for consignment. After exit, Phantom Trace's dashboard showed rising viewers and followers. The platform did not inflate the data. The full recording spoke for itself. Solo Nightmare. Boss killed first. Nearly 200 monsters cleared afterward, without rejuvenation, purge, blazing aura, or attack amplification. The public result rapidly became a flood of contacts. Among that day's invitations, A rank had become the minimum. S rank was common, and several SSS rank contracts appeared. The oddest was a B rank template clearly mismatched with public information. After confirming it was not the wrong attachment, I rejected it. I rejected every other offer below SSS. Then read the highest tier contracts one by one, comparing freedom, guaranteed resources, competition rights, exit liability, and effects on my existing Phantom Trace license. I had operations filter interviews, business inquiries, and ordinary contact requests. Only offers with a complete legal entity, contract draft, and verifiable resource list reached my inbox. One message claiming top-tier development was not a condition. A promised artifact without inventory proof was discarded too. The hottest hours after a stream were when inducements were most likely, demanding slower document review, not faster signatures. Those SSS offers were not insincere. The problem was that they came from second-tier clubs, guilds, or chambers of commerce. The Dragon Kingdom's true top forces still preferred to observe. Weixing had not raised its original S-rank offer. Top organizations possessed greater resources, but tended to be cautious. Second-tier groups offered their highest rank for a chance, but might not sustain an equal platform. Identical letters did not mean identical value. If forced to choose immediately between S rank from a top force and SSS rank from a secondary one, I would value the latter's freedom. But there was no need to sign. Soul Devour, A rank clearance, streaming income, and equipment sales already funded growth. I could wait for the right top-tier terms. I accepted no new contract and did not use the offers to pressure Dingzhong. Future results would create real competition naturally. Phantom Trace did not represent me in other partnerships. Dedicated operations could manage only streaming-related messages. I personally confirmed clubs, schools, and government missions. That boundary was contractual, and this first wave after my debut tested its enforcement. The public effect continued expanding. Followers, contact requests, and interview notices rose. School, Stone City's team, and previous Frontier participants also messaged. I answered only necessary contacts and let operations filter the rest, preventing popularity from consuming training time. My 1 p.m. arena authorization was already scheduled. I was now level 3 with 10 wins and no losses. As the streak continued, the system would raise opponent level and strength. Rather than repeatedly read reactions to the morning dungeon, I wanted to know how many levels my new equipment and stats could overcome. Before the arena began, Elder Fei contacted me through the Institute's encrypted channel. First, he confirmed that the broadcast had disclosed no class description beyond my filing. The Institute still held only 2 vague statements. Soul Devour might supply recovery after kills. Soul Stealth extended invisibility and shortened cooldown. Permanent stat growth, species first kills, and equipment drops were absent from public records. Many people are already guessing where your 4 stats come from, Elder Fei said. The Institute must update its risk assessment from visible records. But speculation is not a demand for every secret. He sent me a de-identified analysis summary. It cited only public recordings and my file basic class name, without internal Frontier coordinates or teammate information. I verified the source range before reading further. The Institute held higher clearance yet distinguished legally accessible from actually used. That demonstrated risk boundaries more clearly than any verbal promise. Public projections proved that my attack, defense, speed, and spirit had risen simultaneously within a short period, while several kills restored HP or mana. Analysts listed 3 possibilities: temporary 4-stat enhancement under invisibility, temporary buffs triggered by kills, or an unfiled combined mechanic. Elder Fei favored the second. He theorized that different species provided capped temporary stats, which I accumulated through many kills and spent in critical battles. It was not the truth, but already approached the 2 cores of kills and species. Every additional sky projection let professionals eliminate more possibilities. Why did you recommend me to the national program? I asked. Elder Fei admitted that the Institute was gathering data on new hidden classes then. My willingness to file basic information prompted the personal meeting. His actual decision came when I, an orphan, did not ask for the most useful early resource, universal credits, but requested dungeon clearance instead. That showed you understood what you needed, he said, and you had no relationship with any faction competing for the slot. A research recommendation shouldn't become an exchange of favors. His recommendation did not mean he had already understood Soul Devour or foreseen my frontier accomplishments. He bet only on verifiable class value, logical choices, and independence. Elder Fei did not ask which theory was correct, and I did not volunteer a correction. The Institute had given clearance and a recommendation. I would fulfill established safety filing obligations without handing every growth mechanic to any institution. After the call, I adjusted my streaming strategy. Ordinary dungeons and arena fights could remain public. For new frontier runs, ability upgrades, and irreplaceable first kills, I would preserve the right to disable authorization. I divided potential disclosures into 3 categories. Common abilities such as Soul Stealth were already public and needed no deliberate concealment. Blazing Aura, Attack Amplification, and One-Use Purge would appear only when tactically worthwhile. Soul Devour's first kill rule and exact rewards remained undisclosed. The more public battles I fought, the more that list required updating instead of pretending no one would ever infer anything. Intelligent observers were approaching the answer. A trump card was not something never used, but something used only when value exceeded exposure cost. At 1 in the afternoon, I authorized the arena stream and began matchmaking. Ling Zhua, level 3 soul-devouring assassin. 10 wins, 0 losses. Lu Ruru, level 9 mage. 86 wins, 73 losses. The level gap had expanded to 6. The random arena was a floating cloud platform without solid guardrails, though arena protection prevented real death by falling. Lu Ruru had clearly watched the morning stream. Before the barrier fell, she called my name in voice chat, claimed to be a fan, and said she had queued on a whim without expecting to match me. I did not relax because she was a viewer. She was a level 9 mage with nearly 160 public matches. Any playful motion could be spell preparation. At 0, I activated Soul Stealth. Instead of laying an area spell, Lu Ruru knelt on one knee, formed an ice crystal ring in her right hand, and smilingly extended it toward my former position. Little brother Ling Zhua, will you accept your big sister's confession? I could not tell whether the ice crystal was only decorative or would freeze me on contact. Nor did the arena pause because she declined to defend. I did not enter the ring's frontal area. I circled to the outside of her extended arm. If it was a freezing skill, a rear side attack reduced contact. If it was only audience interaction, the match rules remained unchanged. Choosing to abandon defense did not require me to bear the consequences of her judgment. I emerged from the side, avoided her face, and stabbed her shoulder. Her HP fell dramatically, while the ice ring never became an attack. The second and third strikes landed consecutively, ending the match. Victory. Current record, 11 wins, 0 losses. Lu Ruru never counterattacked and remained smiling before exit. Perhaps she wanted a special interaction on a public stream, but my objective was testing arena's strength, not cooperating with improvised performance. I did not mock her or concede because she was a woman. Respect in the arena was simple: fight under the same rules. The first match produced no useful test, so I matched again immediately. After 10 wins, the system had raised ordinary opponents to level 9. The next should enter the level 10 range for real. In review, I noted only opponent made no effective attack and did not treat a 3-strike victory as a level 9 strength sample. Public records tracked results. My training record had to distinguish results from information value, or easy wins would manufacture false confidence. The second pairing succeeded after more than 20 seconds. Wu Qinyu, level 10 assassin. 103 wins, 101 losses. We entered a jungle. When the barrier fell, both of us vanished. I did not search blindly, but repositioned among trees and waited. An ordinary assassin's invisibility had a duration and cooldown. Soul Stealth could remain indefinitely. After a while, Wu Qinyu appeared first. I approached from behind and the side and used the returning wind belt's first strike bonus. Damage, 108. His HP plunged. His reaction remained fast. He immediately activated Rapid Strike, landing 3 dagger attacks in an instant. The first 2 could not penetrate defense. The third triggered a weak point hit, but dealt only 10. A level 10 assassin had 3 class skills, but skills required sufficient stats to matter. My attack penetrated his defense. His combo could not produce an equal exchange. 2 more stabs ended the fight. Current record, 12 wins, 0 losses. I did not conclude every level 10 professional was weak. Wu Qinyu had an ordinary class, with equipment and stats below the top of his level. A true opponent would require further wins. The third and fourth matches paired me with a level 11 archer and a level 12 tank. The archer tried to maintain distance, but Soul Stealth brought me close. The tank had greater frontal endurance, but could not stop my sustained attacks after the Kaka necklace triggered paralysis. The archer used a detection arrow only after I appeared, showing it was prepared as a response, not early warning. The tank saved his shield until after my first strike damage, allowing the returning wind belt to remove HP first. Neither fight forced an active cooldown, but they confirmed matchmaking was selecting different counter directions rather than merely adding levels. Current record, 14 wins, 0 losses. The fifth match waited only 3 seconds. Instead of raising the level, the system selected a level 2 professional. Jun Xian, level 2 shield warrior. 14 wins, 0 losses. I immediately remembered the cold young man from Phantom Corridor. He also possessed an artifact and currently wore 1 rainbow and 6 orange items, differing from me only because my Kaka necklace remained purple. The random arena was a ruined corridor. Across the barrier, Jun Xian spoke first. I know I can't beat you now, but I want to know the exact gap. I'll use everything. When the barrier fell, I used Soul Stealth and approached at current full speed. He did not attack blindly, maintaining a defensive stance. The instant I entered melee range and began raising the dagger, Jun Xian activated an equipment technique. Taunt. Forced lock revealed me from Soul Stealth. A second technique followed. Burning. Persistent damage sealed the window for another stealth activation. Jun Xian could not see me, yet cast taunt at the exact moment I arrived. It was not chance. From public recordings, he had measured my speed, starting distance, and shortest approach time, preparing the reveal and damage combination specifically. I realized my opening had become a fixed formula. Countdown ends, straight line Soul Stealth, maximum speed to first strike range. Against ordinary opponents, that was efficient. Against someone who reviewed seriously, it wrote my landing point on the ground in advance. Jun Xian needed no true detection, only timed area coverage. Unlike every earlier opponent, he had studied me specifically. After seizing the initiative, Jun Xian immediately drove his shield into my chest. Shield bash. HP -7. Damage was low, but stun stopped my movement. He attacked through the control window. Ordinary collisions dealt little, while the artifact's 5 true damage reliably bypassed defense. When stun ended, I used neither purge nor rejuvenation and counterattacked head-on. Jun Xian immediately activated a weakening technique. My first stab still dealt 30, preserving a favorable exchange. As burning neared its end, he timed another shield bash precisely. Before the second stun ended, a poison technique applied new persistent damage and continued blocking Soul Stealth. The sequence had been calculated repeatedly. Taunt opened by revealing me. Burning and poison alternated persistent attacks. Shield bash covered the gaps. As long as I approached at full speed in a straight line, I entered range at his scheduled time. The 3 persistent states did not share durations. Jun Xian always used control before the previous one's last tick, then applied the next while I could not vanish. Half a second early wasted a state. Half a second late let me disappear. His stats were lower, but this seamless timeline narrowed the gap. I stopped attempting stealth and traded through attack frequency and stats. When Jun Xian reached roughly 20% HP, golden light surrounded him. Talent, immovable as a mountain. My damage plunged to 2 while his HP rapidly regenerated. When the talent ended, he was full again. Massive reduction plus continuous healing was extremely strong for a shield warrior, but still had a duration. Once the gold disappeared, I attacked again and rebuilt my advantage. As the third poison neared its end, Jun Xian changed shield bash again and cast Dark Curse to continue the damage. He had prepared at least 3 persistent damage items, all targeting Soul Stealth. Finally, he activated his artifact technique. Offense-defense fusion. Attack and defense combined and increased temporarily. This shield strike truly penetrated my normal defense for 15, while my counterattack dealt only 8. For the first time, Jun Xian held the advantage in a frontal exchange. I did not panic and expose a trump card. Equipment techniques had limited duration, and he had already spent his main abilities to build this window. My attack speed was higher, and my total HP could survive it. When my HP approached half, offense-defense fusion and Dark Curse ended in sequence. Jun Xian's final shield bash only delayed the outcome and could not restore the damage gap. I could use Soul Stealth again, but did not. Several close-range strikes later, his HP reached 0. Victory. Arena record. 15 wins, 0 losses. I won through total stats and equipment, but Jun Xian made me fight reactively from the opening for the first time. I used no rejuvenation, purge, blazing aura, or attack amplification. Activating everything would have won faster, but obscured the real value of his timing and item system. The log showed my highest single hit taken was only 15, yet total damage exceeded every earlier match. Persistent damage mattered not for burst, but because it temporarily changed repeatable soul stealth into an unavailable skill. Against the same design, the optimal answer might be changing speed before the first predicted arrival and making the entire chain miss time from its start, not trading through stats. The review screen had just appeared when a top priority notice opened. New Frontier mission detected. I opened the mission details immediately. Frontier mission, solo dungeon. Location, Feather City. Level requirement, 2 to 5. Clearance requirement, B rank. Restriction, independent entry, parties unavailable. Assembly time, 1800 hours. Assembly point, main entrance, Qingfeng Tower. I accepted. This was my first suitable Frontier mission since reaching level 2, and first kill value far exceeded another ordinary dungeon. The credential carried the National Frontier System signature, allowing location, officer, and level limits to verify one another. Only after acceptance did basic intelligence unlock, with a prohibition against forwarding internal maps. Frontier secrecy took priority over streaming defaults. I marked the event Relay Mission Authorized Public Footage only. There was time before assembly, so I reviewed the Jun Xian fight first. The first problem was my stealth route. Maximum speed straight movement converted distance into a fixed arrival time. An experienced opponent could target the predicted position with an area technique without seeing me. Future approaches needed arcs, pauses, and speed changes. The second was equipment systems. The arena reset equipment cooldowns separately for each match. A 1-hour cooldown required caution in a real dungeon, but was usually available once in a duel. Multiple targeted equipment sets could chain reveal, persistent damage, control, and burst just as Jun Xian had done. Soul Devour would provide many purple and orange items. I should preserve those with unique mechanics, consigning duplicates and low-value gear. Pre-match changes based on class and terrain were more effective than pursuing color alone. The third was basic combat discipline. I did not need to sacrifice much leveling time for pure technique, but I needed routes, distance, cooldowns, and state chains practiced beyond elementary mistakes. Stats were an advantage, not an excuse to refuse learning. After the review, Gu Huanyue messaged. He had wanted to invite Jun Xian to Phantom Trace, but a background check showed Jun Xian was a disciple of Dugu Feng, the Dragon Kingdom's king of soldiers, with an established development and management relationship inappropriate for an ordinary platform contract. Only then did I learn Jun Xian's lineage. His personal calm and years of systematic training explained how he timed 3 rounds of control and persistent damage so precisely. That afternoon, I restored my condition, organized flight gear, and disabled default authorization for the evening Frontier run. If the mission authority released safe projections, I would not prevent the platform from relaying public footage, but would not open additional screens or internal information. I also separated Jun Xian's arena equipment cooldowns from real dungeon status. Arena techniques reverted upon exit. The Frontier mission would not reset them. Fortunately, my actual equipment had never entered cooldown. Rejuvenation, purge, and attack amplification remained ready. I restocked potions and placed the jumping, gliding, and main sets at the top of my inventory in change order. As the time approached, I paid the inner-city teleportation fee and traveled to Feather City. After reaching Feather City, I followed the map to Qingfeng Tower. 10 minutes remained before 6, and many young professionals already occupied the assembly area, including some former members of Undead Battlefield Squad A. Stone City's party arrived later. Yu-E first discussed Feather City's roast chicken. Meng Tai was still reviewing my match with Jun Xian. Jun Xian arrived soon, acknowledged me with a nod, and waited alone. At exactly 6, staff verified credentials and led everyone into a meeting room. The officer in charge, Qiu Yun, summarized the essentials in a few sentences. The dungeon is Sky Garden, a square garden suspended in the air. Everyone enters separately. Parties are impossible. Every monster can fly. Anyone without range damage must wait for a target to approach. Mission intelligence reached our communicators. The map, safe zones, and non-boss monsters were complete, meaning earlier teams had crossed the entire dungeon and only the final boss remained. The file included exploration times and casualties. Previous teams confirmed there were no mandatory gaps between platforms. Melee professionals could wait for diving monsters, but could not pursue reliably. The boss's absorption effect came from 3 failed records. All affected explorers withdrew after their 4 stats fell. We were not the first entrants. Frontier exploration had only 1 step left, built upon the risks borne by previous teams. I reviewed each target. The level 2 flying sparrow was fast, and its attacks inflicted slow. The level 2 flying oriole used broad-range sound waves. The level 3 flying dove healed itself below 50% HP. The level 3 flying tortoise had high reduction and low damage. The level 4 elite flying panther had exceptional speed and attack, with rend causing damage over time. The level 4 elite flying tiger was more balanced, and its claw inflicted stun. The final boss, a level 5 flying divine crane, possessed fast, powerful feather arrows. Its talent was stat absorption, reducing a professional's 4 stats and transferring the same values to itself. It was the exact reverse of my growth route. Soul Devour accumulated high stats through long-term first kills. The crane directly manufactured a stat gap in combat. The file warned that without a way to handle absorption, the boss would use stolen stats to suppress its challenger. 10 minutes later, Chiao Yun led us to the entrance. Yui laughed that I would have to jump constantly to touch anything and imitated bouncing along the route. Every melee member understood flying monsters' difficulty, while mages and archers looked more relaxed. I checked that the Talon bracelet and dragonfly crown occupied their backup slots. My primary set gave higher fixed stats, while mobility equipment solved aerial contact. Before killing the divine crane, I had no true flight. If ordinary monsters dived voluntarily, I would wait in the primary set. Only targets that remained high justified sacrificing defense for jumping and gliding. It's only a little more troublesome than a ground dungeon, I said. Flying did not mean never entering attack range. The decisive enemy was not an ordinary monster, but the divine crane that could turn anyone's high stats into its own advantage. The sealed area held 1 temporary tent, with a red portal spinning at the center. Chiao Yun gave a final safety warning and explained that sky projection would serve as rescue monitoring and public footage. I allowed Phantom Trace to relay that public projection without opening additional data, then entered. Sky Garden. Level limit, 2 to 5. Participant limit, 1. Status, awaiting exploration. I arrived in a garden amid a sea of clouds. Peach trees, stone bridges, and pavilions stood on floating platforms without solid boundaries beyond the safe zone. The first flying sparrow dived from the trees. Its normal attack could not penetrate defense, but slow applied normally. I waited for it to enter dagger range and attacked repeatedly for the first kill. Level 2 Frontier Monster Flying Sparrow killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 2. A flying oriole perched on a high branch nearby. I approached under Soul Stealth, leaped with the Talon bracelet, and dealt 113 with my first strike. It climbed and released a sound wave that forcibly dealt 1 damage and broke stealth again. I followed its low circling route with repeated jump attacks. Level 2 Frontier Monster Flying Oriole killed. EXP plus 3. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 2. I later secured first kills on the Flying Dove and Flying Tortoise, gaining 2 spirit and 2 defense respectively. Flying targets died far less efficiently than ground monsters. Lingering for repeat experience could let another participant secure the boss first. I stopped only for the first appearance of each species, marked the position after settlement, and did not chase repeats. Individual spaces were separate, but boss ownership was shared across the overall Frontier event. Time cost had to be weighed against stats. 1 first kill from each of 6 non-boss species preserved my growth chain without sacrificing the final opportunity on the perimeter. I went directly toward the core under Soul Stealth and handled only unrecorded species. A flying panther happened to lie on the garden platform. I struck from behind for 88. Its rend dealt little direct damage, but blocked Soul Stealth through continuous loss. I stopped maneuvering and emptied its HP head-on. Level 4 Elite Frontier Flying Panther killed. EXP plus 6. Soul Devour activated. Speed plus 2. Attack plus 1. The final non-boss species, the Flying Tiger, patrolled high above. I equipped the jumping and gliding set, leaped toward it from stealth, and stabbed its rear flank. First strike, damage, 75. The Flying Tiger turned and struck back. Its claw removed only 2 HP. As I prepared to glide into a second attack, my body suddenly lost control. Status, stunned. Damage was not the danger. Position was. I was dozens of yards above the ground. Gliding required active use, and my stunned body had already begun free-falling. The garden platform rapidly enlarged below. Before losing control, I had time to remember only one thing. Every future aerial melee engagement had to include control risk in the landing route. At takeoff, I had calculated only whether I could reach the flying tiger, not stun duration multiplied by altitude. The dragonfly crown remained available but required active control and could not deploy itself during paralysis or stun. Its description was truthful. My conditions for use had omitted one factor. I struck the garden floor heavily and lost nearly 1/3 of my HP. Every ordinary and elite monster before this had dealt less damage combined than the single fall. I landed more than 10 yards from the platform edge, showing that preserved horizontal momentum had saved me. If the launch point had been farther out, even if the dungeon prevented a fall from the map, striking a lower platform could cause a second impact. I moved every future aerial launch line toward the garden's interior instead of chasing the shortest route near the clouds. The flying tiger dived to follow up. Once I recovered, I did not jump again. I waited on the ground until it entered range. To use its claw, it had to approach. This time it voluntarily surrendered its aerial advantage. Repeated dagger strikes quickly killed it. Level 4 Elite Frontier Flying Tiger killed. EXP +6. Soul Devour activated. Speed +1. Attack +1. Defense +1. All 6 non-boss first kills were complete. At a safe point, I equipped recovery gear and restored HP and mana, then returned to my primary set. The flying tiger had taught a clear lesson. Flight gear solved contact, but did not automatically prevent stun and falling. I continued deeper under soul stealth and eventually saw the flying divine crane at the garden's end. The white crane circled alone above the clouds, without ordinary guards. It did not need a front line, because stat absorption made a stronger challenger grant a greater enhancement. In past fights, my greatest advantage always came from the base stats accumulated by Soul Devour. Even when equipment was countered, the foundation from long-term first kills remained. This boss specifically targeted that advantage. I leaped from stealth and delivered one full-strength first strike. Damage, 63. The divine crane did not immediately answer with feather arrows. An attractive force appeared around its body. As I landed, I clearly felt my strength, reactions, defense, and spirit decline together. My screen showed that half of every base stat had been taken. The removed values had not vanished. They were fully added to the flying divine crane. Absorption targeted only base stats, leaving fixed equipment values. I rapidly recorded the before and after screens, confirming it was neither a display error nor random single stat reduction. I had lost nearly 30 from each stat. The boss gained the same. Raising only attack could not simultaneously solve the new gaps in speed and defense. One loss and one gain doubled the practical gap. My equipment barely filled part of it, while the level 5 frontier boss gained more speed, attack, defense, and spirit. I tested movement and found the speed disadvantage obvious. In a direct exchange, its feather arrow frequency and damage would exceed my jump attacks. Soul Stealth kept me temporarily safe, but did not return the absorbed stats. The moment combat resumed, the crane would retain the 4-stat advantage. For the first time, my long-relied-upon stat suppression had completely reversed. I did not exit at once. Soul Devour's advantage was not only screen numbers, but the equipment, techniques, and choices created by all those first kills. Since base stats were countered, I had to find an answer among the remaining abilities. I withdrew beyond the range of continuous feather arrows and used Soul Stealth to buy inspection time. Only 3 types of resources in my inventory could change the situation: negative effect removal, instant recovery, and artifact burst. Each had about a 1-hour cooldown. Using them in the wrong order might eliminate my second chance before another explorer secured the first boss kill. I tested Soul Stealth first. The flying divine crane stopped pursuing after I vanished, but my stolen stats did not return. Stat absorption apparently ended only when I fully left combat. Then the boss would reset too, preventing accumulated damage. I circled to the garden's other side and waited for the explicit out-of-combat notice. My 4 stats returned, but the crane's HP reset to full and erased my first strike. That eliminated a hit once, disengage, and grind strategy and showed the boss state, and my debuff shared one reset condition. I could not remain invisible. I leaped and attacked from stealth again. Damage, 4.5. The flying divine crane answered with a feather arrow. HP -25. One exchange revealed enough. After taking half my base stats, its attack, defense, and speed all surpassed mine. The normal loop would inevitably lose. I tested the Kaka necklace next. After several jump attacks, its 20% paralysis finally triggered. The crane froze and began falling, but recovered flight before hitting the ground. My stolen stats did not return during paralysis either. Waiting for that trigger had forced me through several unfavorable 4.5, 4, 25 exchanges. Even successful probability control prevented only one arrow and could not repair the long-term HP gap. I stopped gambling on a second trigger and preserved my remaining health for reliable techniques. Making it fall to death would not work. Next came Purge from the Rainfall Boots. Stat reduction was a negative state and should be removable. I activated the technique under Soul Stealth. Purge activated. All 4 base stats returned instantly. I leaped and landed another full-strength first strike. But as soon as I appeared, the crane used stat absorption again and removed half my stats. A 1-hour cooldown bought 1 additional high-damage hit without shutting down the talent. Fortunately, my opening strike and the second after Purge both landed at full strength, visibly lowering its HP. The most direct remaining answer was the Bone Dragon Dagger's attack amplification. I still checked one alternative: wound mini-monsters, lure them near the boss, and kill them one by one during the fight to sustain a long battle through Soul Devour's HP and mana recovery. The route worked in theory, but carried excessive risk. The Flying Tiger's stun could drop me from the air, while multiple Flying Orioles could continuously force damage. Wounding and hurting them required running the whole map again, during which another explorer might take the boss first. More importantly, Soul Devour did not guarantee HP recovery. If supplies failed repeatedly, I would still need the artifact. I abandoned luring monsters and decided to reveal my true burst trump card. An ability kept forever and used when needed had no value. As long as my growth outpaced outside research, today's exposed ceiling would soon become old data. I activated the Bone Dragon Dagger. Before activation, I used potions to restore the losses from testing to a safe line and confirmed that Purge was on cooldown while Rejuvenation remained available. The next 75 seconds had to contain only effective attacks. If the boss still had substantial HP after amplification, my final margin would be Rejuvenation, not another cleanse. Attack amplification. Rainbow lights spread from the dagger across my body, and my attack rose sharply. I locked onto the crane overhead and jumped again. My 4 stats remained suppressed, but one attack now brought me back into a frontal contest. Attack amplification. Attack plus 130% for 75 seconds. Cooldown, 57 minutes. Once amplified, I stopped trying to remain airborne for long. The crane's stolen speed made it turn faster than I could. Chasing with gliding would only create a longer attack window for it. I used the shortest loop: jump, first strike, soul stealth before landing, reposition, and jump again. Soul stealth broke the feather arrow's continuous lock, while the returning wind belt turned every appearance into another 50% first strike bonus. The crane could still trade 1 arrow whenever I appeared, but both HP bars finally fell rapidly. 75 seconds passed quickly. Every launch and landing consumed time. When amplification ended, the crane retained its final segment of HP, while I had entered danger. I did not chase every turn. I fixed 3 launch points and let the crane enter my predetermined crossing lines to fire. Each cycle delivered only 1 stab, but minimized landing and re-stealth time. When the amplification icon began flashing, I knew the final 2 launches would exceed its duration and preserve my trajectory, so I would not be airborne when the skill ended. Without the 130% bonus, my damage plunged while its arrows remained strong. Continuing the same exchange would make me fall first. I activated Heavenly Mountain Cloud Armor. Rejuvenation restored 20% of maximum HP. My HP returned to a safe range. The crane had no corresponding recovery. Stat absorption widened the 4-stat gap, but could not restore lost life. I continued breaking pursuit with soul stealth and attacked through repeated jumps. In the final crossing, a feather arrow scraped my shoulder armor as the Bone Dragon Dagger entered its chest. Its HP reached 0 first, and the body fell from the sky. Level 5 Frontier Boss Flying Divine Crane killed. EXP plus 8. Soul Devour activated. Spirit plus 4. Rainbow Divine Crane Feather Cap acquired. Another artifact. The battle forced out Kaka Necklace Paralysis, Purge, Attack Amplification, and Rejuvenation. Without any link, I might have failed under stat absorption. The reward was not mere luck, but a real return for frontier risk. I entered the boss's death time and all 4 critical ability timings in the mission log. Purge bought 1 full-strength strike. Paralysis created only a pause. The 75 seconds of attack amplification carried the main damage, and rejuvenation kept me trading afterward. Their roles differed and could not be collapsed until the artifact was stronger during review. The dungeon notice changed. Final boss killed. Sky Garden Frontier exploration complete. The red portal would stabilize to green and all other solo spaces terminate. I did not leave immediately, but stored the new artifact and waited until public projection ended to inspect it carefully. The Divine Crane had reversed my core advantage with one talent, then left behind a similar ability and true aerial mobility gear. After the temporary safe zone formed, I opened the Divine Crane Feather Cap's full screen. Divine Crane Feather Cap, Rainbow. Level requirement, 2. Spirit plus 14. Technique, Stat Absorption. Absorb 20% of one target's 4 stats and add them to your own. Cooldown 1 hour. Effect, Sustained hovering in the air. A fixed 14 spirit was the maximum for level 2 to 5 equipment. Although stat absorption was only 40% as effective as the Crane's talent, it could still change an equal level fight. If both sides began at 1, afterward we became 1.2 versus 0.8. The former exactly 1.5 times the latter. Purge and similar abilities could remove it, so activation timing could not become fixed. But against someone without cleansing, the gaps simultaneously changed damage taken, speed, and mental contests. Most important was sustained hovering. The Dragonfly Crown allowed only a brief glide and could not maintain altitude. The cap had no time limit and could theoretically extend combat into the air. Sustained did not mean cost-free. Hovering consumed no mana but required posture control. Stun, knockback, or mental interference could still disorient me. Replacing the cap ended the effect immediately. I kept the Dragonfly Crown. Its brief glide activated more directly during low-altitude falls, so the artifact did not make it worthless. I did not equip it under the public projection. I entered the safe zone and exited. The portal had changed from red to green, transporting the other participants out in turn. UE and Stone City's party came to confirm whether I killed the boss. I nodded, and they congratulated me in person. Xiao Yun announced completion, thanked everyone for exploration and combat records, and dismissed the group. We ate Feather City's roast chicken at the place UE recommended, then separated at the teleportation array. Only after returning to Lei City did I recount the rewards. Sky Garden's 7 species granted 18 total stat points. Attack rose to 59, defense to 55, speed to 59, and spirit reached the stage cap of 60. The other 3 were only a few first kills from capping. I created a private practice arena with spectators disabled and equipped the Divine Crane Feather Cap. Without pushing off, my body slowly left the ground. Remaining still was easy. Moving quickly in the air was completely different. My first effort only spun me in place, with direction and balance uncontrolled. I landed and tried a running jump, activating hover at the most stable point of momentum. This time, my forward speed remained. I could adjust direction slightly and even climb gradually instead of inevitably descending like a glide. It was not an automatic put it on and fly ability. I had to retrain bodily control, but it solved the fundamental limits of time and descent. I first practiced breaking 18 inches above the ground, then gradually increased to 6 and 16 feet. Before each turn, I chose a landing zone and did not chase speed with newly acquired equipment. Only after completing 3 marked turns and stable landings did I maintain soul stealth and hover simultaneously, confirming neither interrupted the other. I passed the first practice marker in the air and experienced the possibility of sustained flight for the first time. I practiced for more than an hour before linking hover, forward movement, turns, and landing into basic motions. True combat fluency remained distant, but the effect was already more reliable than a brief glide. I scheduled at least 1 hour of daily practice. The next morning, I traveled to Mist City. Before departure, I separately archived Sky Garden's mission receipt, artifact drop, and 7 first kill settlements. Public information on the item disclosed only its rainbow grade. I did not voluntarily publish stat absorption or sustained hover. But the boss projection had captured part of my high-altitude movement, so I assumed specialists might identify it later. I had completed every level 2 to 5 first kill available in Lei City. Remaining there offered only repeat experience. Mist Forest required B rank clearance and made a suitable start to my second nationwide route. After arriving at the local plaza, I purchased admission, chose Solo Nightmare, and authorized Phantom Trace to relay the public projection. Public records said the species were identical across Easy, Hard, and Nightmare. differing mainly in numbers, stats, and completeness of the boss skill. With my 4 stats nearly capped, I no longer needed easy samples. Nightmare offered maximum experience and full mechanics, and would test whether hovering created added risk under low visibility.